Harmfulness of Hegelian metaphysics. Only considerably later, while participating in Lysenko's struggle against Morganism, did he argue a plausible connection between Lamarckism, rechristened Maturinism, and the chemical reductionism that was his original inspiration. 33 But that lies beyond the boundary of the present study. The Communist Academy's efforts to draw natural scientists to Marxism had considerably less success among physicists, chemists, and mathematicians, than among biological scientists. Why this should have been the case is a puzzle, but the fact itself, of considerable importance to the present subject, is readily established. The Circle or Society of Materialist Physicists and Mathematicians was formed only at the very end of 1927, 4 years after comparable organizations for physicians and biologists had been founded. 3-4 At the end of 1928, the Society of Materialist Physicians could claim 41 actual deist Vitelrit or full members, in spite of the requirement of publication for that rank, while the Circle of N-Lateralist Physicists and Mathematicians refrained from publishing figures on membership, and admitted that even the few scientists who had been persuaded to speak under the Circle's auspices had read technical papers or popularizations, with little or nothing to say about materialist philosophy or Marxism. 35 Participation in the discussions of Marxism and natural science that the Communist Academy sponsored during the 20s tells a similar story. Topics like Marxism and Darwinism brought out considerable numbers of people, and largely non-party scientists with Marxist sympathies, while topics like Marxism and the theory of relativity drew very few participants, among whom scientists were comparatively rare. 36 Perhaps it was the scarcity of Marxist physical scientists that was responsible for their playing a much more important role in the philosophical controversy than did the more numerous Marxist biologists. Perhaps it was the markedly philosophical nature of theoretical physics and mathematics, or perhaps quirks of personality, but whatever the causes may have been, the paradoxical fact is that the physical sciences contributed several leaders to both factions in the philosophical controversy. The most eminent of these physical scientists, until the very end of the controversy, was Arkady Klimentovich Timiryazev, who, more than Stpanov, deserves to be considered the chief leader of the Mechanist faction. Already 40 in 192 when he joined the Bolshevik Party, Timiryazev had little record of previous political or philosophical activity. 37 He had probably absorbed some leftist inclinations from his famous father, the biologist Kliment Arkadovich Timiryazev, who boasted that his father had been a sympathetic witness of the Decembrist rising. 3 in 191 when the Tsar's Minister of Education abridged the autonomy of Moscow State University, both Timiryazevs were among the staff members who resigned in protest. 39 But this WAL is nothing compared to the combination of political, educational, and ideological activity that engulfed A.K. Timiryazev after he saluted the Bolshevik Revolution and joined the Communist Party. Professor of Physics at Moscow State University, head of the Department, Kajedra, of Natural Science at Sverdlov Communist University, a leading member of the State Council of Scholarship, GUS, the organ of the Commissariat of Education that imposed a new abridgment of autonomy on Russian universities in 1921 to 1922, an important and active member of the Communist Academy, the editor of Under the Banner of Marxism in charge of its offerings in the field of natural science, lecturer, translator, and writer here, one might say, was an incarnation of the release of energy that was the main result of the Russian Revolution, according to Maynard and Peirce. 40 In 1923 he published The Philosophy of Science, an anthology of excerpts not from the writings of philosophers. These Timiryazev brushed aside as useless to the student of natural science, for whom he had prepared the anthology, but from the works of famous natural scientists, who were, he explained, unwitting dialectical materialists. 41 The resulting impression, that Timiryazev's dialectical materialism was a sort of positivism, was strengthened by his favorable reference to Cont 42 and by his assurance to 11 Marxist students of natural science that they would find in the theoretical writings of the great natural scientists very little tar of class ideology and much honey of materialist philosophy. 43. Tar in honey is the Russian equivalent of our fly in the ointment. He expressed similar views in contemporaneous speeches to the State Council of Scholarship, GUS, the 110 Scout Committee of the Communist Party, and the editors of Under the Banner of Marxism. 44. He reassured those Marxists who feared to entrust the teaching of natural science in communist universities to non-Marxist scientists, and also those who felt that Marxists have no reason to poke their noses into natural science. 45. Natural scientists, he explained, were already dialectical materialists, and it would be easy to demonstrate this to them. For the principles of dialectical materialism were bound on the scientist by nature. In Timiryazev's interpretation, these dialectical principles were simply that all things are subject to motion or change, that all things are interdependent, and finally, that contradiction is the essence of the endless change of interdependent things. The examples that Timiryazev used to illustrate the meaning of dialectical contradiction, see D'Alembert's principle, and the principle of Le Chatelier-Braun, show that he understood this crucial term to mean the opposition of forces moving in different directions, or the disturbance and re-establishment of mechanical equilibrium. He doubted that the notorious triad, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, was a meaningful concept for natural science, and he expressed the same skepticism concerning the principle of quantitative changes becoming qualitative changes. It was the last issue that he emphasized in February, 1925, when he helped found the Mechanist faction. The Debrunits, he claimed, by their assertion of irreducible qualities at each level of integration, were trying to limit or deny the scientific method of reducing complex phenomena to simple ones. Moreover, Timiryazev felt that the method of reduction could not be justified without a corresponding ontology, in which universal ether and two kinds of electricity were regarded as the ultimate reality. 47. Since the Debrunits cast doubt on such ontologies as well as on the unlimited applicability of the method of reduction, Timiryazev's defense of both filled his polemics in the philosophical controversy. He tried to connect his crusades in physics and philosophy. He was at war with the theory of relativity, by arguing that the Deborahite position in philosophy encouraged formal constructs in physics, of the Einsteinian variety. 48. But paradoxically, by 1927, when the Debrunits finally abandoned their initial evasion and endorsed the theory of relativity, he himself had moved close to the Deborahite position on the philosophical Prop 15. Lem of reduction, though he was still opposed to the term quality, the reduction of physical and chemical phenomena to mechanics in contemporary theoretical natural science does not in the least signify the identification of these phenomena with mechanics, as was the case among the French materialists of the 18th century. This reduction signifies the utilization of the equations of mechanics, and even more than that, the expression of the laws of these supermechanical phenomena in the form of the equations of mechanics, but with the condition of utilizing also such laws as are not derived from these equations. UYCT, however closely Timiryazev's view of reduction approached the Deborahite position, his positivist understanding of philosophy as a whole sustained his hostility to the Debrunits, as he explained in 1928. Now we come to the very root of our disagreements. Those who are called mechanists propose that the study of the concrete facts and phenomena of nature and society should be brought to such a level that the dialectics of these processes would emerge from the processes themselves. Our opponents believe that in the field of natural science one needs to formulate once and for all general propositions like the following: there is no positive electricity without negative, there is no dispersion of energy without its concentration, there is no action without a reaction, etc. The task consists in encompassing from the dialectical point of view natural science as a whole. 60. These vague and diffuse formulations, as Timiryazev called them, were actual quotations from Deborin, whose version of dialectics Timiryazev treated sometimes with ridicule, as above, and sometimes with apprehension. As one might expect, Timiryazev was accused of tailism, Gvosti, M, a Leninist pejorative signifying, in this case, adaptation to the currents of opinion among bourgeois scientists, renunciation of Marxist or party leadership in the field of natural science. 51 But paradoxically he was also accused of nihilism, or more appropriately for the 1920s, of avantgardism, napostovstvo, a pejorative taken from contemporaneous literary disputes, signifying a tendency to reject bourgeois culture indiscriminately and to advocate unreasoning force in Teilmechanist faction. Promoting proletarian culture. The explanation of this paradox does not lie in Timiryazev's theoretical justification of communist intervention in the field of natural science. Few members of either philosophical faction VL have disagreed in principle with his argument that, along with valuable material, one encounters all kinds of rubbish in contemporary science. In this field as in politics we must learn to distinguish the correct line from all possible deviations. When, in the field of natural science, we learn to distinguish genuine theory, genuine science, from their counterfeits, with the same success that we have now in distinguishing Marxism and Leninism from each and every deviation, and moreover when we do this more quickly and better than the specialists in natural science who do not study dialectics, then a significant part of the task now standing before the Marxist methodologist in the field of natural science will be solved. 6.3. Soviet Marxists might approve of these principles and disagree concerning specific cases of alleged rubbish in contemporary science. Or they might try, as the Debrunits did, to be vague in their methodological counsel to natural scientists, to avoid or postpone entanglement in specific issues within the scientific disciplines. Timiryazev himself had two minds. On a general level, as a Marxist philosopher, he invited the charge of tailism by preaching a sort of laissez-faire. Dialectical materialism was simply the philosophy that natural scientists were already using in their work. But Timiryazev was also an old-fashioned physicist who had been committed to war on the formal method of the theory of relativity before he learned to call it bourgeois, or to cite Engels and Lenin as authorities on the philosophy of science. 54 When the Debrunits in 1927 finally overcame their diffidence in relation to Einstein's theory, it had won nearly universal acceptance among physicists, and Timiryazev, the self-proclaimed defender of contemporary science against an alien metaphysics, was quite naturally pictured by the Debrunits as a nihilist or avantgardist, threatening the progress of science with his outworn dogmas. A similar charge could hardly have been leveled at Timiryazev's fellow mechanist, Zakir Aronovich Ksietlin, for this young physicist, born in 1892, became involved in the philosophical controversy in large part as a result of his defense of the new physics. 55 In 1924 and 1925, while defending the theory of relativity against Timiryazev, and the formal method as a whole against Irlov, Ksietlin became convinced of an essential similarity between Marxism and the philosophy of Descartes. He thereby incurred the displeasure of the Debrunits, who were, in 1925, still largely uninterested in problems of physics but were very much alive to issues in the history of philosophy and in general characterizations of L/1 Marxism. 56 By 1927, when the Debrunits finally endorsed the new physics, Ksietlin and Timiryazev found that their different evaluations of Einstein's theory were grounded on mutual devotion to the Newtonian or Mechanist heritage in physics. Both were determined to defend mechanism against Debrunite attack. Indeed, after 1927 Ksietlin muffled his defense of the theory of relativity, or recast it, using language that might not offend Timiryazev. 57 Ksietlin's reading of the Mechanist tradition in physics and philosophy involved him in quarrels with fellow mechanists over more matters than the theory of relativity, before the increasingly critical conflict with the Debrunits caused him and the other mechanists to forget their differences with each other. For example, Ksietlin described as equivalent Engels' argument that space is a form of matter's being, for we never experience space without matter, and Einstein's argument that space possesses physical qualities, for otherwise space would be unthinkable. As the former argument appeals to sensuous experience to prove that space is an attribute of the substance matter, the latter argument, if taken literally, appeals to reason or logic to prove that matter is an attribute of the substance space. In an effort to prove that these apparently different views are actually equivalent, Zeitlin argued that materialism, empiricism, and rationalism could be reconciled, as they allegedly were in the philosophy of Descartes. Lafargue's empiricist and materialist defense of Descartes' belief in innate ideas was repeated. Generations of human experience had allegedly fixed in the evolving human brain an ever more accurate reflection of the laws of the universe. The child of civilized people learns arithmetic easily because of the inherited distribution of molecules in his brain. 59 In several articles and a remarkable book, Science and Hypothesis, Zeitlin tried to show that the great physicists from Nev. Ton to Einstein had been applying and extending the method of Descartes, and, moreover, that Marxism was simply the extension of the Cartesian method to social phenomena. 60 Indeed, Zeitlin went so far as to seek a one-to-one correspondence between certain concepts and laws of physics and those of Marxist social science. The physical atom, or ether, of political economy is money, gold. This discovery of the real meaning of money justly places Marx on a level with Democritus. But Marx went further than Democritus. Like Eöthen, he gave a mathematical theory of economic atomism, ether. Zeitlin regarded atoms as vortices in the universal ethyl. Newton's atomism, as we have seen, made it possible for him to define mass as the product of a body's volume and its density, i.e., the number of atomic units in a unit of volume. Precisely in the same way Marx's hypothesis makes it possible to define the mass of capital rigorously as the product of capital's volume, i.e., the general monetary expression of capital, and its density, i.e., the number of units of common abstract labor in a given monetary unit of capital's volume. 61 It is hardly surprising that such strange comparisons provoked criticism from mechanists as well as Debrunists. As Zeitlin became deeply involved in controversy with the Debrunists, his views on specific issues of natural science, the principal source of dissension between him and fellow mechanists, receded into the background, and more abstract problems in the philosophy of science came to the fore. If Marxist social theory is truly scientific, he argued against the Debrunists, a continuity of method must be demonstrated between it and the natural sciences. There could not be a lower method for the natural sciences, based on metaphysical or mechanistic materialism, and a higher fully dialectical method for social thought and philosophy, as the Debrunists seemed to be saying with their doctrine of irreducible qualities at ascending levels of integration. The unitary scientific method, Zeitlin believed, was quantitative analysis. Non-mathematical analysis in terms of qualities was tolerable only when quantitative methods could not be employed because of the current limitations of the human mind. Theoretically, in principle, it was not impossible for a supergenius of a mathematician to express in quanti 162 mathematical form the complex of material motion that we call Tolstoy's War and Peace. 63 Like most other mechanists, Zeitlin did not advocate actual efforts to reduce all knowledge to quantitative mathematical form. Only madmen, he stressed, would want war and peace in mathematical formulas. 64 He considered the denial of irreducible qualities vitally important in the defense of empirical natural science against the Deborahite metaphysics, not in preparation for a reductionist attack on social science. Indeed, it was Zeitlin who stated the central mechanist grievance against the Debrunists most vividly at the climactic conference of April, 1929, natural scientists will not accept Deboran's formalism. It is inapplicable to exact scientific research. Here formalism leads absolutely nowhere, and those materialist natural scientists who want to carry on a genuine, dialectical materialist investigation of nature, and not a game of jack-straws, not a game of sea dialectics, inevitably clash with the philosophers who are proceeding along the wrong path. All this is explained by the fact that our philosophers do not study the natural sciences, do not study concrete natural science, they learn Hegel and other philosophers by rote from Kuno Fischer. I should advise them as follows: Lenin studied Hegel when he was 45, and he had the head of a genius. Comrade Karev, a prominent Dvorinite, I should forbid as yet to study Hegel. When he is 90, let him study Hegel, but first let him pass an examination in all the concrete disciplines of natural and social science. 8i. Zetlin's sarcasm did not prevent the conference from condemning the Mechanist faction as anti-Marxist. Indeed, he played into the hands of the Debrunites, who pictured the Mechanists as aiding the resistance of bourgeois specialists to the penetration of Marxism into natural science. Deborin singled out Zetlin's speech as extraordinarily characteristic of the narrow-minded natural scientists, the Spitzy, Soviet slang for experts, and from the floor someone called out the further specification, crawling empiricists. 88 at WA. Of course, a considerable distortion to lump Zetlin with crawling empiricists, a Soviet cliché corresponding to our own mindless empiricists, for he all but identified materialist empiricism with Cartesian rationalism. The basic attitudes shared by the Mechanist faction as AM 163 whole can be perceived clearly in the writings of the chemist, Ivan Efimovich Orlov. The reason is not that he was a cautiously reticent conformist who took care to be always in step with the rest of his faction, but that his points of basic agreement stood out by contrast with his many disagreements. From the appearance of his first philosophical articles in 1916, he was 30 at the time, until 1929, when his publications abruptly ceased, i.e. Orlov showed himself to be a rather unusual thinker with much to say about many things. 6-7 Ethics, Logic, the Philosophy of Mathematics, Aesthetics, the Theory of Relativity, Popularizations of Natural Science and its History. All these topics received consideration in Orlov's 2 books and 20-odd articles, nearly all of them published in the 5 years preceding 1929, when, for reasons unknown to the present writer, he fell silent. He was probably not condemned as an enemy of the people, for some of his writings are still listed in Soviet bibliographies. 68 The views he expressed in these fields were often at variance with those of other Mechanists. As early as 1923, when the future Debrunites were still ignoring natural science, Orlov published The Dialectics of the Experiment, in which he called for the elaboration of materialist dialectics by itself, as a method of research. 69 The italics have been added to point up the contrast with the usual Mechanist view that the philosophy of science, dialectics, must not be elaborated out of the context of the specific sciences. To be sure, a close reading of Orlov's article shows that he was by no means a premature Dvorinite, he was merely repeating, this time with Marxist phraseology, the critique of traditional logic, including Mill's rules of induction, that he had published already in 1916.70. The basis of the critique was not Hegelian metaphysics but a kind of empiricism that led Orlov in other publications to reject the so-called formal or symbolic method in physics, quite in the spirit of A.K. Timiryazev's objections to the theory of relativity. 71 Opposition to Einstein's theory was by no means a hallmark of the Mechanist faction, indeed, Timiryazev and Orlov were almost alone in this matter. Nor was Orlov's vigorous and unequivocal assertion that dialectical materialism should intervene directly in the thick of the struggle of physical theories 7-2 characteristic of the mechanists or of the Dvorai 16 Knights, for that matter. The principle that Marxism must penetrate the natural sciences was generally accepted, but it was generally understood and applied in a vague and diffident way. Orlov was sneering at nearly all Soviet Marxists of the 20s, without distinction of philosophical faction, when he asks scornfully whether dialectical materialism can lay down its line in natural science, merely by following after the change of theories, remaining outside special disputes, saluting the theory that has evidently triumphed, and explaining it in the spirit of the materialist worldview. 3 Orlov was also rather unusual in his views on accident and necessity, though here too he was in agreement with A.K. Timiryazev. Using arguments from 19th-century physics, but referring also to the traditions of philosophical atomism going back to Epicurus and Democritus, Orlov reasoned that necessity, sequences of causes and ineluctable effects, were actually summaries of myriad chance occurrences. He scoffed at what he called the Philistin, Meshchinsky, notion of universal determinism, declaring that it had been pitilessly destroyed by science. The laws of nature are natural and elemental stachini in the full sense of the word, they are only the general result of innumerable disorderly motions of particles. On this basis Orlov asserted that Hegel was right in regarding accident or contingency as an objective category, inseparable indeed from the equally objective category of necessity. 7s Nevertheless, it was possible for a fledgling de Boronite mathematician to attack Orlov's view as mechanistic, for Orlov expressly approved a mechanical picture that reduces all phenomena to matter and motion. 7.6 But in regard to contingency the fledgling mathematician, for all his citations from de Boron and Engels, preferred the tame old definition of accident as the intersection of two or more necessary processes that originate independently of each other, and the de Boronite editors of Under the Banner of Marxism, apparently in a quandary, disclaimed responsibility for his article. 7.7 Obviously then i.e. Orlov was no ordinary mechanist. At the very time he must have been preparing his first polemic on behalf of the mechanist faction, he was probably writing an article on cybernetics, as it would now be called, in which he derided the notion that thought can be performed by calculating machines. 78 It is therefore highly instructive to examine Orlov's expressed reasons for siding with the mechanists and against the Debornists, for one can find in these reasons the least common denominator of the mechanist faction's philosophy. Orlov said that the necessity of mechanical models in the physical sciences made him a member of the mechanist faction. 79 This was part of his special animus against the formal method in physics, an animus that he had been expressing since 1916, when he did not yet speak as a Marxist. 80 Actually this favorite issue of Orlov's was irrelevant to his dispute with the Debornists, for they did not object to the use of mechanical models in the physical sciences. When Orlov defined the term mechanical model carefully, this alleged reason for adhering to the mechanist faction became transformed into his second, and truly fundamental reason. Mechanical models, he explained, are heterogeneities of matter that yield to spatial differentiation poddeoshchiasia prostranstven 7 zomurajlachini io neodnarodnosti materii. 81 Putting the matter another way, he insisted that quantitative analysis was the sine qua non of natural science, that qualitative differences and changes in matter are always connected with, and expressible in terms of measurable transpositions of homogeneous elements. Or he could put the matter more simply yet, as he did in his final polemic against the Debornists, isolating the thought in a separate paragraph for special emphasis. Let us note the most important specific peculiarities in the methodology of the natural sciences. Such peculiarities are the absolute necessity of reducing the complex to the simple, and the important significance of studying mechanical motion. 82. Probably all the mechanists would have agreed with this statement on reduction, though some would have found it too modest. It may seem difficult to understand why they regarded this as the basic position that they were defending against de Boronite attack. For the Debornists granted the absolute necessity of reduction in the natural sciences, and the important significance of studying mechanical motion. 8.3 The Debornists limited the applicability of reduction, but so did Orlov. Indeed, in his final polemic he made a special point of the necessity of different methods in different disciplines, and expressly denied that his cherished mechanical models were applicable in the social sciences. One wonders accordingly why he said that the position on which we shall accept battle is the connection between a change of quality and the transposition of matter in space. 84 Apparently the de Boronites repeated assurances that they were not attacking this position, that they were perfectly content to see natural scientists searching for quantitative explanations of qualitative differences in nature, did not allay the hostility of Orlov and the other mechanists. What vitiated these reassurances was the concomitant de Boronite insistence that natural scientists must also search for something else, or affirm the existence of something else on the authority of Hegel and his de Boronite interpreters. In other words, reduction was a disputed method not in natural science itself but in the construction of a Weltanschauung for natural scientists. Orlov was too sophisticated to say, as one or another of his fellow mechanists did, that nothing existed but quantitative relationships, or that there were only atoms and the void, or only an ethereal ocean in endless turmoil, and that the goal of science was the reduction of all phenomena, social and mental included, to the mechanics of the Urstoff. His final polemic was modestly entitled, Concerning Dialectical Tactics in Natural Science. It was a homily on the necessity of circumspection in transferring concepts from Marxism, which was primarily a social doctrine, to the field of natural science. In effect he was warning the Debrunites to be cautious in telling natural scientists what to believe about natural science even on the abstract level of Weltanschauung. The Deborahite talk of irreducible qualities, Orlov felt, was more likely to alienate than to attract natural scientists, whom he pictured as inherently hostile to metaphysics. If one may view the matter cynically, as in all probability Orlov did not, he was calling for a monistic T/1 Marxist Weltanschauung that would stress qualitative analysis and non-mathematical laws in the social sciences, but would expediently forget such concepts when seeking converts among natural scientists. In general, it may be said that appliant positivism was the chief distinguishing characteristic of the otherwise diverse Mechanist faction. Their varieties of positivism were all part of a common effort to syncretize Marxism and the views of natural scientists. One of the last joint declarations of the faction, published in 1928, revealed this common characteristic with unusual clarity: only a living dialectics that takes into account the singularity of each field of phenomena, that is extracted from the factual interdependence of phenomena and is not an a priori construction introduced into them from without, can yield positive results, i.e., results that bear testing by facts, by experiment, results that the natural scientist accordingly cannot and will not mark off from himself with the argument that they do not concern his discipline. The study of the problems of natural science requires great perseverance, aptitude, and profound preparation in a specialty. It is most appropriate of all, if the Marxist physicist makes positive researches concerning dialectics in physics, the Marxist biologist in biology. One need not imagine that anybody can write on any subject on the basis of a study of Hegel's logic. 86 In effect, then, each discipline was to have its philosophy defined by its own Marxist specialists in terms of its own content, with the results gathered under the rubric of dialectical materialism. The knotty problem of locating final authority in disputed issues, which would have arisen if this program had been adopted by the majority of Soviet Marxists, and even more if it had been established as state policy by the Bolshevik leaders, was not examined. The chief effort of nearly every Mechanist was to justify as orthodoxy some variety of syncretic positivism, which was considered indispensable if natural science and its adepts were to be fused with communist ideology and its advocates. Avowed positivism, in the sense of explicit rejection of any and every ontology, was clearly revisionist and accordingly impossible, except for a few peripheral figures such as Bogdanov or Boruchevsky. An unacknowledged positivism that made an ontology by lumping recent physical and biological theories with Bolshevik social thought seemed quite proper for orthodox Marxists, as long as the term positivism was not used, and adherence to a universal, dialectical materialist philosophy was explicitly declared. That is why reduction seemed the chief issue, and, incidentally, why the faction was called Mechanist, i.e., reductionist, rather than positivist. 87 Marxist philosophy of science, dialectical materialism, was acknowledged in principle to be a universal ontology and methodology, only to be reduced in further definition to theories and methods of the particular sciences. The justification offered for this anomaly or dialectical contradiction, as some Mechanists chose to call it, was that the basic method of science is reduction, the explanation of complex phenomena in terms of the interaction of their constituent elements. The Mechanist faction was not positivist avowedly but only in effect, and the effect was achieved by its stress on reduction. The Deborahite faction differed from the Mechanist not only in its understanding of Marxism but also in its composition. Instead of a rather haphazard assortment of theorists with divergent views, the Deborahite faction consisted of a homogeneous nucleus of militants, who began the controversy and pushed it to a successful conclusion, and an outer section of complacent supporters accumulated in the later stages of the controversy. The Mechanist description of the nucleus as Deborin and his students was literally true, regardless of the malice that prompted it. Nearly all the leaders of the Deborinite faction were products of Deborin's seminar at the Institute of Red Professorship. What is more, as they left his seminar and became teachers and writers in the field of philosophy, they continued to regard Deborin as disciples do a master. Indeed, there was a growing tendency among them to look to Deborin as a latter-day Engels or Lenin in the field of philosophy. It is a Deborin, declared I.K. Loophole in 1927, who revealed an understanding of the philosophical tasks of the epoch. The tendency both of his pedagogical work and also of his literary activity has consisted in emphasizing the significance of dialectical materialism as the methodology of science, in elaborating materialist dialectics. This led to the analysis and materialist reworking of Hegel. One may say that, after Lenin's instructions, it was by the works of Deborin, that a new, third period in the philosophical thought of the USSR was begun. An enormous interest in Hegel the dialectician has been aroused, and at the same time, if one may express oneself so, a regular struggle for Hegel has begun. In 1928, another of Deborin's students put this attitude more simply: unfortunately, neither Marx nor Engels nor Lenin, in spite of their desire to do so, left us a systematized theory of materialist dialectics. The continuer of their work in this field, Comrade A. M. Deborin, has begun such a work. Thus, the philosophy of the Deborinite faction was to a large extent a single individual's interpretation of the Marxist heritage, broadcast by his disciples. The individual, Abram Moisevich Deborin, N.E. Yaffe, 188 I, was in origin a revolutionary metal worker who had sided with Lenin in 1903, when the Russian Social Democrats split into the Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. In 1907, under the influence of Plekhanov and formal study in a Swiss university, he had turned Menshevik, and had criticized Marxism as the philosophical correlate of Bolshevik voluntarism in politics. Formed after the Bolshevik Revolution, he quit the Menshevik Party and offered his services as a Marxist philosopher to the Soviet regime. In 1921 Lenin approved Deborin's appointment to a teaching position in Sverdlov Communist University, but warned that Deborin must be watched, lest he smuggle Menshevism into his teaching. Despite this inauspicious beginning, Deborin's career as a Soviet Marxist was for nearly a decade an unchecked rise in authority and prestige. Even before 1925, when the philosophical factions took shape, he was in effectual control both of the section of philosophy at the Institute of Red Professorship, the Center of Graduate Training in Marxist Philosophy, and of the chief journal of Soviet Marxist Philosophy, under the banner of Marxism. In short, he was already the most influential Soviet Marxist in the field of academic or pure philosophy, though he was not yet a party member. He joined in 1928. It is somewhat misleading to describe Deborin as an academic or pure philosopher, even in speaking of those years when he was not yet publishing articles on alleged connections between philosophical issues and the current party line. His first such article appeared in November 1929.6, for he did write polemics of a markedly political nature, in the broad sense of the word, against the theories of Spengler, Freud, or Christian socialists, and in all his writings he did stress alleged connections between philosophical issues and class conflict. Nevertheless, the bulk of his non-polemical writings dealt with such topics as materialism in early modern times, dialectics in Kant and Fichte, and the comparison of dialectics in Hegel and in Marx. Nor was this assortment of topics merely an expression of personal taste. At the Institute of Red Professorship, Deborin put future Red professors of philosophy through the following curriculum. The first year was given to the French materialists and Kant. Spinoza was added in 1923, the second year entirely to Hegel, and the last year to historical materialism, conceived as dialectical materialism, the fusion of materialism with dialectics, applied to social phenomena. 9. The philosophy of natural science got incidental treatment in the second year, as an illustration of Hegel's universal dialectic. 10.4. Until the controversy with the mechanists, de Boron was not especially interested in the philosophy of natural science. He clearly revealed his academic, historical, tendentious conception of philosophy when he defined the basic idea underlying the curriculum he had established, by means of a critical study of the history of philosophy and dialectics. To make clear the necessity of dialectical materialism as the inevitable outcome of all modern philosophy, his conception of philosophy was thus political, in the sense that it aimed to serve the communist movement, but it was also academic, in the sense that it regarded rather abstruse studies in the history of philosophy as its main service. In this connection one must note de Boron's remarkable ability to bend with the wind and remain rooted in one spot. He had already established his program of education, research, and publication in philosophy, when Lenin called on Soviet Marxist philosophers for services that de Boron's program hardly envisaged. 13. This was especially true of aid to the anti-religious movement and efforts to win natural scientists to Marxism. Lenin placed great stress on both, while de Boron was little interested in either. De Boron responded by making repeated obeisance to Lenin's instructions, but he continued his work in philosophy much as before. He and his students translated early modern atheists, which fitted in perfectly with their previously established program, but beyond that they contributed almost nothing to the anti-religious campaign. 14. When the controversy with the mechanists dragged them into the campaign for natural scientists, de Boron found his philosophy of natural science, as Lenin had suggested, in a materialist interpretation of Hegelian dialectics. And in 1929, when Marxist philosophers were called upon to help the party's immediate struggles, de Boron complied with this behest too. He described the elaboration of dialectics from Hegel as the philosophical correlate of the party's drive against the right deviation, or whatever else might be the slogan of the day. I5JT was probably not temporizing that prompted these tactics, but the condescension of the universal philosopher towards those on the lower slopes of Olympus. When de Boron first challenged the mechanists at the beginning of 1925, he stated his point of view quite plainly. We demand the reworking of the new data in each field of knowledge from the point of view of materialist dialectics, while various critics, often without being aware of it, are inclined towards the reworking of dialectical materialism from the point of view of particular facts, of a particular science. The method of dialectical materialism is the result of the entire accumulation of human knowledge. Therefore it cannot be overthrown by particular, contingent facts, which are themselves subject to critical examination from the point of view of the general methodology. 1. It was for this kind of remark that the mechanists regarded de Boron as an arrogant metaphysician, scornful of empirical considerations in his rationalistic search for the universal connection of everything with everything. 1.7 He fed the dismay of his empirically minded opponents by such comments as these: the question of the possibility of reducing chemistry and biology to mechanical laws is a question of principle. Its methodological formulation and solution cannot be dependent on whether such a reduction has or has not been achieved already in practice. 18 Quotations in a similar spirit can be greatly multiplied, apparently substantiating the reputation that de Boron had among the mechanists. To be sure, one can also accumulate quotations of a strikingly different character. For example, in the same speech to natural scientists in which he described philosophy as a search for the universal connection of everything with everything, he described it further in a way hardly different from the so-called mechanist point of view. In what does the power and significance of philosophy consist? Above all in the fact that, by synthesizing the results of the separate sciences, it gives us a unitary worldview. On the other hand, philosophy has as its subject the process of cognition, the analysis of scientific concepts, and the elaboration of the method of cognition. A firm union between philosophy and the positive sciences is the sole theoretical guarantee of a powerful development of human knowledge. 19. Moreover, de Boron could show deference not only to the positive sciences but to other aspects of practice, which, in line with the Marxist tradition, he declared to be the criterion of truth. 20 On one occasion he even anticipated a predominant feature of Soviet Marxism since 1930. Describing as practical dialectics the practice of class struggle in contemporary society, he remarked, "If thought is determined by being, then it is natural that theoretical dialectics is determined by practical dialectics." 21 But one must bear in mind the extreme pliability of the concept of practice in Marxism. Indeed, in Deborin's very claim that particular facts or sciences cannot overthrow dialectical materialism, there was an appeal to an allegedly empirical criterion of truth. He declared his universal philosophy to be irrefutable because it summed up the whole of human experience. To a large extent Deborin was of course merely reproducing the contradictions already noted in the classics of Marxism-Leninism. Like them, he replied to the charge of inconsistency with the claim that truth is contradictory or dialectical, and the present writer will not try to decide whether Deborin substantiated the claim. But it is possible to decide, without undue intrusion of one's own philosophical judgments, whether Deborin was more metaphysical than positivistic in his attitude towards the natural sciences. Appropriately enough for a dialectical thinker, he was both, and in order to perceive where his emphasis lay on the most general level it is necessary to examine his thought on some specific issues. Deborin's ambivalence in defining matter, one of the central concepts of dialectical materialism, is illuminating. He could repeat the mainly epistemological definition to be found in the classics of Marxism-Leninism: matter is the objective reality that exists in time and space, acts on our senses, and is reflected in them. 22 But he was not entirely satisfied with this definition, and supplemented it with a markedly Hegelian, ontological explanation. In a broader sense, matter is the whole, infinite, concrete aggregate of mediations posredstvatani, i.e., relations and connections. And the concrete scientific disciplines mathematics, mechanics, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. deal with various forms and stages of the mediations, i.e., the processes, relations, and connections of this same matter. 23 He heaped scorn on the typical mechanist effort to give an ontological definition of matter in terms of current physical theories, and by this scorn he caused the mechanists to complain that he would deny physicists the right to visualize electrons and protons as the building blocks of the universal substance, matter. 24 But, far from denying such a model to physicists, Deborin himself could speak on occasion of the physicists' ether as the single universal substance, and could give electrons and protons Hegelian dignity by picturing them as nodal points in the universal substance, matter, or ether. 25 His definition of matter depended on his particular audience and purpose. To teach the mechanist faction, and natural scientists at large, a sense of their own inadequacy and a consequent reverence for the dialectical materialist philosopher wrestling with the truly universal problems. Deborin stressed the Hegelian type of definition. To reassure natural scientists that he had no intention of interfering with their proper work, that he was in fact generalizing their work on an inspiring level of abstraction, he stressed the mainly epistemological type of definition, or even translated current physical theory into dialectical terminology. Deborin showed some awareness of these contradictions, and tried to justify them by his central doctrine of quality. Matter, he taught, the universal substance, might have the quality of the physicist's ether and elementary particles on its lowest level of organization, but higher levels of organization of this same matter had additional qualities or specificities, specifiknosti, that is, the higher levels exhibited regularities or laws, for economemesti, Gesetzformmäßigkeiten, that could not be reduced to the regularities of simpler or lower levels. 26 Deborin insisted that his philosophy was still a monistic materialism, for he taught that the higher forms arise from the lower forms. 27 And on this basis he approved of the method of reduction, at the same time that he sought to limit its application. Corresponding to each level of the organization of matter, he argued, was a particular science that used the method of reduction but also sought the irreducible qualities, the specific laws, of its particular level. At the summit of this hierarchy was materialist dialectics, the epitome of all the sciences below but at the same time qualitatively different from them, the universal ontology, studying the most general characteristics of all reality, and simultaneously the universal methodology, showing men how to study all reality. Hegel was considered the chief source for this universal discipline, but de Boron taught that Hegel was to be interpreted in a materialist way, and granted the propriety of enriching dialectics from the positive sciences and practical dialectics or politics. In all this, no less than in the definition of matter, de Boron's stress depended on his particular audience and purpose. Arguing against the mechanist's tendency to make reduction the single universal method of science and to neglect the elaboration of dialectics as an independent discipline, de Boron emphasized the concept of irreducible qualities and the study of Hegel as the chief occupation of the dialectical philosopher. Seeking to reassure mechanistic or uncommitted natural scientists, he stressed his approval of reduction or whatever methods or particular concepts might be convenient in particular disciplines. "We are striving for this," said de Boron, "that dialectics should lead the natural scientist, that it should indicate the correct path to him." 28 In contrast, he pictured the mechanists as seeking a philosophy that would hobble after the brilliant successes of the natural sciences. 29 Quite naturally, therefore, he felt compelled to give concrete examples of the dialectical philosophers' leadership of the natural scientist, but the results of his efforts in this direction were tardy, few, and insubstantial. His most ambitious effort was a trilogy of articles called Engels and Dialectics in Biology, 30, which he would have been wise not to publish, for they were, as Axelrod the Orthodox remarked, oppressively boring and essentially inane. 31 One example will suffice. Biologists with Marxist sympathies were debating the rival theories of Lamarckism and Morganism when de Boron wrote his articles, and he took due note of the debate. He explained that the philosophical root of the trouble was confusion about the twin concepts, internal and external, and he gave Marxist biologists this advice: the opposition between the internal and external has, it goes without saying, only a relative character. The relationship between them is such that they pass reciprocally from one into the other. The possibility of the transition is explained by their oneness, their reality, their reciprocal connection. The external is the appearance of the internal, and the internal is along with that also external. In the internal there is nothing that would not appear in the external, while in the external there is nothing that would not be in the internal. The external and the internal constitute merely elements momentary of one and the same thing. The external is only relatively external, consequently it is also simultaneously internal, and vice versa. 32 To be sure, Morganism was proclaimed a de Boronite position, but only at the very end of the philosophical controversy, and not by de Boron himself. Indeed, at the climactic conference of April, 1929, after listening to many speakers wrangling over rival theories of heredity and other major issues in the natural sciences, de Boron remarked, "It seems to me that we have conducted the discussion poorly today, for the discussions have treated really all the problems there are in the world. It was necessary to concentrate attention on some nodal, central problems, but this wasn't done." 83 If his silence concerning the endorsement of Morganism as the de Boronite position in genetics may be interpreted as acquiescence, he was probably motivated by tactical considerations that will be examined farther on, for there was little or no logical connection between Morganism and de Boron's views. 11 The internal and the external. 34. De Boron offered physicists as little practicable guidance as biologists. In 1924 and 1925, to be sure, he showed hostility to the theory of relativity. 35 But in 1926, as he was emerging from tutelage to A.K. Tamiryazov in the philosophy of natural science, he took a neutral position on relativity. S8 By 1930 he learned from some of his followers to picture relativity as the realization of dialectical materialism in physics. 37 But all these were incidental remarks. De Boron never undertook an extended analysis of Einstein's theories. Nor did he get heavily involved in the problem of contingency, which became a critical issue in discussions of physics following Heisenberg's announcement of the principle of indeterminacy in 1927. De Born could readily repeat Hegel's general formulas: contingency is an objective category, existing not only in the mind but also in external reality, it is indeed a manifestation of necessity. He could also repeat the Aristotelian definition, which seemed to make contingency an appearance and not a reality: it is the intersection of two or more independently developing lines of causation. But when he tried to show how these views might be reconciled, or how they might help physicists through the philosophical difficulties caused by quantum mechanics, he did nothing but quote at great length from bourgeois physicists, arguing that they were spontaneously approaching a dialectical solution based on the recognition of different types of causality for different types of phenomena. And de Born completed his circular argument by saying that the solution would be hastened if the physicists would study materialist dialectics. 38 Thus, if one asks whether de Born was arrogantly metaphysical or worshipfully positivistic in his attitude towards the natural sciences, the ans:(er) must be that he was both. He could argue, as in the case just cited, that scientists were becoming dialectical materialists spontaneously. But he frequently pictured the overwhelming majority of natural scientists as bourgeois specialists, stubbornly resisting the penetration of dialectical materialism into their domain, while the mechanist faction allegedly acted as their apologists. 39 His explanation of the paradox was that the increasingly complex and contradictory nature of natural science had a double result. To solve problems within their specialties, natural scientists were becoming unwitting dialectical materialists, while, to compare 17. Hence science as a whole, their Philistin, Objevitelskiye, Meshchinskiye, minds turned to anti-dialectical, bourgeois philosophies, among which varieties of positivism were the most popular. 40 Accordingly de Born saw his own role as that of winning natural scientists to a dialectical materialist view of science as a whole, to recognition that the universal philosophical problems were answered by Marxist philosophers digging in Hegel. He showed indifference, or even impatience, towards specific problems of the natural sciences, however pregnant with philosophical issues they may have been. It was his job to elaborate an abstract theory of dialectics out of Hegel and other great philosophers. It was up to the scientists to accept the theory, profess it, and apply it in their work. On this basis it is possible to understand what de Born meant when he described his work in the philosophy of natural science as the stimulation of a social movement about dialectics, nor is it a secret to anyone that the polemic concerning problems of dialectics has stirred up our natural scientists and compelled them to take a closer interest in problems of the dialectical method, so that on this front we may note significant progress. True, some of the patented Marxists, and especially the Marxist natural scientists, turned tail at a most critical moment, but the social movement about dialectics continues to develop in breadth and depth. It has taken hold of the youth, who are turning from their authorities in the field of natural science, for they have already grown a head taller than their teachers in matters of theory. 41 Against the intractable authorities in the field of natural science, who were unwilling to acknowledge the relevance of Marxism to their disciplines, and especially against the mechanists, whom de Born pictured as apologists for the bourgeois professor's contumacy, he held up his grand metaphysics in authoritarian fashion. Towards those who professed his metaphysics, or might profess it but for fear that it was a Procrustean bed for the natural sciences, he showed himself to be as permissive as only he can be who is basically disinterested in particular scientific theories. The method of dialectical materialism, de Born said, cannot be overthrown by particular, contingent facts. 42 This could be the assertion of the philosopher's right to tell scientists what they might or might not accept, it could also be NJ. The assertion that anything the scientist might declare to be fact would be consecrated by the philosopher as dialectical materialism. We proceed, de Born said, from the most profound conviction that materialist dialectics can help natural scientists raise natural science to a new, higher level, just as happened in the social sciences, thanks to the efforts of Marx and Engels. 43. He offered almost nothing in the way of empirical proof to support this conviction. In demanding that natural scientists profess it after him, he was therefore demanding a declaration of faith in the universal, beneficial potency of dialectical materialism. But he did not demand much more. If they were willing to seek the blessing of the dialectical materialist philosopher, to profess belief in the transubstantiation of their disciplines as a result of the blessing, he was willing to leave the rest to them. De Boron's students, the nucleus of the de Boronite faction, did little more in the philosophy of natural science than to ruminate, expand, and broadcast de Boron's arguments. Like de Boron, they did their most creditable work in the history of philosophy 45 and came to the philosophy of natural science largely for polemical reasons. Nevertheless, their polemics are a rewarding object of study, if only because of their propensity to simplify and exaggerate, and thus to show the faction's basic trends more vividly than de Boron. Thus, V.P. Egershin, one of the very few of de Boron's students who were also students of a natural science, physics in Egershin's case, pictured the natural scientists as already dialectical materialist in their special researches. But he derided as typical of the Mechanist faction /e stress on this spontaneous dialectical materialism, allowing natural scientists to continue their old way of life undisturbed, materialism and dialectics not only in the workaday laboratory but also in the holiday speech and in the generalizing book. Such must be the slogan we cast to the natural scientists of the Soviet Union. 46. Another young de Boronite who was studying a natural science, B.N. Vyrapev, straining for a succinct description of the desired relationship between natural scientists and Marxist philosophy, said that Hegel, the chief source for the philosophy, had to be read through a materialist prism. Here, he concluded, a division of labor is necessary. The philosophers must become such a prism. 47. Both these authors evidently took it for granted that the relationship between scientists and Marxist philosophers would be based on what might be called mutual respect for sovereignty, and it is perhaps significant that both these young de Boronites were of the select few who were also fledgling natural scientists. 48. More common in the writings of de Boron's students was a figure of speech that represented philosophers as ruling natural scientists. 49. This startling metaphor had its origin in Engels' posthumous Dialectics of Nature, where it was a derisive comment on the self-deception of natural scientists who claimed to need no philosophy. Natural scientists may take what stand they please, went the redaction current in the 20s, but they are ruled by philosophers. 50. Engels had hardly been in a position to mean this as anything but an historical comment, but in the writings of de Boron's students it took on the tone of a high-handed program or prescription, which might have been interpreted as threatening the sovereignty of natural scientists even in their special researches. Some of de Boron's students exaggerated not only their master's superciliousness towards natural scientists, but also his philosophical justification for it. The following, for example, might be taken for a caricature of de Boron's manifesto to the Mechanists, though it was actually part of an intensely serious de Boronite tract for members of the Young Communist League, Komsomol. If dialectics as a science studies the universal laws of motion, then the positive sciences study the concrete forms of motion. As the general is the basis for the particular, so also dialectics is the basis for particular concrete facts. Our philosophy rests on the experience of the entire history of cognition of the world, and therefore it is unconditionally truer, more objective, than individual positive sciences in their theoretical constructs. 61. Against such extravagant declarations it is of course possible to set repetitions of de Boron's formal adherence to an empirical criterion of truth, especially the formula that practice has priority over theory. But the repetitions of Thieu's ambiguous formula by de Boron's students must be considered in context if their meaning is to be understood. For example, in order to refute the Mechanists, who gave the formula a positivist meaning, two leading de Borylutes, Karev and Sten, recalled Marx's contempt for an understanding of practice only in the dirty Jewish form of its appearance. They changed dirty Jewish to dirty Swinish Gria Nosvinskat, just as the newest Soviet Russian translation makes it dirty Hucksterish Griatnider Gashiskos. Practice, the Debrunets insisted, in order to be the criterion of truth, must be considered from the vantage point of universal hyo, Tory. 52. But in that case, one cannot help noting, practice had become indistinguishable from the universal philosophy that was declared to be truer, more objective, than individual positive sciences. Marx and Engels had derided systems of philosophy often enough for the Debrunets to deny the Mechanist charge that they were trying to build one, but at least one of de Boron's students boldly agreed that he advocated the elaboration of a philosophical system. 63. What is more significant is the inescapable fact that the de Boronite nucleus, even though it usually shunned the forbidden term, was indeed beginning to create a system of metaphysics, as the period under review was drawing to a close. At the very beginning of the controversy, a de Boronite projected such a system, while defending the cultivation of philosophy as an independent discipline. To express oneself in Hegel's language, the subject of dialectical materialism is the most general determinations opri delinea, bestimungensif being, matter, quality, quantity, measure, causality, subject-object, etc. All the concepts we have indicated are applicable in equal degree both to natural and to social science, but at the same time they do not merge with either all. The studies that this de Boronite seemed to be promising began to appear only late in the 20s, and then only in very small number. Moreover, they never lost the character of researches in the history of philosophy, which never ceased to be the forte of the de Boronite faction. For example, a paper on Hegel's doctrine of contingency, read to the Communist Academy in March, 1929, was a purely historical study, except for its initial declaration that Hegel's doctrine was acceptable to materialist dialectics virtually without change. 55. It is significant that, with no mechanists participating in the discussion, the only criticism of the paper came from young Debrunets who complained that the speaker was too abstract, too hard to understand. But no one objected to the virtual identification of Hegelian and materialist dialectics on the subject of contingency. Behind the increasingly ponderous, Hegelian terminology of de Boron's students, it is possible to perceive the same willingness to endorse current theories of natural science that has already been noted in the case of de Boron himself. Examination of the so-called de Boronite positions in biology and physics will reveal this most clearly. But it may be discerned also in the fact that de Boron's students were remarkably moderate in their treatment of the concept of irreducible qualities. Indeed, N.A. Karev, the de Boronite who was most notorious for arrogance towards the positive sciences, formulated the de Boronite position on quality and reduction in a way that moved A.K. Tamiryazov to exclaim that the dispute was ended. Karev granted that every higher form of the motion of matter rises from a lower one, and its appearance is not due to the intervention of any special forces besides those that exist in the lower form. It rises as a result of a complication of the motion of the lower form, a complication that engenders new qualities. In this case there cannot be any thought of vitalism. Every higher form can be created under appropriate conditions out of the interaction of the lower forms. This is indubitable but such endorsements of reduction as a method in the natural sciences did not end the dispute, for the Debrunets were not quarreling about the methods actually used in natural science. They stressed the concept of irreducible qualities in order to check scientists from expanding special theories and methods into a universal ontology and methodology, in order to make the scientists look to de Boron and his students for the universal philosophy. For a while even some Debrunets followed the Mechanist habit of describing the controversy as a clash of Marxist natural scientists, the Mechanists, and Marxist philosophers, the Debrunets. Before long, however, the Debrunets dropped this usage, in part because they perceived the handicap that it placed upon them in winning the allegiance of scientists, but also because natural scientists began to join de Boron's social movement about dialectics in significant numbers. The bulk of these scientific Debrunets were young people, mostly graduate students in the universities and institutes of Moscow and Leningrad, whose views during the period under review were virtually indistinguishable from those of de Boron and his students. But the same cannot be said of several mature natural scientists who gave their support to the de Boronite faction. To a large extent they complacently repeated the general slogans and formulas of the de Boronite nucleus, but they also revealed some significant differences. Alexander Alexandrovich Maximov was prized by the de Boronites as their first physicist, until he quarreled with them in 1929. Point 2. On the other hand, an eminent physicist once commented that Comrade Maximov is not a physicist but a philosopher. Point 3. The facts are that Maximov graduated from the University of Kazan in 1916 with a major in physics, joined the Bolsheviks just after the revolution, and served the new regime as a provincial educational official and soldier. On demobilization he got a post at the center, in the Commissariat of Education's Division of Secondary Education, and in 1922 went to help A.K. Timouriazev win scientists to Marxism at Moscow University. For there he found his career as a prolific and persuasive propagandist. He became chairman of the university's Department of the History and Philosophy of Natural Science, which grew out of the informal study circle that he and Timouriazev organized in 1923, and by the end of the 20s he was considered an eminent Marxist physicist by Mechanist as well as de Boronite philosophers. Let us say that Maximov became a physicist to philosophers, a philosopher to physicists. His first contribution to the de Boronite cause was a polemic against the popularizations of natural science that had been coming from the Timouriazev Institute, the stronghold of the Mechanist faction. These popularizations, he complained, put too much stress on the method of analysis, the explanation of complex phenomena in terms of simple constituent elements, they neglected the method of synthesis, and the importance of Marxism as a Weltanschauung for natural scientists was thereby diminished. As Maximov saw it, the Mechanist faction was furnishing a theoretical justification for such vulgarizations of natural science. 6. In short, he repeated, with variations appropriate to his particular interests, the de Boronite theme that the Mechanists were blocking, the penetration of dialectical materialism into natural science. And, like the other de Boronites, he understood the slogan mainly as a demand for a profession of faith from natural scientists. 7. Indeed, he quarreled with the de Boronite faction when it finally took a stand on a specific issue in physics, the theory of relativity. To understand Maximov's disgruntlement it is not necessary to delve into the variety of Soviet Marxist positions on relativity that had been developing since A.K. Timouriazev attacked Einstein's physics in 192. 8. For Boris Mikhailovich Jessen, or Hessen, as he has been known in the West since 193. For his notorious paper on Newton, 9 men revered the de Boronites into the simple assertion that relativity was the realization of dialectical materialism in physics. In 1927, when he began this maneuver, Jessen was a 44-year-old docent or assistant professor in Maximov's Department of the History and Philosophy of Natural Science at Moscow University. To a specialist, like Maximov, in the borderland between physics and philosophy, but one with a greater knowledge of physics, he quietly observed a congress of physicists where Timouriazev wrangled with eminent non-Marxist scientists over the theory of relativity. When he gave a neutral report of the wrangle in under the banner of Marxism, Timouriazev protested, Marxists could not be neutral to relativity for it contradicted materialism. Jessen replied that it did not, since it did not question the existence of matter as the source of sensations and knowledge. He even went so far as to say that Newtonian physics was in need of a supplement. Whether Einstein's theory or some other theory will serve as that supplement, physics will reveal, and furthermore, no theory will destroy materialism. 12. Thus Jessen's debut as a Marxist was typically de Boronite, discrete neutrality on a concrete issue was combined with sweeping assertiveness on a metaphysical level. But he pressed Timouriazev vigorously on a practical matter, picturing him as a dogmatist baiting non-Marxist physicists. Here we come to conclusions in which theory is already interwoven with practical politics, and we, along with the party and the Soviet regime, hold to the unshakable conviction that we need to work in unison with the representatives of contemporary science, that we can make dialectical materialists of them only by means of joint work with them, while the point of view of nihilism, of a peculiar scientific on-guardism, * would do irreparable harm to the revolution and to Marxism. This was a startling inversion of combat positions that had become almost conventional. A de Boronite was charging a Machinist with endangering harmonious cooperation between Marxists and natural scientists by thrusting an alien and dogmatic philosophy upon the scientists. By 1928 Jessen was ready to take the final step in his maneuver, presumably after he had made sure that Timiryazev was almost entirely alone in opposition to the theory of relativity. Jessen then announced that in the field of physics the views of the theory of relativity on space and time basically coincide with the views of dialectical materialism on the relationship of space, time, and matter. When Jessen's maneuver was completed in 1928, the de Boronite faction was on the verge of its complete triumph over the Mechanists, and Maximov had material incentive to stay with the winning side. Why then at the end of 1928 or beginning of 1929, did he call Jessen a Machist and right deviationist? 15 The first epithet is not hard to account for. Jessen had concluded that Einstein's physics coincided with dialectical materialist views on space, time, and matter. Maximov believed that through Lorentz, in the person of Einstein, physics has finally reached ideas that approach the adoption of dialectical materialism's viewpoint on space and time. 16 In other words, Jessen put less stress than Maximov on the idealist elements in Einstein's writings, and Maximov therefore accused him of accepting Einstein's Machist philosophy along with the valuable physics in the theory of relativity. On that basis one can account for the second epithet, right deviationist. At the end of 1928 and the beginning of 1929 this term was not yet associated with mechanistic materialism, but was used to describe, in Stalin's words, people in our party who try, perhaps without themselves realizing it, to accommodate the work-delo of our socialist construction to the tastes and needs of the Soviet bourgeoisie. 17 Apparently, then, Maximov pictured Jessen's position on the theory of relativity as evidence of a larger effort to accommodate the social movement about dialectics to the tastes and needs of the bourgeois specialists in natural science. In effect, Maximov was accusing Jessen, and by implication the de Boronite leaders who approved Jessen's maneuver, of being too soft and permissive in their efforts to convert natural scientists to Marxism. He was turning against the de Boronite faction one of its main charges against the Mechanists. It is therefore easy to understand why his quarrel with Jessen did not take him to the Mechanist faction. He became an outsider. Within a new, de Boronite Institute of Philosophy at the Communist Academy he was made a subordinate of Jessen's, 18 and he was given no place at all on the editorial board of Natural Science and Marxism, which the Academy's section of Natural Science began to publish in 1929.19. He stayed away because of illness, he later said from the conference of April, 1929, which, while crowning the de Boronite victory, announced Jessen's view of relativity as the de Boronite viewpoint. 20. Actually, it had been the Mechanist Semkovsky's before it was Jessen's. Maximov would come to the top in the Great Break, when the de Boronites would be condemned for their lack of partiness, partinost, in relation to natural science. 21 In 1928, about the same time that Jessen was placing the de Boronite label on the equation of Einstein's theory and dialectical materialism, Israel Iosifovich Shigol, a 37-year-old geneticist, undertook a similar maneuver. He claimed that true dialectical materialism, LE, the de Boronite version of it, and Morganism, roughly, the theory that combinations and mutations of genes are the chief cause of evolution, were mutually corroborative, and he declared the philosophy of the Mechanist faction to be inseparable from Lamarckism, roughly, the theory that adaptation to environment and inheritance of acquired characters are the chief cause of evolution. 22 On that basis he demanded the suppression of Lamarckist work at the Communist Academy and the Timiryazev Institute. 23 This seems at first to be basically analogous to Jessen's maneuver, but the crucial difference is apparent in Hegol's demand for the suppression of Lamarckism. Jessen had no need to make an analogous demand, for he was giving a de Boronite blessing to a scientific theory that was almost universally accepted. His main purpose was to enhance the de Boronite appeal to natural scientists. Gaulle tried to use the de Boronite ideology as a club against a biological theory that enjoyed considerable support among Soviet Marxists. In order to strike a blow at his opponents in biology, he was willing to risk a loss of strength to his philosophical faction. Other de Boronites were unwilling to take this risk, but Gaulle had the zeal of a new convert to uncompromising Morganism, one Muse T specify. In 1926, when he had become a de Boronite but not yet a militant Morganist, he had pictured the Austrian Lamarckist Kammerer as a persecuted hero of science, seeking a haven in the Soviet Union. 24 But in April, 1929, Gaulle demanded that Kammerer's followers should be expelled from the Communist Academy and the Timiryazev Institute, since they were enemies both of the true science of genetics and of the true, de Boronite version of Marxist philosophy. Similar anomalies point up the basic motivation of the other, Morganist biologists who spoke as de Boronites at the Conference of April, 1929. Their efforts to link the biological and philosophical factions were as strange and new as Gaulle's, and were similarly directed much more against the flourishing school of Lamarckism than against the decimated Mechanist faction in philosophy. Solomon Grigorovich Levitt, a 35-year-old physician who had also been recently converted from Lamarckism 27, came the closest to demonstrating a logical connection between Lamarckism and the Mechanist faction's philosophy. Lamarckism, he argued, by its stress on environmentally induced changes and gradual adaptations, denies the self-movement and development by leaps of living organisms. He also charged the Lamarckists with failure to appreciate the dialectical interconnectedness of the germplasm and the soma, the organism, and its environment. But the Morganists were themselves vulnerable to such arguments from dialectics. If, at the Conference of April, 1929, they displayed a slightly greater facility in this sort of argument than the Lamarckists, the reason was probably that they had a head start, and not that their position was inherently more dialectical. In the judgment of the present writer, the unquestioning reductionism of both biological factions made them both more akin to the Mechanist than to the de Boronite philosophy. But genuine intellectual affinity was hardly at issue in Gaulle's maneuver and the arguments that it provoked. A similar effort to use the victorious de Boronite philosophy was made by some of the Marxists engaged in the psychological controversies of the late 20s. 29 For example, three psychologists who spoke at the Conference of April, 1929, ostensibly to describe the penetration of dialectical materialism into their discipline, did not let slip the opportunity to hint that their own theories of psychology were part of the victorious de Boronist philosophy, and to insinuate that the theories of their opponents were linked to the revisionist philosophy of the Mechanist faction. 30 In speaking this way they came into conflict with each other, for they advocated different theories. They agreed that reflexology was mechanistic, but they could not agree on what should supersede it. From the leading de Boronites there was only silence on this question, and one of the three psychologists complained that Comrade de Boron has not demarked himself from those who speculate in dialectics spekularyu dialektikoi, and there are not a few of them. 31 The Russian phrase do not have the charitable ambiguity of idle, English translation, which may mean either that some people were using dialectics for speculation, in the sense of theorizing with insufficient evidence, or that some people were trying to profit from the rising market in de Boronite dialectics. The Russian phrase unambiguously intends the latter meaning. The speaker, A.N. Zalmanzin, was complaining that unscrupulous people were cynically using de Boronite talk to advance special interests in scientific disputes, and de Boron's silence was being taken as support for such people. Actually, it is not necessary to put Zalmanzin's sordid interpretation on the efforts of rival scientists to climb on the de Boronite bandwagon as, indeed, he himself was trying to do, through grumbling that the best places had been taken. People climb on bandwagons for many reasons, not all of them sordid. Moreover, the silence of the leading de Boronites in regard to conflicting theories in psychology was part of a pattern of de Boronite reluctance to become involved in the concrete issues of the various sciences, whether social or natural. The appearance of the bickering psychologists at the Conference of April, 1929, and the concomitant silence of the de Boronite leaders, have therefore only indirect significance for an understanding of the Deborahite philosophy of science. They show once again that the Deborahite faction had created a social movement about dialectics without being ready or willing to give authoritative answers to the theoretical questions that agitated Marxists in various scientific fields. Paradoxically, one may also note that the Deborahite philosophy of science made possible, or even probable, a scramble for authoritative answers. The clearest evidence that the Deborahite leaders were not trying to become arbiters of scientific controversies is the activity of the one truly eminent scientist among them. Otto Iulovich Schmidt, or Schmidt, as he wrote his name in Western scientific journals, was only 28 in 1918, when he joined the Bolshevik Party, but he already had a reputation. Both as a mathematician and as a revolutionary, he had been a prominent left Menshevik. During the 20s he was honored, or burdened, with offices as important as those of A.K. Timiroazev, the only Bolshevik scientist of comparable stature during this period. 32 For a time Schmidt was head of the state press, GIZ, and chief editor of the large Soviet encyclopedia. As vice president of the State Council of Scholarship, GUS, and president of its scientific and technical section, he played a central role in the continuing transformation of higher education and research. When the Communist Academy in 1925 finally established a section of natural and exact sciences, he organized and then headed the new section, and accordingly became a member of the presidium that governed the academy. Still he managed to continue his work in mathematics, publishing both in Soviet and in foreign journals, and already in the 20s he began the geographical explorations that were to make him something of a popular hero. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Schmidt's versatile personality was his attitude towards the problems of a Marxist philosophy of science. He had probably the most crudely practical, the least philosophical, attitude of all the major figures in both factions. Schmidt's essential position was vividly revealed as early as February, 1924, even before the philosophical controversy began, when he made one of his rare contributions to the Communist Academy's continual discussions of Marxism and natural science. Having heard A.K. Timiroazev reject the theory of relativity in the name of dialectical materialism and Bogdanov and Bazarov defend the theory from a Machist philosophical viewpoint, Schmidt anxiously insisted on the possibility of supporting both the orthodox Marxist philosophy and Einstein's physical theory. Schmidt argued that the physical theory must be judged independently of its creator's philosophy. The ideology of a certain professor living in Berlin is of no interest to us. 33 And he quite frankly, almost cynically, explained his pragmatic attitude towards the philosophical aspects of the theory. Relativist philosophy was the first to make use of Einstein, the first to begin extracting capital out of him. It does not follow that we must reject him. Let us also try to extract capital from him and take what answers to our worldview. 34. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that Schmidt conceived his task as head of the Communist Academy's section of natural and exact sciences to be essentially political. His main purpose, he said, was to intensify the political division among natural scientists, by encouraging those with materialist sympathies to make some demonstration of sympathy with the Soviet regime and its ideology. 3s Nor is it surprising that for a long time he kept out of the philosophical controversy, though evincing some sympathy with the Mechanists. His difference with A.K. Timiroazev over the theory of relativity was not for Schmidt any more than for Tsietlin or Semkovsky a reason to oppose the Mechanist faction. He felt that most natural scientists who had materialist sympathies were closer to the position of the Mechanists than to that of the Deborahnites, and he wanted not only to avoid offending them but to draw them into his section of natural and exact sciences, or at least into one of the societies of materialist scientists that his section organized. On the other hand, he did not want to offend the growing number of Deborahite graduate students in the natural sciences, in part because he agreed with some of their views. But as late as the academic year, 1927 to 1928, he invited a leading Mechanist, Axelrod the Orthodox, to give the seminar on dialectical materialism in the Communist Academy's section of natural and exact sciences. 36 Evidently he still believed, at the beginning of this academic year, that it was more important to propitiate mature natural scientists who had Mechanist sympathies than fledgling natural scientists who were de Boerenites. At a conference in March, 1928, Schmidt, goaded into a public comment on the philosophical controversy, showed that he was being pulled towards the de Boerenite faction but was still reluctant to commit himself entirely to it. 37 In order to rebuff bourgeois ideologies among natural scientists, to make sure that the rising generation of natural scientists would be thoroughly devoted to the Soviet cause, in a word, to establish the party's tentacle, Schkippeltse, in all branches of natural science, Schmidt felt it necessary to assert the primate of philosophy and social theory in the elaboration of the Marxist philosophy of natural science. This was of course or even, the central principle of the de Boerenite faction, though Schmidt did not identify it as such. In effect, he was saying that if he had to choose between the mature natural scientists with Mechanist sympathies and the de Boerenite militants among the graduate students, he was ready to choose the latter. But he did not feel it necessary to choose, he hoped to reconcile the two. He followed the mechanists' custom of deploring the philosophical controversy as an internecine struggle distracting Marxists from their proper work of combating bourgeois ideology. The de Boerenites generally represented the controversy as an unfortunate but ultimately beneficial purge of revisionists from the body of Marxists. And he tactfully repeated the most common Mechanist criticism of the de Boerenites, without identifying it, by saying that metaphysics must be avoided, that the necessity of concreteness in the philosophy of natural science must be recognized. 38 Even in January, 1929, when Natural Science and Marxism was launched as a quarterly publication of the section of Natural and Exact Sciences, with Schmidt as the chief editor, the editorial manifesto revolved Schmidt's adherence to the de Boerenites only glancingly. 39 Only at the conference of April, 1929, did Schmidt attack the Mechanist faction and declare himself a de Boerenite publicly, strongly, and in detail. Indeed, he gave one of the two main speeches denouncing the Mechanist faction. But even there he could not entirely repress his Amir pencils, which broke into his speech continually, a discordant refrain clashing with the predominant de Boerenite theme. He drew a laugh from his audience by quoting a bit of anonymous doggerel that described the conference as a meeting of Catholics trying to convert botany and zoology into Marxotheology. 40 He told mockingly of one graduate student, a very sweet girl, a student of a man who considers himself a Marxist, who submitted an essay in which the first lines began, "The entire great multiformity of the universe is a continuous transition from quantity into quality." 41 He imagined a physicist charged with an absurdity who would counter, "How is that absurd? That is the unity of opposites." Even some parts of Schmidt's theses were found objectionable by the de Boerenite committee selected to write the resolution in accordance with Comrade Schmidt's speech. Some of the committee's emendations were trifling, but indicative all the same. Where Schmidt wrote that the union of Marxist natural scientists with Marxists working in the social sciences, especially philosophy, is very important, the committee changed union to close union, and described such union as absolutely necessary instead of very important. Schmidt deplored the primitive Kustarn attempts of the so-called Mechanists to build their own philosophy on the basis of contemporary natural science in isolation from the development of dialectical philosophy and social theory in general, and the committee struck so-called Schmidt's one conciliatory reservation in an otherwise thoroughly de Boerenite condemnation of the defeated faction. But one of the committee's emendations was not trifling. An entire thesis was dropped, especially since the Mechanists at the conference claimed that it conceded the justice of their hostility to the de Boerenites, the struggle of the dialecticians, i.e., de Boerenites with the Mechanists within our own ranks, has weakened us, it has distracted attention from the common enemy, idealism triumphant in the West, it has temporarily led some philosophers to underrate positive knowledge, which portended scholasticism. The whole discussion was at times conducted on an insufficiently high level. 411 These points had indeed been among the Mechanists' central criticisms of the de Boerenites. Apparently Schmidt hoped that this thesis would reassure natural scientists who feared the metaphysical arrogance and partisan unscrupulousness that the mechanists attributed to the Debrunites. It must not be imagined that Schmidt always objected to polemical methods of an insufficiently high level. At the conference of April, 1929, he gave a review of Soviet Marxist discussions of the theory of relativity that was entirely in accord with Jessen's maneuver. He completely ignored not only the support given Einstein's theory by Soviet Marxists who were not Debrunites but even his own earlier comments. In other words, Schmidt gave his wholehearted support to the legend that the Debrunite faction had saved Einstein's theory from the attacks of the mechanist faction. To be sure, he resisted Egole's maneuver, and promised that Lamarckists would not be expelled from the Communist Academy and the Timiryazev Institute, but his motivation was probably not an abstract desire for fair play. 47 The Jessen maneuver was designed to extend the appeal of the Debrunite philosophy to as many natural scientists as possible, while Egole's maneuver was intended to destroy a school of thought that was fairly widespread among Soviet Marxists. Schmidt, in supporting one and condemning the other, showed once again his main objective in the philosophy of science, to bring as many scientists as possible to ideological sympathy with the Soviet regime. This objective made Schmidt conciliatory, but only on condition that certain Debrunite fundamentals be accepted. In March, 1928, he had already been inclined towards the Debrunite faction because he had sensed the need of a communist tentacle in the natural sciences, and he had recognized that unless the primacy of philosophers and social theorists were granted, it would be impossible to establish such a tentacle. But he had feared then that the bold assertion of this primacy would alienate the natural scientists whose friendship he had been cultivating, those with a preference for some kind of mechanist philosophy. By April, 1929, he had changed his mind on some essential matters. Now, he declared, it is no longer a question of the parties having some sort of tentacle in this field of natural science. We must concentrate our forces in this field of work. 48 Vaguely sympathetic natural scientists had proved insufficient. After all, the overwhelming majority of mature natural scientists were still followers of bourgeois philosophies. The coming generation of natural scientists, Schmidt warned, including even many communists, were being confused by their teachers of natural science. It was necessary to mobilize these young people in a struggle for the supremacy of Marxism as the philosophy of natural science. The students would have to teach their teachers. Philosophers and social theorists were to show the students what to teach, and the theoretical justification of the entire process was the primacy of philosophy. If this basic position would be granted, Schmidt argued, natural scientists had nothing to fear from the Debrunites. The ridiculous dispute between philosophy and natural science does not exist for us dialectical materialists. We recognize the leadership of philosophy in the sense of a general methodology and a general viewpoint ustanovka. On the other hand, the philosophers, through the mouths of Deborn and his students who have spoken here, have refuted the absurd accusations sometimes made against them, that they scorn concrete natural science and prescribe their own laws to nature. While continuing their own work in the development of dialectical materialism, the philosophers are in need of facts and concrete applications of the method from us natural scientists. We, in our turn, need the leadership of dialectical materialism for the solution of the tremendous task before us, that of mastering all natural science as a whole, and we shall utilize that leadership. C.E. The Debrunite philosophers at the Conference of April, 1929, did not take exception to this peroration. And they had no reason to, for Schmidt had neatly expressed the practical side of their main position. Natural scientists could do as they pleased in natural science, if they recognized the primacy of Marxist philosophers and social theorists in questions of Weltanschauung and abstract methodology. Schmidt, who was probably the most estimable natural scientist qua scientist in either faction, had the least philosophical attitude towards the issues. Perhaps this was the result of his preoccupation qua government official with the cultural revolution in natural science. Perhaps, paradoxically, it was the result also of his genuine profundity as a scientist, maybe the feeble light of the Deboronite philosophy, or of dialectical materialism altogether, could not penetrate the depths of his mathematical mind. Or, assuming the Deboronite philosophy and dialectical materialism to have been more than a feeble light for science, perhaps he had the kind of scientific mentality that was insensitive to all but technical and political issues. An attempt to choose the most likely possibility would raise the larger problem of determining what are the meaningful questions in the philosophy of science that are neither technical nor political. For present purposes it is sufficient to note that Schmidt's view of the controversy was largely political. He perceived the Deboronite and Mechanist positions in terms of the relations between natural science and its adepts, on the one hand, and communist ideology and its interpreters, on the other hand. What is more, something similar can be said of nearly all the mature scientists who joined the Deboronite faction. The exceptions were those who tried to use the Deboronite philosophy as a weapon in scientific controversies. The Deboronite faction appealed to Marxist natural scientists to join a social movement about dialectics, and that apparently is what those who responded did. It is therefore hardly surprising that the semi-philosophical issues dividing natural scientists qua scientists were rather artificially involved in the writings of the Deboronite natural scientists. Mutual indifference prevailed between the Deboronites and the social theorists of the 20s, but there were two exceptions to the rule. A few social theorists gave support to the Deboronite faction, and the Deboronites began to extend their philosophy into the field of social theory in the second half of 1929, that is, when they had finished their dispute with the Mechanists and were on the verge of being attacked by a third faction. These exceptions deserve examination, for they point up some of the essential features of the Deboronite philosophy. Without doubt the most notable of the social theorists who gave Article 1.8 support to the Deboronites was David Borisovich Ryazanov, Negol Dendik in 1870, a sardonic old revolutionary, crusty enough to decry the cult of Lenin too but nevertheless kept on as the chief of research on Marx and Engels until 1931.3. There is no place here to review his impressive work as an historian of Marxism, for his support of the Deboronist faction was a peripheral incident in that work, very nearly the result of a misunderstanding. Among the manuscripts that he wheedled out of the archives of the German Social Democratic Party was Engels' fragmentary Dialectics of Nature, which he deciphered and finally published in 1925, just as the controversy between the Mechanists and Deboronites was getting fully underway. For this new classic of Marxism-Leninism, as the Deboronites hailed it, contributed to their victory over the Mechanists. But Ryazanov did not regard the work as a classic, in the sense of an authoritative standard for the Marxist philosophy of science. He agreed with Einstein's opinion that the manuscript had only historical interest as a source for the intellectual biography of Engels. 5. If Ryazanov nevertheless argued publicly that Engels' new work helped to prove the Deboronites right and the Mechanists wrong, his reasoning was simply that the Mechanists denied the universality of Marxism, while Marx and Engels declared, in many classics as well as this new work, that dialectical materialism was applicable to natural no less than social science. 6. Such an argument was of relatively little help to the Deboronites, for the Mechanists were not positivists explicitly but only in effect. The chief issue was not whether but how the Marxist philosophy applied to natural science. Ryazanov probably perceived this as the Deboronites became more and more involved in natural science by their efforts to prove that their version of dialectical materialism rather than the Mechanists' the truly universal Marxist philosophy, for he ceased active support of the Deboronite cause as early as 1926. By the spring of 1928, though he still felt that the Deboronites were right by comparison with the Mechanists, he was sarcastic towards the entire effort of Soviet Marxists to penetrate natural science. Indeed, many aspects of Soviet Marxism must have been troubling the old man, for he disturbed a conference of Marxist-Leninist research institutions in March 1928, with sarcastic interjections on several subjects. 7. He derided the Communist Academy's efforts to conduct Pavlovian research. 8. He confessed that Deborin was justified in accusing him of indifference towards the hunt after natural science, which he characterized by the Russian equivalent of catching a tiger by the tail. the hunter seized the bear, and the bear will not let him go. 9. Recently, said Ryazanov, shifting his figure of speech, these symptoms of the infection not of natural science by Marxism, but of Marxism by natural science, have been growing stronger and stronger. When the mechanist Vazhas interjected at this point, and what does that mean, infection? Ryazanov jibed at him and specified the mechanist disease of reductionism. 1. But apparently he felt that the Debrunits had also contributed to the infection. Or the jabrology. Boltologia, as he described the philosophical controversy at one point. Soviet Marxism, he argued, would not be ready to penetrate and transform natural science in a meaningful way until a great many natural scientists had been trained with Marxism as their general philosophy. In effect, he wanted the universality of Marxist philosophy taught to natural scientists as a self-evident truth, leaving the task of explaining what this truth meant to a future generation of natural scientists that would take it for granted. Thus Ryazanov combined the mechanist argument that the philosophy of natural science must be elaborated by natural scientists in the specific context of their disciplines with a peremptory declaration in the Dvorinite manner but embarrassingly naked that natural scientists must begin by professing dialectical materialism on faith. One may accordingly surmise that his complete absence from the closing stage of the controversy was the result of Dvorin's wishes no less than his own. 12. In the closing stage of the controversy, as Ryazanov was withdrawing his original support of the Debrunits, some other prominent social theorists were going through an opposite process. They were relinquishing an original coldness or hostility towards the Debrunits. V. Adoratsky, who had shown pronounced mechanistic tendencies in the early 20s, retreated into silence when he found himself lumped with Minin and Enchman. 13. He did not cease his writings in the field of social theory, where he revealed his continuing mechanistic tendency. 14. But the Debrunits kept aloof from this area of Marxist thought. One wonders what discussions occurred between Adoratsky and Dvorin, who were colleagues in a number of institutions of Soviet Marxist higher learning. 15. In this connection, there would appear to be some significance in the manner of publication of Lenin's philosophical notes. Dvorin published the first fragments in 1925 as a blow at the mechanists. 16. But Adoratsky, who apparently became the editor of the notes in 1926, when Stepanov became head of the Lenin Institute. 17. Delayed publication of the rest. Some Debrunits began to complain publicly and to recall Adoratsky's Mininism. 18. When the first volume of the notes finally appeared early in 1929, Dvorin was the author of the preface. AP 200. Apparently Adoratsky had agreed to support the Dvorinite faction, though he had required some unspecified alterations in Dvorin's preface. Once perhaps Adoratsky, who had been a friend of Lenin's, was converted to grudging support of the Dvorinite struggle for Hegel by poring over Lenin's admiring comments on the science of logic. Whatever the causes may have been, Adoratsky's support of the Debrunits could hardly have been more niggardly, for he never publicly and explicitly endorsed them or condemned their opponents. This was an especially difficult feat, for Adoratsky's report on Lenin's philosophical works was one of the principal speeches at the climactic conference of April, 1929.20. In one portion of this speech he implied agreement with the Debrunits, but even there he could not forbear a little irony at their expense. Dialectics is the logic and the theory of knowledge of Marxism, dialectics that is of course purged of idealism, that reflects the external motion of the real world. And so, until the new Linus promised by Comrade Ireinitz appears and writes us a theory of dialectics, until then, Hegel's book, The Science of Logic, studied with the guidance of Lenin's notes, is the most important guide in this theory of dialectics. 21. The reference to the new Leibniz promised by Comrade Ireinitz was a fairly plain sneer at Dvorin, for Dvorin's students, Ireinitz included, tended to picture him as the successor to the founders, Osnovopolizniki, of Marxism-Leninism, who would soon write the definitive work on materialist dialectics. Moreover, Adoratsky's twin stress on purging Hegel's dialectics of idealism, and on the indispensability of Lenin's notes in the process, distinguished his remarks from the usual profession of the Dvorinite creed, and anticipated a later school of Soviet Marxism, for the Debrunets usually stressed neither the purging nor the use of Lenin's notes. One supposes that Dvorsky was trying to be loyal to Lenin's admiration of Hegel, and to the social movement about dialectics. But his old belief that materialist dialectics must not be considered a philosophy, which he had formerly dismissed as ideology, was apparently still working in his mind, perhaps along with suspicion, perhaps jealousy of Dvorin's growing eminence. Dvorsky had been supported in his mechanistic tendencies. Of the early 20s by I. P. Razumovsky, a specialist in historical materialism and the philosophy of law. Razumovsky became a supporter of the Debrunets as early as 1926, and was a good deal more outspoken and less stinting in his support than Dvorsky. 22 Perhaps his motives were similar to those already noted in the case of some psychologists, for he used charges of mechanist revisionism as a weapon in the disputes concerning social theory. 23 In the judgment of the present writer, Razumovsky's social theories were no less mechanistic than his opponents'. 24 But it is not necessary to examine them, for the leading Debrunets were aloof from issues in social theory until late in 1929. The only aspect of Razumovsky's social theory that his Dvorinite colleagues commented on was his definition of ideology. The memory of his earlier condemnation of philosophy as an ideology evidently rankled, especially in view of his continuing reluctance to grant that ideologies might, like sciences, be judged true or false in a theoretico-cognitive sense. He regarded ideologies as significant only in a class-useful, classovopole, sense, and this could be interpreted as a belittlement of philosophy, which was generally considered an ideology. 25 But the leading Debrunets took an indulgent attitude towards Razumovsky's aberrations even on this touchy issue, probably because there was only one other notable social theorist who gave more than perfunctory support to the Dvorinite faction. The one other was I. P. Podvolotsky, one of Bukharin's pupils in the field of social theory. 26 Who gave no indications of changing his views on social theory when he became a Dvorinite. In his first contribution to the Dvorinite faction in 1927 he stressed the usual theme that methodology has the task of guiding the work of natural scientists. Indeed, he was tactless enough to imply that the humbling of natural science was one of the Dvorinite aims. 27 As late as April, 1929, he still failed to connect the Dvorinite philosophy with issues in social theory. 28 But in the fall of 1929 he produced the first Dvorinite attack on Bukharin's social theory as the correlate of mechanistic materialism in philosophy and of right deviationism in politics. 29 And when the Communist Academy developed this theme in a series of meetings at the end of 1929, Podvolotsky was the continuing chairman and a principal speaker. 30. One cannot exclude the possibility that Podvolotsky's view of Bukharin's social theory had been changed before the end of 1929 by the logic of Dvorin's philosophy. He may simply have kept the change to himself until it was permissible to criticize Bukharin without risk of being called a left deviationist. Nor can one rule out the possibility that Podvolotsky had been unaware of a conflict between his Bukharinite position in social theory and his Dvorinite position in philosophy until the highest officials of the party demanded that the Debrunets join in the criticism of Bukharin. 31 It is also possible that Podvolotsky was a time server. But whatever the cause of his abrupt appearance as an opponent of Bukharin's social theory, he was apparently somewhat uncomfortable, and tried hard to show that the attack on Bukharin's social theory was rooted in the previous activity of the Debrunets. In doing so he took a step that does credit to his logical ability but raises considerable doubt of his political acumen. The main conclusion to be drawn from the discussions of Bukharin's social theory, he stressed, was that the Dvorinite philosophers had been the party's prophets. The struggle against the theoretical foundations of the right deviation is a direct continuation of our struggle against the mechanists and a verification of the correctness of the theoretical, the philosophical positions that we held in our struggle. It is the political verification of our theoretical positions. 33 Podvolotsky may not have realized it, but he had taken the Dvorinite belief in the primacy of philosophy to the verge of a dangerously Platonic position on the relationship of philosophers and kings. He could have been interpreted as implying that the philosopher, since he was the master of the universal dialectics, was to guide not only the work of the practical man as natural scientist, but also the work of the practical man as political leader and statesman. But a radically different conclusion could be drawn from the de Boronite philosophy when applied to social theory. The de Boronites repeated the usual Marxist formula that practice has priority over theory, but usually interpreted practice in such a way that it became indistinguishable from the universal theory of dialectics, thereby justifying once again the primacy of philosophers over practical men. 33. The mechanists had continually used the same formula to a contrary end, and quite naturally one of them, Malai, did so again at the meetings late in 1929, when the de Boronites extended their philosophy into political and social theory. Stalin, he claimed, had discovered the error of Bukharin's social theory, because Stalin was a practical man and therefore a better dialectician than the abstract, speculath, philosopher, de Boron. 34. A young social theorist of de Boronite sympathies, P. Acharia, thereupon objected, Comrade Malai opposes the practical dialectician Stalin to the theoretical dialectician de Boron. This is once again, in essence, an attack on theory. Stalin is a practical dialectician because he is a good theoretical dialectician. Stalin's correct practical standpoint results from a correct theoretical standpoint. It is impossible to be a practical dialectician without being a theoretical dialectician. The old argument, when Lenin was called a practical man and not a theorist, is now being repeated by Comrade Malai. I categorically deny that the chiefs Vajdi of our party are 01 LLY practical leaders Rukorodidally. If they were not theorists they could not determine the party's general line. To say that there are practical dialecticians is to insinuate the mechanistic view that the theorist has no significance for the practical struggle. It is once again the struggle against theory, against theoretical philosophy, the separation of practice from theory, and the preaching of crawling empiricism and tailism. 36. With a few months similar arguments would be used by a third faction, neither mechanist nor de Boronite, to justify the subjection of philosophers to kings. Most likely neither Sharia nor Podvolotsky realized that they had come to the verge of sharply different conclusions in arguing that there was harmony between the de Boronite philosophy and the Stalinist social theory. Their thoughts as philosophers were still oriented towards the controversy with the decimated mechanist faction, a controversy that had been focused on the relations between philosophy and natural, rather than social science. In dutifully undertaking a philosophical rebuttal of the right deviation, they unwittingly revealed once again the essential ambiguity of the de Boronite philosophy, its mixture of arrogance and deference towards less exalted studies than the elaboration of dialectics from Hegel. But they were taking the de Boronite philosophy into a field, as the controversy of 1930 was soon to reveal, where such an ambiguity would not be tolerated. 1926 to 1929. By 1926 it was already apparent that Soviet Marxists were reluctant to defend the mechanist faction publicly. This reluctance was especially notable in the case of anti-religionists, social theorists, and natural scientists with Marxist sympathies, for they were predominantly mechanistic in the tendency of their thought. On the other hand, several Marxists whose views differed from the philosophy of de Boron and his students nevertheless made some public show of support for the de Boronite faction. This anomalous weakening of the mechanist and strengthening of the de Boronite faction, with apparently scant correspondence between public behavior and inner thought, continued beyond 1926. At the Conference of April, 1929, which closed the dispute by condemning the mechanist faction as revisionist, a de Boronite could boast that only a negligible handful of diehards was left in the mechanist faction. At the same time another de Boronite warned that it was deceptive to judge the strength of the mechanist faction by the 8 or 9 who still stubbornly spoke up for it. There were, he cautioned, many silent sympathizers. And neither of these de Boronites was far wrong. The mechanist faction was depleted even though mechanism as a tendency remained strong. The de Boronites gained their victory on a nearly deserted field. One of the chief reasons that the mechanist faction withered away was that important party organs showed favor for the de Boronite faction as early as 1925. Bolshevik, the theoretical Journal of the party's Central Committee, had carried the original polemic between Sten and Stepanov, but had closed its columns to the controversy in apparent neutrality at the end of 1924.3. However, less than a year later Bolshevik began publishing occasional pieces by Dvoraniks, and none by Mechanists. 4 other important journals and newspapers, for example, Pravda, the party's chief daily, the Young Guard, Journal of the Communist Youth, and Chronicles of Marxism, published by Ryazanov's Institute of Marx and Engels, took similar notice of the philosophical controversy in occasional reviews and articles that were uniformly Dvoranite. 5. The journals that regularly carried philosophical articles were, with one exception, under Dvoranite control from the start of the controversy. They allowed space for Mechanist polemics, but appended deprecatory editorial footnotes and Dvoranite rebuttals much longer than the articles rebutted. This was true of the chief philosophical journal, under the banner of Marxism, long before the end of 1926, when Dvorin was formally elevated to the post of responsible editor, or editor-in-chief, as we should say. G. And though Dvorin never held the same position on the Herald of the Communist Academy or the Militant Materialist, published by the Society of Militant Materialists, as early as 1925 and 1926 these periodicals were following a Dvoranite policy in their philosophical offerings. 7. By 1928, if not earlier, the state press, GIZ, was in Dvoranite hands, as far as philosophical publications were concerned. It is thus small wonder that Soviet Marxists, most of whom no doubt wanted to be in the S/Vim of party thought, increasingly shunned the Mechanist faction. However, the party's Central Committee made no formal pronouncement on the philosophical controversy, and it was possible to stand against the current. As early as August 1926, the Dvoranite V.V. Sarin appealed, from the pages of Pravda, for a decree to end the philosophical controversy, but the Central Committee did not respond. 9. Perhaps this silent rebuff caused Sarin to adopt a liberal view. At any rate, until mid-1927, when he and the leading anti-religionist JORAVSKY were dropped from the editorial board of Red Virgin Soil, this famous review gave space to Axelrod's polemics against the Dvoranites. And there were other cases of important periodicals occasionally granting space to the Mechanists, Vestia, which was edited by Stepanov, did so L1, and as late as 1928 Sarah Ionov was allowed to present the Mechanist case in the Town Communist, a publication of the Communist UTH-12 to be sure. These were isolated cases, as also was Dialectics in Nature, the thoroughly Mechanist organ of the Timiryazev Institute, which appeared 5 times between 1926 and 1929. All these were indications that the philosophical discussion was formally held open until April 1929, even though increasingly few writers or editors were willing to show favor to the Mechanist faction, or even to appear neutral. We are accordingly faced with this singular pattern. High-placed support for the Dvoranites contributed signally to the rapid weakening of the Mechanist faction almost from the start of the controversy, yet the same high places seemed in no hurry to shut off the dispute altogether. Any effort to explain this singular pattern must take note of the tactful self-restraint displayed by the Dvoranites, and the corresponding self-restraint of those who might well have opposed the Dvoranites but did not. The Dvoranites confined their attack on mechanistic thought to certain fields, mainly the history of philosophy and the philosophy of natural science, and even in the latter field they tended to ignore mechanistic thought as long as it was not explicitly associated with the Mechanist faction. The literature of the anti-religionists, for example, laid heavy stress on natural science, interpreted in a pronouncedly mechanistic way, yet, with the single exception of Sten's initial attack on Stepanov, the Dvoranites ignored the anti-religious literature. The anti-religious movement returned the favor by refraining from throwing its weight, which became considerable in 1927, behind the Mechanist faction. Indeed, by 1927 and 1928 a few anti-religious writers were showing faint signs of Dvoranite influence. 13 And towards the end of 1928 the chief anti-religionist, Emilian Yaroslavsky, fleetingly acknowledged the accumulating defeat of the Mechanist faction. but he did so somewhat ambiguously, in the course of a tribute to Stepanov, who had just died. This discussion which Stepanov's book precipitated is not yet finished, and however mistaken the views of the group of Marxists to which I. Stepanov adhered may have been, his direct and precise formulation of the problem has aided the work of giving Hegelian dialectics a materialist explanation. Apparently Jaroslavsky was a bit uneasy in regard to the gathering victory of the Debrunets. Not until the discussion was formally finished by the Conference of April, 1929, did the Anti-Religionist, which Jaroslavsky edited, publish a Deboranite article. 15 Even then the predominantly mechanistic tendency of the journal was only slightly altered, and it is noteworthy that in 1930, when the Deboranite ascendancy was attacked by a third faction, Jaroslavsky not only helped mount the attack, but tried to make it a resurgence of mechanism. 16 Thus, it seems fair to assume that Jaroslavsky and the anti-religious movement were one of the forces that kept the controversy from being finished until 1929, even though they were unwilling to give active support to the mechanists. The Deboranite faction overlooked mechanistic tendencies also in the field of social thought, perhaps intentionally, thereby making it possible for a few social theorists like Razumovsky and Podvolotsky to become active Debrunets in the philosophical controversy without altering the mechanistic tendency of their social thought. But the active support that these few gave the Deboranite faction was probably of less moment to the outcome of the controversy than the abstention, or simple indifference, of most social theorists. It may well be that many Soviet Marxists did not realize the similarity between mechanistic tendencies in social thought and the mechanist faction's disfavored philosophy of natural science. But at least one eminent social theorist, S.S. Krivtsov, realized the similarity, and alluded to it in a passing comment that is noteworthy for its perceptive distinction between mechanism as a tendency and as a faction. The dispute still goes on, it is not yet decided, he wrote in 1928, for which reason this is not the place to give an evaluation of this still uncompleted process, all the more since each of us belongs, if not to one or the other faction, then to one or the other tendency. 17 Krivtsov's comment, with its stress on the formal openness of the dispute, is as noteworthy as Jaroslavsky's, for it too was made late in 1928, when the disfavored mechanist faction had lost the active support of all but a few Soviet Marxists. Krivtsov was no more willing than Jaroslavsky to join this hardy band, especially since his own work was not being criticized by the Debrunets, but, like Jaroslavsky, he appears to have been anxiously aware of the similarity between his own philosophy and that of the failing mechanist faction. On the assumption that other social theorists, perhaps including Bukharin and Trotsky themselves, felt as Krivtsov did, they must be considered another force holding back the formal termination of the controversy. There was a most revealing episode at the first All-Union Conference of Marxist-Leninist Institutions, which was convened by the Communist Academy in March, 1928. The philosophical controversy was deliberately excluded from the agenda, and one of Deborin's former students, S. L. Goni Kman, who was then, at 31, head of the Leningrad Institute of Marxism, sharply protested at the exclusion and at other signs of what he called a certain neutrality of the Communist Academy as an institution in the philosophical dispute. In this discussion, not with the so-called mechanists, the conference's chief speaker, V.P. Miliutin, had used that expression, but with genuine philosophical revisionists, how has the Communist Academy shown itself? If one looks at the Journal of the Communist Academy, one can find in it a paper of Comrade Bogdanov, A Reasoner's Reasonings Concerning Reasoning. As Goni Kman proceeded with his sarcastic indignation, V.P. Miliutin, an economist and a member of the party's Control Commission who shared the leadership of the Communist Academy with the historian Pokrovsky, called out from the floor, "Are you suggesting that the list of the Academy's members should be revised?" 1d Goni Kman backed away from this logical conclusion of his argument, and Miliutin subsequently took the speaker's stand to explain the attitude of the Academy's leaders towards the philosophical controversy. He said that the Academy was an institution where the clash of opinions that exist among us communists on one or another theoretical question is permitted and must be permitted. 20. At that point an unidentified voice from the floor resumed Gonnickman's line of argument by calling out, including the revision of Marxism. 21. Miliutin did not answer directly, but reminded his critic that freedom of discussion had been granted even to Preobrazhensky's /Ayatoshanist views on economics, and asked again whether the expulsion of the mechanists he mentioned Stpanov and A.K. Timiryazev specifically was desired. Miliutin felt that the mechanists should not be expelled, but he was not consistent in explaining himself. On the one hand, in appealing to the Debrunits for moderation, he implied recognition that the Deboranite philosophy was right and the mechanist wrong. Comrade Deborin cannot complain, we have given the preference to him. 22. At this point Ryazanov, ever sensitive to what would now be called the cult of the personality, called out, not to him, but to the trend of thought, and Miliutin accepted the correction. 23. On the other hand, Miliutin justified toleration of the mechanists by the argument that the truth was not clearly on either side. He hoped that the two factions might be reconciled, but in any case, it cannot be said that some comrades or other Timiryazev, Stpanov, Skvortsov have abandoned Marxism. It is not known whether, as a result of elaboration, discussion, in the final analysis a single line will be laid down here, or whether the same situation will remain. We cannot tell this beforehand, and therefore we are going to allow the elaboration of these problems within the walls of the Communist Academy. U. Pokrovsky also spoke in neutral fashion too, though he too must have approved of the preference being given to the Debrunits. Presumably the historian Pokrovsky, the social theorist Krivtsov, and the anti-religionist Yaroslavsky had the same peculiar mixture of feelings towards the philosophical controversy as the economist Miliutin. Acquiescing in the increasing ascendancy of the Debrunits, they appear at the same time to have been somewhat anxious to allow still a little room for defense of a mechanistic philosophy. The preference that Miliutin inconsistently boasted of giving to the Deboranite faction in the Communist Academy had begun to show itself clearly in 1926, just after the debates in the Institute of Scientific Philosophy crystallized the opposing factions. Miliutin had then proposed the creation of a separate section of philosophy, characteristically avoiding any show of partiality, arguing merely that Marxist philosophy could not for long endure the existence of two factions, which might harden into two permanent schools. 26 But preference for the Debrunits was implicit in the proposal itself. Did not most mechanists oppose the study of philosophy by itself, apart from the concrete material of the sciences, and became evident in the implementation? The section of philosophy, designed to eliminate the division in Marxist philosophy, was put under the direction of A. M. Deborin. 27 Nevertheless, until the end of 1928 the mechanists in the Communist Academy could still function within the Institute of Scientific Philosophy, and in OIU Schmidt's section of Natural and Exact Sciences they probably enjoyed a slight preference. Schmidt tried, to the very end of the controversy, to conciliate the mechanist faction. In 1927 he even invited Axelrod to give the seminar on dialectical materialism in the section of Natural and Exact Sciences. 28 He probably joined the Debrunits only at the end of 1928, at a time when further preference was being given them. The Institute of Scientific Philosophy was fused with the section of philosophy to form a single Institute of Philosophy headed by Deborin. 29 Evidently, it was at the end of 1928 that the authorities at the Communist Academy decided to suppress the mechanist faction altogether, regardless of any offense to the natural scientists that Schmidt had been patiently wooing. But until that time, Marxist and potentially Marxist natural scientists had probably exercised an influence on the controversy similar to that of the social theorists and anti-religionists. Unwilling for the most part to defend the mechanist faction, they had nevertheless evinced enough sympathy for it to hold back its formal condemnation. Very likely the conflict in the Timiryazev Institute was one of the main reasons that Schmidt, and Soviet Marxists generally, took it for granted that the mature natural scientists who might be won to Marxism were predominantly sympathetic to the mechanists. This institute, which was the center of attraction for Marxist natural scientists before Schmidt's parallel institution was organized in the Communist Academy, voted a formal resolution of support for Stepanov's book early in 1925 and became the Mechanist faction's stronghold. It remained to the p. 211. End of the controversy. The only institution of Marxist higher learning that the Debornites did not control, although they appear to have tried repeatedly to win it. There is an unconfirmed report that a Debornite resolution was pushed through in 1927 but was not implemented. 30. In the second half of 1928, Stepanov complained that a Mechanist had been removed from the management of the Institute's seminar on dialectical materialism. 31. But the biological laboratory and the Institute's philosophical publication remained in Mechanist hands to the end of the controversy. Perhaps this continuing difficulty in gaining control of the Timiryazev Institute was the chief reason that many of the Debornite leaders were permissively silent when AGA linked the philosophical controversy with the disputee over genetical theories. A goal was trying to oust the Mechanists from their one remaining center by charging them with false science, Lamarckism, as well as false philosophy. At the Cantel-CNCE of April, 1929, he boasted that he had achieved control of the institute, and promised a Debornite reorganization. 32. But he spoke prematurely, for Schmidt defended the right of Marxist biologists to continue Lamarckist research, and the conference resolved that the Timiryazev Institute should be fused with Schmidt's section of the natural and exact sciences at the Communist Academy. 33. The proposed fusion did not grind its way through the bureaucratic mill until the latter part of 1929. The institute was subject to the Commissariat of Education of the RSFSR, while Schmidt's section of the Communist Academy was subject to the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, and in the meantime the Mechanist diehards at the Timiryazev Institute got out 2 more issues of their philosophical journal. 34. When the Communist Academy's Presidium finally obtained approval of the projected merger, it ordered that the Timiryazev Institute's press be absorbed by the corresponding part of the Communist Academy, thereby closing the Mechanist faction's access to print. But the Presidium qualified other aspects of the merger: transfer this institute's section of methodology into the Communist Academy's section of natural and exact sciences, but preserve it in the form of a separate group. The biological laboratory of the Communist Academy shall be fused with that of the Timiryazev Institute, but the continuation of Professor Kammerer's i.e., Lamarckist J experiments shall be provided for in it. 6. Thus, even at the end of 1929, when mechanism had been condemned not only as a philosophy of natural science but also as the philosophical foundation of the right deviation, the Communist Academy's authorities did not entirely relinquish Schmidt's efforts to conciliate the mechanistic tendencies of Marxist natural scientists. This combination of official hostility towards the Mechanist faction with indulgence of mechanistic tendencies, especially among natural scientists, was clearly revealed at the climactic conference of April, 1929, which condemned the Mechanist faction as preaching revisionism. Indeed, the conference was arranged in such a way that the chief conciliator, OIU Schmidt, who had only just become a Debornite, appeared to be the equal of Deborin in the leadership of the victorious faction. At separate sessions each one, the philosopher and the natural scientist, gave a main speech, Doklad, and 2 separate resolutions were adopted: the contemporary problems of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, in accordance with the speech of Comrade A. M. Deborin, and the tasks of Marxists in the field of natural science, in accordance with the speech of Comrade OIU Schmidt. 36. Schmidt made the intended lesson explicit by trying to insert in his resolution a rebuke to those philosophers who have underrated positive knowledge, which has portended scholasticism. 37. The other Debornites excised this point from Schmidt's resolution, but several Debornites echoed Schmidt's vigorous assurances that the philosophers, through the speeches of Deborin and his students, have refuted the absurd accusations sometimes made against them, that they scorn concrete natural science and prescribe their own laws to nature. 38. And the Debornite editorial committee did approve. As part of the resolution in accordance with the speech of Comrade O.I.U. Schmidt, a thesis that stated one of the central views of the Mechanists, the Marxist methodology of the natural sciences cannot be built on general reasoning, isolated from the concrete problems of science and from participation in concrete, experimental work. 39 in of this conciliatory attitude towards mechanistic tendencies among natural scientists, social theorists, and anti-religionists, one may well ask why authoritative party organs favored the Debrunits in the first place, why Soviet Marxists of mechanistic tendencies shunned the Mechanist faction, and why the decision was finally made to suppress that faction altogether. The answer is to be found partly in posthumous works of Engels and Lenin, but much more in living exigencies of the Cultural Revolution. It is hardly surprising that the Debrunits claimed victory for themselves when Engels' Dialectics of Nature was published in the summer of 1925, for this new classic was an extended polemic against positivist and mechanist interpretations of natural science. One loophole, for example, complacently declared that the publication of Dialectics of Nature in Ryazanov's archives of the Marx-Engels Institute should put an end to the disputes that have filled the pages of our theoretical journals for many months. To all the questions of principle that are involved in these disputes, Dialectics of Nature gives clear and unequivocal answers. And Bolshevik, the theoretical journal of the party's Central Committee, published a review that described Engels' new work as naturally the decisive blow in the struggle, the blow that achieves complete victory for the camp of the supporters of the philosophy of dialectical materialism, i.e., the Deboranite faction. 3. Of course these claims and predictions were proved wrong by events. The controversy continued for nearly 4 years after the appearance of Engels' book. One reason was that the mechanists would not surrender the new classic any more than the old ones, but stubbornly claimed it as support for their own position. Stepanov, for example, argued that Dialectics of Nature showed Engels' development through 2 periods, from Hegelian metaphysics to a philosophy of science that agreed with Stepanov's own point. For to be sure, Deborin turned this argument against Stepanov by demonstrating that the mechanistic passages in Dialectics of Nature corresponded to no chronological pattern. Deborin concluded that there were not different periods in Engels' development but dialectically contradictory elements in his philosophy. 5. Stepanov thereupon turned to the simpler, and much less effective, argument that Dialectics of Nature is a jumble of raw notes and hasty first drafts, from which conclusions about Engels' philosophy can be drawn only with the greatest caution. 6 other mechanists followed a similar practice, adducing congenial citations from the book and brushing aside plainly Hegelian passages as confusions that Engels would have eliminated from the final draft. On balance, the Debrunits profited more than the mechanists from the new classic, for it contained more Hegelian than mechanistic sentiments. Moreover, the Debrunits never made the mechanists' mistake of describing an ungenial passage as the result of Engels' error or unfortunate expression. The mechanists could and did quote against the Debrunits such passages as Engels' warning that in theoretical natural science one mmt not construct connections into the facts, one must disclose them in the latter and, upon disclosing, prove them, so far as possible, empirically. 8. The Debrunits shrugged off such citations not only with talk of dialectical contradiction, but also with declarations of their own deference to empirically established scientific theories. Lenin's philosophical notebooks was also claimed by both factions, but this new classic did not excite as much contention as Engels. Throughout the 20s, Engels was generally regarded as a more important source for the philosophy of natural science than Lenin. It took the Bolshevization of philosophy in 1930 to 1931 to put Lenin next to Engels in the standard list of classics. 9. Moreover, Lenin's new classic was much closer to the state of raw notes than Engels', which had considerable stretches of argumentation and exposition. Finally, the full text of Lenin's new work was not published until the controversy was nearly over. 10. Nevertheless, it will be recalled that Deborin, early in 1925, published sections of the notes as support for the crusade that he was then proclaiming against the mechanists, and throughout the controversy his faction constantly recalled the fact that Lenin had studied Hegel's science of logic long and carefully. The mechanists were obliged to moderate their opposition to the study of Hegel or give up their claim to orthodoxy. But Lenin's new classic did not, any more than Engels, induce a fundamental change in the mechanists' position, if only because they were able to find support in Lenin's new work as in Engels. They quoted the philosophical notebooks to prove that the Marxist philosophy of natural science must be primarily empirical in origin, must be drawn out of the natural sciences and used to transform Hegel's dialectics, rather than vice versa as the Debrunits argued. In short, Lenin's new work, like Engels, helped the Debrunits to victory, but it cannot be pictured as an irrefragable text that obliged the mechanists to capitulate. Supporting the mechanist refusal to capitulate was a general vagueness with regard to the force of classical authority as a criterion of philosophical truth, and supporting that, the absence of an institutional authority that might have issued binding interpretations of disputed texts. Lacking a presbytery, until April, 1929, or a pope, until December, 1930, Soviet Marxist philosophers of science could not agree on the limits of private judgment. The closest thing to a generally recognized rule concerning the binding force of classical authority in the philosophy cf. Natural science was an understanding that it applied to fundamentals and not to particulars. We distinguish, wrote a Deboranite, two sides in the system of views of the founders of Marxism. In the first place, a number of particular propositions, entirely determined by the concrete historical conditions and the level of science of their time, and second, Marxism's methodological foundation, its philosophy. This is the unchanging side of Marxism, and along with that, its CSSC and CE. 12. Concrete propositions on natural science were generally regarded as particulars, the classics were not binding in such matters. For example, B.M. Zavadovsky, a Morganist in the biological discussions and a Deboranite in philosophy, was quite vexed when a Lamarckist cited Engels' argument that a European child learns arithmetic more easily than a Bushman. The facts that I have been studying these past years, said Zavadovsky, dictate to me the necessity, in the problem of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, of abandoning the views of Darwin and Engels and K.A. Timiryazev, and Marx. 13. There is no record of Zavadovsky's being charged with revisionism for this forthright declaration. 14. Indeed, his point of view was used to put the Lamarckists on the defensive. They were charged with trying to subordinate empirical science to outmoded philosophical texts. 15. And a Lamarckist who replied to this accusation showed the spirit of the times by arguing that he and his colleagues used empirical evidence to prove their views, while they cited the classics merely to show that these views did not contradict Marxism. I6. Of course, it is possible to find Debrunits asserting the absolute truth of Marxist philosophy in such a sweeping manner as to imply the primacy of classical authority even in concrete issues within the natural sciences. Karev, for example, once denied the charge that the Debrunits thought truth could be established by quotations from Marx and Engels rather than by empirical proofs. But then Karev went on to assert that agreement with a theory that has been confirmed by the experience of the class struggle of millions is of immeasurably greater weight than very many so-called proofs. 17. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that Karev or the other Debrunits meant such assertions to apply to concrete issues within the natural sciences. In discussions of abstract philosophical issues, both factions displayed a basic ambivalence towards classical citations as evidence of truth. The Deboranite loophole has been quoted in a quite dogmatic vein, declaring that Engels' new classic must end the philosophical controversy. But the same loophole on another occasion ridiculed a mechanist for withdrawing his opposition to the study of Hegel simply because Lenin said that Hegel must be studied. Even if loophole and the other Soviet Marxists had been wholeheartedly inclined to use Magister Dixit as sufficient evidence of truth, the intellectual atmosphere of the 20s palpably inhibited them. They were, after all, trying to win natural scientists to Marxism. Once, when Deboran was arguing that his faction was defending the orthodox point of view, someone in his audience called out, "That does not correspond to science." Deboran's first reaction was to sneer at the very learned person who shouted to me that Marxism contradicts science, but he quickly regained his composure and tried to show by extended quotations from German physicists that non-Marxist natural scientists unwittingly shared the philosophical views of Engels and Lenin. Running out of time, he concluded, "But I beg those who say that dialectical materialism, Marxism, contradicts contemporary science to tell us where, in what, in which parts. Then we shall discuss with them. But I affirm beforehand that Marxism, both in its general philosophical assumptions in the field of general methodology, and in its sociological part too, is entirely confirmed daily by life and by science." L9 This ambiguous mixture of superciliousness and deference towards empirical criteria of truth had certain Deboranesque peculiarities, but in one form or another it was shared by nearly all the participants in the controversy. Bogdanov was virtually alone in his objection on principle to philosophical argument by classical citation, and even Bogdanov occasionally quoted Marx to prove a point. 20 The effort to immature natural scientists to Marxism was not the only cause of ambivalence in regard to classical citations as evidence of philosophical truth. Perhaps a more important cause was the vagueness of the distinction between revisionism and legitimate criticism of the classics. Axelrod the Orthodox once apologized for repeating elementary truths when she defined revisionism as disagreement with the fundamental views to be found in the classics, and legitimate criticism as the alteration of the founders' views on particular subjects, a procedure actually required by the eternally creative theory of dialectical materialism. 21 The Deboranite Karev replied that her distinction was indeed a rudimentary truth, but, as one might expect, he found her guilty of disagreeing with the classics on fundamental problems of method and worldview, and therefore repeated the accusation of revisionism that had prompted Axelrod's distinction in the first place. 22 A similar exchange occurred between Sorobayanov and Deboran. Sorobayanov sneered, as Axelrod did, at the tendency to repeat this great thinker Engels complacently, and to consider every newly announced idea as an insult to his memory, as a profanation of his doctrine, and even more so anything that disagrees with him to one or another degree. We understand perfectly well that criticism of such teachers of Marxism as Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, Lenin, easily leads into the camp of Marxism's enemies, but here one needs merely to follow carefully after the critics in order to admonish in time both the critics themselves and also their readers, in case a critic enters the slippery path. 2-3. Deboran did not dispute this general point, but, again as one might expect, he argued that the Mechanists with their criticism have entered the slippery path of the revision of Marxism. 24 It is noteworthy that both factions, with the exception of the unique Bogdanov, agreed in principle on the difference between revisionism, which both abjured, and legitimate criticism. The Mechanists tended to be only somewhat less hedging, somewhat more emphatic, than the Deboranites in their approval of the right to criticize the classics. This difference in emphasis rather than principle was evident not only in the rare comments on the right of criticism, but also in the equally rare exercise of it. Morganist biologists, as already noted, expressly disagreed with the classics on the inheritability of acquired characteristics. A.K. Timiryazev did not object when it was pointed out in a friendly manner that his Newtonian view of space differed from Engels, 26 and in other scientific issues of less theoretical significance obsolete views in the classics were quietly ignored. On a philosophical level expressed disagreements with the classics tended to follow the pattern of the philosophical differences between Plekhanov and Lenin. Deboran and his students brushed aside as lapses or oversights Plekhanov's statements of the hieroglyphic theory of knowledge, and other formulations of Plekhanov's that appeared to deny the objectivity of all but a few primary qualities. 26 On the other hand, some Mechanists openly criticized those statements by Engels and Lenin that denied the possibility of reducing all phenomena to a few primary qualities. 27 In doing so, these Mechanists not only quoted Plekhanov in their behalf, they also quoted judiciously selected passages from Lenin and Engels against the passages stressed by the Deboranites. Thus, neither side ventured very far in its criticism of the classics, and the willingness of some leading mechanists to go slightly farther than the Debrunists was probably not a major reason why the reputation of revisionism fastened on the mechanist faction. The most striking aspect of the disputants' attitude towards the classics was their silence with regard to questions that seize the attention of the outside observer. The rudimentary truths concerning the difference between revisionism and legitimate criticism were the object of only fleeting comment on rare occasions. No serious effort was made to define the authority in a philosophical or institutional sense that would decide whether disagreement with the classics touched the inviolable fundamentals or the ephemeral particulars of Marxism, whether such disagreement revised the basic method of Marxism or creatively applied it to new circumstances and developed it further. The reason for this silence was that almost all the participants in the controversy were not outside observers but orthodox Marxists. They were intent on proving their agreement with the classics, not on establishing their right to disagree. Disagreement with the classics was nearly always a crime charged against one's opponents. They were revisionists, however crowded their writings might be with misinterpreted quotations from the classics. The effort of the disputants was therefore not to decide when, in genera, disagreement with the classics was permissible, but to define for present purposes the fundamental principles with which there could be no disagreement. In this effort, both factions quoted the classics with ease. The two new classics gave the Debrunists an advantage, but not a decisive one. Accordingly, the ultimate appeal of both factions was to the objective reality that the classics were supposed to reflect, the practice that, both factions agreed, had priority over theory. And if the Debrunists were more successful than the mechanists in their claims to orthodoxy, the main reasons must be sought in that practice, in this case the demands of the Cultural Revolution. Seen in retrospect, the clear tendency of official policy during the 20s was to undermine the ideological autonomy of natural scientists. But it was possible during the 20s to imagine otherwise, not only because such influential people as Trotsky, Lunacharsky, and Kalinin told natural scientists that they might have what philosophies they chose as long as they did their work as natural scientists conscientiously, 28, but also because most mature natural scientists, their institutions and organizations took advantage of the proffered right, and were almost as little Bolshevik or Marxist at the end of the 20s as they had been at the beginning. On the eve of the first 5-year plan, even the Union of Scientific Workers, which had abstained almost completely from the dissemination of Marxism as a philosophy of natural science, could claim barely 6% of all scientific workers as its members. 29 Vrnetso, the newly established Association of Scientific and Technical /Forkers for Support to Socialist Construction, had enrolled even less. 30 The Communist Academy's Societies of Materialist Scientists, which had campaigned for the acceptance of Marxism as a general philosophy, had a combined membership of a few hundred by the most generous estimate. 31 Obviously, peaceful persuasion was a slow method of transforming mature scientists into dedicated supporters of the regime. Yet precisely such scientists, the government was convinced, were essential to the success of the plan. 3-2 The progress of the new Red specialists was hardly more encouraging, as the plan began in 1928. The law required that the sons and daughters of manual workers and peasants be favored in admissions to higher schools, and there was an impressive network of rabfaki or workmen's faculties to give them the academic prerequisites for higher education. But this system had been in effective operation only a short time, not enough for even the first contingent of predominantly proletarian students to have received degrees. 33 They were reaching the universities as undergraduates, but the children of non-proletarian elements were still the majority even of first-year graduate students in 1928.34 To the Bolshevik authorities this seemed the main reason that most graduate students in the natural sciences either were uninterested in Bolshevik ideology or shared their bourgeois professors' scepticism. 35 Beginning in 1927 all graduate students were required to pass an examination in Marxism, but hen an examiner asked a future mathematician for an appraisal of dialectical materialism, his question was answered with another one. Why should I bother with such nonsense? 36. Nor was this contradiction between the ever-growing role of the scientific worker in socialist construction and his ideological and socio-political backwardness the only cause of deepening Bolshevik anxiety. 37. The elementary problem of numbers threatened to get out of hand. The rate of production of new technicians and scientists seemed to be falling hopelessly behind the staggering increase in the plan's demand for them. 38. Military measures designed to achieve maximum results in the shortest time seemed the only way to achieve the scientific changeover. Nochная smena, as Andrei Vyshinsky, then an important official in higher education, wrote in 1928.39. The party's Central Committee ordered a detachment of 1,000 communists to be enrolled in higher schools in the fall of 1928 with scant regard for academic prerequisites. 40. In June 1927, the Council of People's Commissars had decreed a new statute for the Academy of Sciences, which extended the right to nominate a greatly increased number of academicians to organizations outside the hitherto autonomous academy, and laid it down that an academician, however nominated or elected, might be deprived of his chair for activity harmful to the U.S.S.R. 41. For a time the new statute lay dormant, but following the Shukti affair in the spring of 1928, a number of mining engineers were convicted of wrecking in an intense glare of publicity. A spirited public drive was set in motion to renovate the Academy of Sciences. The press clamored for the election of new, pro-Soviet members, crying to the existing academicians, who were to do the final voting, yes or no, for or against, together or apart. These are questions that demand a clear and unequivocal, an operative and not a declaratory answer. 4.2. In the universities, professors of 10 or more years standing were ordered to undergo re-election, as required by statutes that had lain dormant since 1918. At public meetings their fitness both as specialists and as social men Obshkostvennikj was to be examined by colleagues, students, and representatives of the party. 4.3. Of course membership in the Union of Scientific Workers or in VRNETSO counted heavily in a candidate's favor, especially since the Union, early in 1929, formally established the Marxist-Leninist Weltanschauung as a requirement for membership. In short, efforts to push forward new red specialists and pressure on mature specialists to give up. See neutralism or the so-called simply legal relationship to the Soviet regime were considerably intensified in 1928 and the first half of 1929.45. The vision that Kalinin had given a conference of physicians in 1925, of socialism being built even by the man who says, "I am against communism, decidedly against communism," was evidently being dispelled. 4.6. Such were the forces that produced the condemnation of the Mechanist faction by the Conference of Marxist-Leninist Research Institutions in April 1929. Pokrovsky put the matter very clearly when he called on the Communist Academy to convoke the conference. He explained that the moment has arrived when it is necessary to put an end to the peaceful collaboration still existing in some scientific fields between Marxists and scholars who are far from Marxism or even hostile to Marxism. It is necessary to begin the decisive offensive on all fronts of scientific work by creating our own Marxist science, and in particular to take more decisively in hand the work of preparing the scientific changeover. 47. Pokrovsky pointed out that Marxists had already won a number of disciplines, chiefly in the social sciences, pressing into the background scholars that are hostile to Marxism. The most backward in this respect is the field of the natural and exact sciences, where communists have not yet entirely rid themselves of that fetishism before bourgeois scholars which communists working in the field of the social sciences long ago shook off. Therefore, the most important current task must be a heightened offensive in the field of these sciences. 4.8. This was the recurrent theme of the speeches at the conference, which condemned the Mechanist faction as proponents of continued autonomy for bourgeois natural scientists. It must not be imagined that the Mechanists accepted this condemnation. They argued, and very likely with complete sincerity, that the Debrunists were hindering the celebrated penetration of dialectical materialism into natural science. The natural scientist warned one of the last Mechanist declarations. is transmitting his science to young comrades in the university classrooms and his technical instruction in the laboratories of factories and plants. It is impossible that he transmit only this, and not his general worldview, his ideology, along with it. We must try to draw him to our side, to convince him that he is in practice a dialectician, though often a poor one precisely because he does not know the theory of dialectics. But if this is presented to him in works that treat of everything, that are like goods in a scientific department store where there are all sorts of things on the shelves, only of a very bad quality, in a word rejects, then the natural scientist will throw up his hands and take care not to enter such a collection. But this sort of argument made little impression on Marxist students who joined Deborin's social movement about dialectics, and on the communist authorities who tacitly approved of the movement. Probably the main reason was that the Mechanist program of winning natural scientists by proving dialectical materialism in the context of the natural sciences was not nearly as sure of swift success as the Deborinite demand that natural scientists accept dialectical materialism ready-made from the classics and Hegel. The Mechanist faction wanted to argue with bourgeois natural scientists on ground where they were far stronger than both Marxist philosophers and communist students. Even if the Mechanist program might have succeeded in the long run in winning significant numbers of converts among mature natural scientists, the demand in 1928 and especially in 1929 was for the speediest possible changeover from bourgeois to red specialists. The wager was placed on the young. On this basis one can understand the causes of the Deborinite victory over the Mechanists. At the conference of April, 1929, S. Elgoni Kman, the Deborinite who had criticized the Communist Academy's authorities a year before for their protracted toleration of the Mechanist faction, expressed impatience with the conciliatory gestures still being made to natural scientists of mechanistic sympathies. No one, he said, had ever doubted that we must construct a demonstration of the victoriousness of our method in individual concrete problems. However, I think that this is not the high road along which we can proceed to the fulfillment of the task before us. The point is that natural scientists at present are demanding above all, not a demonstration of the method's superiority in one or another individual problem, they are demanding a worldview, they are demanding a system, they are demanding integral views. 50 Gonnickman's attribution of this demand to natural scientists, who were predominantly non-Marxist, is hardly credible, especially in view of his own warning, in the same speech, that we are going into attack on the most difficult sector of the ideological struggle, we are going into attack on natural scientists. 51 But his description of the main goal sought by the Deborinite faction reveals on analysis the basic reasons for that faction's triumph, and also for the anomalous pattern of that triumph. The Deborinites had insisted all along that natural scientists must accept a ready-made Weltanschauung and methodology from Marxist philosophers, and the Mechanist faction had all along challenged this basic principle. The Mechanist faction had thereby exposed itself not only to the suspicion of revisionism, here, the denial in principle of the applicability of Marxism to natural science, but also to the more serious suspicion of justifying the bourgeois scientists' resistance to Marxist ideology. The reductionist arguments by which the Mechanists had supported their opposition to the Deborinite thesis struck responsive chords in a variety of Soviet Marxist hearts, including many high-placed ones. But these sympathizers would not speak up for the Mechanist faction, because the faction's central argument that the Marxist philosophy of natural science could not be accepted ready-made from Marxist philosophers, but must be worked out in the context of the natural sciences seemed a defense of permanent ideological autonomy for natural scientists, who were predominantly bourgeois. Paradoxically, this fatal defect of the Mechanist faction's philosophy was probably the chief reason not only for the rapid atrophy that the faction suffered but also for the extended toleration that it enjoyed. The Mechanist faction was frowned upon but tolerated as long as ideological autonomy for bourgeois natural scientists was frowned upon but tolerated. The faction was formally condemned when an all-out attack was mounted against the scientists' autonomy. But the formal condemnation of the Mechanist faction was also the formal coronation of Deborin and his students. The party seemed to have delegated to them the authority to define the philosophy that was to penetrate natural science as part of the scientific changeover. The business meeting that followed the adoption of the resolution in accordance with de Boron's speech ended with a paean to de Boron, the only one of the old generation of Marxist philosophers who followed Lenin's instructions, who understood the task that stands before the philosophy of Marxism in our extraordinarily complex and difficult circumstances, in this situation in which we are struggling. 02 In the list of philosophical readings required for admission to graduate training in the Communist Academy, several works of de Boron's followed the classics of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, and Lenin, and preceded a single work of Stalin's. 53 Until the end of 1929 the explosive potentialities of this situation were not realized. To be sure, one of the chief de Boronite philosophers was Sten, who urged communist youth in the spring of 1929 not to repeat blindly the dicta of the party's chiefs, but to criticize and verify, on the basis of your own experience, the whole policy of the party. But this scandal was taken as evidence of Sten's deviationist politics rather than his de Boronite philosophy until 1930, one must specify, when the de Boronites were attacked for their superciliousness towards practical leaders. At that time the authority of de Boron and his students was not only tolerated but tacitly approved by the highest party authorities. After all, it was natural scientists over whom de Boron and his youthful admirers sought to exercise the ideational hegemony of Marxism, and these scientists were largely bourgeoispécy. The formal condemnation of the mechanists was also the formal establishment of conciliarism, as we may conveniently call the practice of deciding philosophical truth by resolutions of conferences. V.P. Miliutin, a member of the party's Control Commission, pointed out the significance of Till's new departure. We are adopting for the first time in history, I dare say, a philosophical resolution. It will be, so to speak, a definite platform in regard to dialectical materialism and a formulation of all the work that will be done in this field. 05 And he predicted that the practice of establishing clarity and definiteness in theoretical work by resolutions adopted in conferences would 227 quetzales be extended to other fields than philosophy and natural science. 56. He was of course bringing into the philosophy of science an attitude that had long been characteristic of Bolshevik political thought: if truth is to be made effective in human affairs, it must enjoy uniform acceptance among a well-disciplined group. Soviet Marxists were conditioned to accept this attitude. Only a couple of mechanists challenged the propriety of deciding scientific questions by a majority of votes. 57 Most of the mechanists complained that the issues of the dispute had not been thoroughly examined, that a resolution ending the controversy was premature rather than improper. This complaint assumed the propriety of deciding what the truth is by resolutions of conferences. De Boron, with a similar assumption in mind, declared that the issues had been thoroughly examined, the controversy exhausted, the time come to close it. Unity was necessary for the accomplishment of the party's tasks. Neither de Boron nor anyone else felt it necessary to examine in any detail the philosophical presuppositions of this conciliarism. A de Boronite editorial simply brushed aside the conventionalist theory of knowledge that may be inferred from it, in conflict with the empirical theory espoused by materialism. It goes without saying, the editorial snapped, that no kind of voting by itself is the last instance in settling philosophical arguments. 59 The conference had simply made clear what no Bolshevik of right mind could doubt. Neither were the practical consequences of this conciliarism explored. M.B. Maidan, a de Boronite militant, declared that essentially, the decrees of the Ali Union Conference have put an end to the situation when sick problems of Marxism have been problems for discussion. Now great positive work rises before us. 60 This seemed to rule out for good the possibility of questioning the de Boronite version of Marxist philosophy, yet only a year later Maidan himself would denounce that version as a revision of Marxism. What warrant could he produce mightier than the conference's decrees, as he chose to call its resolutions? And what sanctions were proper against recalcitrants like Ksietlin, who told the conference that the passing of 100 resolutions would not change the facts that made him a mechanist, or against the other mechanists who defied decreed truth, 61 And those who renounced their errors, how could their sincerity be tested? 62v/t Old The same warrants, sanctions, and tests be applicable to natural scientists as well as Marxist philosophers, when the scientific changeover was completed. In April, 1929, these questions were left hanging. /Vhen The mechanists complained that it was premature to close the controversy, Karev exclaimed. We declare merciless struggle on all deviations from Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Your defense of spinelessness and freedom of criticism is advocacy of the undermining of the dictatorship of Marxism in our country. We stand for the unity of the Marxist-Leninist front, while you want to disrupt it by giving freedom to all the critics of Marxism and all the deviators from Marxism. 63. But almost a breath before this outburst against the critics and deviators, Karev had inconsistently boasted of the Mechanist works that we the Debrunits in charge of the state press philosophical offerings have printed. 64 And Loophole, an official of the Union of Scientific Workers who could also speak of the ideological dictatorship, at the conference of April, 1929, distinguished between deviant communists, who must be proscribed, and bulky non-communist specialists, towards whom a patient, tactful attitude must be adopted. Evidently, the ambiguities that had characterized the Cultural Revolution during the 20s were not yet entirely dissipated. Part 4. The Great Break. 1929 to 1932. The Great Break. 4. Midway through the fury of his first 5-year plan, Stalin singled out 1929 as the year of the Great Break Parellum, the year of shattering transformation, on all fronts of socialist construction. 1 He had in mind the beginning of the decisive offensive of socialism on the capitalist elements of town and country, and of course he did not mean to suggest that the offensive would be completed in 1929. The shattering and transforming, he made clear, had only begun. Academic historians, who like to speak of this as a watershed or turning point or spinal year, too ought to concede that Stalin's more violent image is more appropriate for the crisis of forced industrialization and collectivization, though they are probably right in shunning his effort to dramatize the Great Break by assigning a particular year to it. On the scientific front of the Cultural Revolution, the Great Break took about 2.5 years, from the middle of 1929 to the first part of 1932, which is short enough, considering the magnitude of the changes accomplished, to require no further dramatization. In this brief period, the scientific changeover from bourgeois to red specialists, and the accompanying search for a suitable philosophy or ideology of science, reached a crisis, a breaking point, by which past trends were selected, some for destruction, others for dominance over a generation of Soviet scientists and philosophers of science. The scientific changeover had been accelerated already. In 1928 and the first part of 1929, 1,000 communists had been sent to higher schools without regard to academic prerequisites. Professors of 10 or more years standing were ordered to undergo re-election. The Academy of Sciences was renovated by the imposition of many new members, and highly publicized trials of wrecking specialists were staged. But still, as the Soviet regime approached its supreme test towards the end of 1929, the drive for solid collectivization of agriculture, it showed growing dissatisfaction with the progress of the scientific changeover. Professors were reportedly sneering at the dispatch of the 1,000 as an effort to prove the theorem that any illiterate can become a university student. 3 And it appeared that such professors usually had little to fear from the re-elections. In most institutions there had as yet been none, in others, all candidates, regardless of their social physiognomy, were being elected by a formal ritual of meetings and eulogies. When there were genuine re-elections, the communists on the spot, students for the most part, tended towards one of two extremes, equally denounced as deviations in the central press. Either they attacked the professorial candidates as if they were lichency, a Soviet neologism for such people as priests and former gendarmes, who were deprived of civil rights, or, more often, the communists succumbed to the mysteries of the academic guild and agreed to USC professional competence as the sole basis for judging the candidates. 4. The C. Renovation of the Academy of Sciences also moved forward haltingly. In January 1929, A. M. Deborin and V. M. Fritsch, the chief Soviet Marxists in the fields of philosophy and art criticism, though nominated to membership by many communist institutions, were voted down by the Academy, while the mathematician N. N. Luzin, an intuitionist in the theory of mathematics, was elected qua philosopher. To be sure, the Academy quickly reconsidered this affront to the Bolsheviks, and elected the two Marxists at an extraordinary session in February. 6. At the public celebration that followed, the Academy's permanent secretary, the 67-year-old Orientalist S. F. Oldenburg, who had been one of the provisional government's ministers of education, reassured the Bolsheviks with pathetic earnestness, "We feel still more OUF. Close connection with public opinion, we feel that there is no we and you, but only we." 7. Apparently not all shared his feeling. A meeting of the Academy's graduate students Praktikanry resolved that compulsory training in Marxism should not be made a part of their program. 8. And in the fall of 1929 a special investigating commission descended on the Academy and fired at least 128 people, some of whom appear to have been prosecuted subsequently in secret before administrative tribunals. 9. For Soviet scientists the Great Break had begun in earnest. Without access to the archives one cannot know much about secret arrests and punishments, but the public record does reveal some things. In the first place it shows that mass terror, as a means of pressing the Cultural Revolution, made its appearance in the fall of 1929.10 from the spring of 1928, to be sure, there had been intensely publicized trials of specialists accused of wrecking, that is, of activity, bringing economic and political harm to the Soviet state with the purpose of sapping its power and preparing for an anti-Soviet intervention. L1 Such loud admonitory shouts at the bourgeois specialist did not cease at the end of 1929, but they were joined by a more poorly defined threat, by obscure, unexplained acts of terror. For example, the most serious published allegations of malfeasance in the Academy of Sciences concerned some historical documents found in the Academy's library. They were supposedly of political importance, and the Academy's librarian, the historian S. F. Platonov, was relieved of all administrative posts for failing to turn them over to the proper agency and for allowing unauthorized people to see them. 12. Platonov's further fate was not publicized, nor was light shed on the misdeeds or the further punishment of those fired with him. A similar obscurity, an ominous omission of specifics, characterized most of the references in 1930 and 1931 to methods of terrorizing the accomplices of counter-revolution, methods that were being used, if we can believe a speaker in December 1930, against that whole upper echelon bourgeois intelligentsia, which, though not cogiegrant delicto, fosters wrecking activity by its sympathy or by its neutrality. 13 There was no longer any question whether antipathy to communism was permissible. The great outcry was against apoliticism and neutralism. Vernetzo took scientific workers out on the streets of Moscow to demonstrate against these sins. 14 And a 38-year-old Bolshevik mathematician warned against the most refined kind of apoliticism, verbal endorsements of Marxism-Leninism unaccompanied by deeds to prove sincerity. Is never, he exclaimed, has the class struggle in science been carried on with such bitterness as just now. Never has the demand for our science, a science that really serves socialist construction, been as great as today. Whoever now is not with us, whoever is still neutral, is against us. 2. Nor were lesser Bolsheviks the only ones to erase the former distinction between political loyalty and ideological solidarity. Lunacharsky, the former Commissar of Education who, early in 1928, had given scientists one of the last assurances of their right to reject Marxism, in 1930 spoke to them with a new toughness, saying nothing of rights but only of obligations. 7. Perhaps Karl Radek's exhortation, on one side of the barricades or the other, which appeared in August 1930, was the most revealing. The broad mass of specialists, he wrote, stunned by shootings and arrests, dash off in various directions, and, frightened by the hostile atmosphere that events have created about them, do not know where to submit, and try in the meantime to hide their heads in their wings, in expectation of better times. 1-8 Rodek warned such Philistines that the mistrustful attitude of the working class cannot be assuaged by correct declarations of loyalty or by silence. 19 Still, declarations of loyalty abounded, culminating at the end of 1930 in a birthday greeting from the unions of scientific and educational workers to the Star Chamber itself. The unions thanked the OGPU, on the occasion of its 13th anniversary, for purging their ranks of those not worthy of the honorable title of Soviet scientific worker. 21 Can also get a vivid sense of the hostile atmosphere surrounding the mature specialist in 1930 to 1931 from the plays and novels of the time. Gorky's irritation with the Russian intelligentsia, the Russian word runs together what English separates as intellectuals and white-collar class, was given new expression in a play about a counter-revolutionary engineer, whose villainy is inspired by arrogant pride in his special knowledge and by contempt for the working man's ignorance. 21 The workers have seized state power, he explains to his wife, but they can't manage. In general, the dictatorship of workers, socialism, are fantasies, illusions, which we, the intelligentsia, involuntarily support by our work. Machinists, house painters, weavers, they're not capable of state power, it must be taken by scientists, by engineers. When his troubled wife asks whether he is not two-faced, he exclaims, "Am I two-faced? Yes. Any other way is impossible. The role of the defeated, the prisoner's role, is not my role." 23 This was one of Gorky's exceptional individuals, gone wrong, to be sure, but a similar sense of outraged pride was presumed to be hidden behind the mask of complaisance put on by the ordinary Philistino-Hivatel skittle specialist, the type who had no stomach for plots against the Soviet state but might, if the proletarian dictatorship relaxed the threat over him. Anyone educated before J9I7 was a bourgeois specialist unless he proved himself otherwise. He belonged to that long-winded, weak-kneed intelligentsia, which met the October Revolution with passive sabotage or with active, armed resistance, and which in part continues to struggle in word and deed against the Soviet regime even to the present day, wrecking consciously and unconsciously. 2. For as the suggestion in Gorky's final phrase, that a specialist might unknowingly commit the capital crime of wrecking, simply an extravagant flight of rhetoric? Probably not, for the central problem of a very popular play written in 1930 was precisely a scientist's unwitting wrecking. 25 The play, Fear, dealt with an eminent professor of human physiology, was Pavlov the author's original inspiration, who was not one of the Soviet state's conscious enemies, but played into their hands by developing a theory that fear was the essential motive in the behavior of Soviet people. His theory was exposed in a public meeting by an old Bolshevik woman, whose rich political experience compensated for her lack of formal education. When she concluded her indictment of the professor with a cry to the audience on stage to be vigilant and merciless towards the class enemy, the real audience in the theater responded with loud applause. 26 The response lends verisimilitude to the dramatist's picture of public opinion working with the OGPU to make the professor a Soviet patriot or break him. Certainly the vidvigency in the audience see, a Soviet coinage for proletarians pushed up into scientific or other responsible work, must have felt a tightness in their throats at the symbolism of the pj's ending. The professor, converted, promises to give a public criticism of his wrecking theory and to hand over the keys of all the offices to the Vidvis/Lency in his institute. One naturally wonders whether the great break of 1929 to 1932 was actually the triumphal completion of the scientific changeover, as this play suggests. Were Russia's mature scientists forced to choose between full-throat Bolshevism and self-destruction by wrecking? Did the management of scientific institutes and university departments pass in this brief period to the pushed-up new generation of red specialists? Certainly there is non-fictional evidence that seems to suggest an affirmative answer to both questions. The thousand of the academic year 1928 to 1929, that is, THC detachment of communists pushed into universities and institutes with little regard for academic prerequisites, were joined by 2,000 more in 1929 to 1930, and by still more in the next 2 academic years. 27 Even without such special detachments, the staggering overall expansion of higher education between 1928 and 1932, the student body trebled and the teaching staff doubled, suggests that the older specialists were being dissolved in a sea of new forces, as a report of the State Planning Commission put it in 1930.28. A young man whose studies are sequence, said the mathematician OIU Schmidt, who helped write the report, has every chance of becoming a professor at 25. 29 At the same time, drastic measures were taken to reduce the sense of need for highly trained professors. In November 1929, the party's Central Committee ordered continuous productive practice for students in higher technical education, with the result that abstract, theoretical subjects, the stronghold of the old specialists, were pushed into the background. 30 Some institutes even abandoned courses in theoretical physics and chemistry altogether, brushing aside as reactionary or worse the professors who protested that technicians rather than engineers would be the result. 31 New methods of teaching and grading in brigades were designed to get around the need for individual expertise in students as well as teachers. Even in research it seemed that the masses might break down the Tsekhovshchina or guild-like seclusion of the old specialists. When T.D. Lysenko, a virtually unknown 31-year-old seedman from the Caucasus, failed to impress a scientific convention in 1929 with a report of his experiments in plant physiology, he got dirt farmers to try them out, and the Commissariat of Agriculture was so impressed that in 193 it ordered collective farms to experiment with Lysenko's allegedly new methods on a mass scale. Only in this way, the Commissar of Agriculture declared, will the business be set up in a really scientific way, in a really revolutionary way. 32 Such things seem to confirm the playwright's vision of the Great Break as a time when the old specialists surrendered the keys of their institutes to the Vidusseltense, to those pushed up from bench and plough. Moreover, one can find real analogies to the fictional indictment of a scientist for unwitting wrecking, in apparent confirmation of the notion that the older scientists were actually forced to choose between full-throat Bolshevism and self-destruction by /teching. A physician's pamphlet on the control of venereal disease, for example, aroused intense anger in a Bolshevik reviewer because of its calm, objective tone. The pamphlet did not sufficiently extol Soviet accomplishments in this field nor sufficiently berate bourgeois failures. In our time, the reviewer lectured, the time of the socialist offensive, when all hostile class forces are resisting desperately, the pen is obliged to shoot just as accurately and truly as the revolver. Paper, the printed word, speech, all are weapons that must guard our life, our construction, our philosophy from all sides. We say loudly and clearly, it is not only useless to write such scientific works as the pamphlet under review, but also harmful, and criminal. S3. It may be that the criminal physician survived this rhetorical fusillade, but more than verbal gun seems to have been used against statisticians in the State Planning Commission. Apparently they did not satisfy the party's insistence that the plan's goals must be the scientific prediction of mathematicians no less than the passionate desire of shock brigadiers, Budarniki. 34 To be sure, such statisticians, like the physician writing on public health or the fictional professor in the play, Fear, were on the dangerous frontier where the natural and social sciences met, but one finds an attempted crusade against wrecking in the mathematical theory of statistics too. A 53-year-old insurance specialist, who had vainly criticized the established authorities in statistical theory before the revolution, won a following in the time of the Great Break. He helped unmask the wreckers in the Planning Commission, and then teamed up with 2 young Bolshevik mathematicians to produce an allegedly revolutionary theory of mathematical statistics in 1930.33. If other mathematicians were obliged to support this book in a milieu where the distinction between pistols and pens was lost, then it might seem reasonable to suppose that the proletariat on the front of the Cultural Revolution, to quote a young Bolshevik mathematician in 1930, was indeed storming heaven itself, forcing the mature scientist to place not only himself as citizen objectvenik but also his science in the service of socialist construction, to reconstruct it. 36 Yet there is considerable evidence that requires major amendments to these simple conclusions. Mathematicians apparently were not forced to accept the new theory of statistics. At the end of 1930 a supporter of the theory complained that OIU Schmidt, the most important Bolshevik on the scientific front and a mathematician himself, was indifferent to it, and within a few years it appears to have died altogether. 37 Lysenko's program for boosting yields did not turn into a full-scale attack on geneticists until 1936. The pistol-waving review cited above was not at all typical of the journals of natural science. They continued throughout the Great Break to print specialized articles, and showed the influence of the times only by occasional editorial declarations of Soviet loyalty and by considerable transformations of their editorial staffs. Looking through them one begins to understand why Radek reported that the broad mass of specialists responded to the clamorous demands for positive proofs of patriotism in a Philistin-Obivitelsky way, with little more than correct declarations of loyalty, or silence. 39 In fact Till's conclusion is suggested by the Bolsheviks' exasperated repetition of the warning that such a flaccid response was not enough, that Philistin specialists could not escape history, or, to use Radek's industrial version of Lincoln's phrase, that they would be cast aside by the flywheel of history. Perhaps the Philistin specialist had a firmer grip on the dizzily spinning Russian flywheel than Radek himself. He was condemned only a few years later. To ask this in sneering malice is to take sides, and not with the liberal opponents of regimentation, but with the type whose only cause was self-preservation, who would not sacrifice himself in any cause. Direct evidence of the extent and geological force of this swamp bolodo, if the metaphor may be shifted to the standard Bolshevik pejorative for the passive, adaptive, self-centered type, is provided by the scientific conventions of 1930. They were the high points of a drive to capture the scientific societies, whose virtually complete autonomy had aroused only headshakes and grumbling before 1930.40. Now, the Bolsheviks proclaimed, this autonomy was to be destroyed. But for all such loud talk the conventions of 1930 were much the same as those of previous years. A great mass of special papers were read, most of them trivial or repetitive, as in scholarly conventions the world around. 41 The Great Break at each convention was a keynote speech, with a corresponding resolution, on science's role in the construction of socialism, and, when the convention broke into its many sections, perhaps 2 or 3 papers on the dialectical materialist reconstruction of science. The pettiness both of the victories claimed and of the rebuffs lamented is the most striking characteristic of the Bolshevik reports of these conventions. The Congress of Physiologists, for example, was pictured as making history in its handling of the affair Pavlov. He stayed away from it, as he consistently did from all but foreign conventions, to demonstrate his disapproval of the Soviet regime. Previous congresses of physiologists had elected him honorary chairman in absentia, but the Congress of 1930 passed him by, and elected to its honorary presidium the entire political bureau of the Communist Party. Against this victory a defeat, the famous Professor A. F. Samilov, whose report on electrical methods in physiological research was the convention's most memorable event, dismissed dialectical materialism with genial irony. 42 In Baku, to take another example, a Congress of pathologists adopted the proper resolutions and elected to its idiom the 36-year-old Drive S. G. Levitt, one of the leaders of the drive for a dialectical materialist reconstruction of science. But then a foreign professor, who told the convention that science should be free both of religion and of Marxism, was duly applauded at the end of his speech. Perhaps, the Bolshevik reporter noted hopefully, the audience did not understand him, for he spoke in German. 43 In Odessa, where the physicists had a pleasant August meeting, there seemed to have been no such contretemps. The 50-year-old academician A. F. Yaffe, a universally respected physicist and genuinely enthusiastic supporter of the Soviet cause, though not of dialectical materialist reconstructions of physics, gave a keynote appeal for planned research to aid industrial expansion. 44 Clearly Yaffe and Levitt belonged to a tiny band of prophets in a heathen land, where principled and outspoken opponents were even rarer, and certainly much hardier. Reading through the reports of the conventions one senses a vast flaccidity silently, perhaps indifferently, absorbing a few brave Bolshevik speeches. There was one illuminating exception to this rule, the rebellion of the Congress of Mathematicians in June, and the related trouble of the Moscow Mathematical Society in December. The turmoil in statistics had nothing to do with these events. And other substantive issues relating to mathematics were only slightly involved. The Moscow school was famous for its otherworldly absorption in pure theory, and D.F. Egorov, the 61-year-old chief of the school, would not criticize this tradition and declare some interest in serving the 5-year plan. As this fact suggests, the main source of trouble was a general stiff-necked nonconformity in Egorov and an equally stiff-necked liberalism in his colleagues. He scandalized the Bolsheviks by refusing to join the Union of Scientific Workers, while remaining an elder of the church, and the Moscow Mathematical Society not only kept him on as president but listed émigrés in its membership. 4-6 Already in the re-elections. Of 1929 Bolshevik graduate students at Moscow University singled him out for attack, and it seems that he was removed from control of the Mathematical Institute. 47 Still he was a leading figure at the All-Union Congress of Mathematicians in June, 1930, and it may well be that his example was a contributing cause of the Congress's rebellion. It refused to send greetings to the contemporaneous 16th Congress of the Communist Party. A complete revolution was not attempted. The mathematicians did resolve to aid socialist construction, though adding the caution that theoretical work should not be neglected in the interests of immediate practicality. 48 But 1930, the year of savage class warfare in the villages and of frantic shock brigades in the towns, was hardly a time even for a limited rebellion, which was continued moreover by the Moscow Mathematical Society's refusal to expel Egorov. The climax was reached at the end of 1930, when Egorov told a meeting of the society that nothing else but the binding of a uniform Weltanschauung on scientists is genuine wrecking. 49 It is significant that the Bolsheviks present could not agree on the appropriate reaction. The one who took the floor tried to smooth over the clash with talk of a misunderstanding, for which he was subsequently accused of rotten liberalism and mecenacism. 50 Bolsheviks with the proper irreconcilability Neprimiromist took action after the meeting was over. Egorov was arrested. But his colleagues in the society, including a member of the Communist Youth, silently defied the terror by holding a regular business meeting. They were expected to condemn the arrested man and engage in self-criticism for resisting Bolshevization so long. 51 Thereupon 5 mathematicians, styling themselves an initiating group for the reorganization of the Mathematical Society, published a truculent denunciation of the Society's belief that one can be a Egorov by conviction yet work honorably with the Soviet regime. 52 They could hardly have expressed more succinctly the government's assurances to bourgeois scientists during the 20s, but they lashed this belief as Philistinism obivatelshkina, hiding in its corner from the class struggle, and decorating this corner with scientific aestheticism instead of the canary of the rank-and-file Philistin. 53 But the other mathematicians would not yield to revolutionary appeals NER 243. More than to terror. The wretched affair had reached a climax without issue. The society was not reorganized but simply ceased functioning for more than a year, in the course of which Egorov died. The place and cause of his death are not in the public record, nor are the steps leading to the revival of the society in 1932. 541 supposes that the locked opposition of intransigent Bolshevizers and unyielding liberals gave way to some such complex adjustment of principle and reality as had already made the functioning of the other scientific societies possible. Until the end of 1931 it was not clear that an adjustment would be made even with the complacent majority of old specialists. The Bolshevizers kept up the struggle for something more than complacence, and looked beyond the scientific societies to the places where scientific work was done. However strange it may be, a young Bolshevik biologist told a meeting of the Communist Academy in January, 1931. In the 14th year of the Revolution, though we have at our disposal a colossal apparatus of scientific establishments, museums, laboratories, observatories, etc., in essence we do not possess them at all. It would seem to me, that the Association of Natural Science of the Communist Academy should set itself the organizational and ideological task of entering, of penetrating these institutes, these observatories and laboratories, through the cells of atheists that exist there, the sections of Varnitzo that exist there, all the circles of political or other character that exist there, so that we will have at each institute some cells on which we can rely in our work. 5. And as if in response to this suggestion, the party's Central Committee decreed, on March 15, 193 I, that the Communist Academy should establish its methodological control over the most important non-communist, Vedomstveni was the actual term, scientific research establishments. 56. They were to submit their research plans to the Communist Academy for approval and admit the Academy's representatives to the drawing up of future plans. The old distinction between the special network of communist institutions and that of non-communist, Vedomstveni, ones was thus to be erased. The Communist Academy, which had previously been the directing center only for the former, was now apparently to become the center for all. Clearly there was a conflict here with the competence of the Academy that Peter the Great had founded, the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. One wonders with what wild surmise Stalin's young men, newly triumphant at the Communist Academy, gazed upon the order to establish methodological control. They had the most rudimentary knowledge of natural science, or worse. But their chief was then declaring that the most important goals of the economic plan, audacious enough on a 5-year scale, could be reached in 3, if only the Bolsheviks would nerve themselves, and the masses, to it. 57. If there is a passionate desire to do so, every goal can be reached, every obstacle overcome. We lag behind the advanced countries by 50 to 100 years. We must cover that distance in 10 years. Either we will do it, or they will crush us. 58. Inflamed by such desperate encouragement, the Bolshevizers of science must have grown suspicious of their recent victory over the scientific societies, for it had been too easy. As they established their methodological control of scientific research establishments, in essence it was ideological control of the personnel. 59. They launched a new drive against the societies. Bolshevik speakers and writers completely exposed the protective colors with which the societies have redecorated themselves, using Marxist terminology for this and also some change of leadership. 60. Forcibly converted, mature scientists were coming under the entirely logical suspicion of hypocrisy. Soviet Marxists seemed about to follow the example of Spanish Christians, converting Moors and Jews by force. They felt a natural compulsion to lay open the hidden beliefs of Moriscos and Moranos. At this convulsive moment the first signs of relaxation began to appear. Opening the first All-Union Conference on the Planning of Science in April, 193 I, Bukharin brandished a physical or moral guillotine over scientists, and, raising the question whether the planning of science meant the imposition of Marxism as a state doctrine, the doctrine of the proletarian dictatorship, he answered forthrightly, yes, that is true. 61. Closing the conference a few days later, Molotov cautioned young Bolshevizers of science to treat distinguished scholars respectfully, and even implied in one fleeting sentence that the latter might take some time yet to be converted to Marxism. 62. In June, Stalin lectured Bolshevik executives on a change in the dominant political attitudes of senior industrial specialists. Within the past 2 years, said Stalin, active wreckers had been rooted or driven deep underground. Most industrial specialists would no longer have anything to do with them. It would be incorrect and undialectical to continue the old policy under these new conditions. It would be stupid and senseless now to regard just about every specialist and engineer of the old school as an undetected criminal and wrecker. 63. In August, Pravda suggested that this absolution might be extended from industrial engineers to professors, by printing an appeal from Academician Bukharin to all communist organizations, as they selected people for graduate training at the Academy of Sciences, let them remember that the academy had been transformed into a thoroughly Soviet institution, performing great services for socialist construction. Let them cease dumping on the academy their superfluous people or second Reuters. 64 In October, a leading Bolshevizer of science, still stressing the dialectical materialist transformation of natural science as the only guarantee of loyal specialists, nevertheless included scientists in Stalin's absolution of older specialists from automatic suspicion of wrecking. 65 And then, in 1932, the frenzy of Stalin's first five-year plan was spent. Criticisms and cautions that had formerly been denounced as subversive promptings of the class enemy, now came from the Central Committee itself. In June, A.I. Stetsky, the head of the Central Committee's Propaganda and Agitation Department, called off the ardent young Bolshevizers who had been establishing the party's methodological control even in engineering and ichthyology. 66 He voiced the familiar complaint of a purely verbal, formal, declaratory endorsement of Marxism, but he did not conclude, as he had a year before, 67 that the pressure on the non-party scientist must be increased, the struggle intensified. Now he concluded that Bolsheviks must work long and well on the specific material of the sciences, so that the non-party specialist might be convinced of Marxism in terms of his own specialty. Foreshadowing the fate of the Communist Academy itself, Stetsky called on communist scientists to leave their special societies at the Communist Academy and dissolve into the societies of non-party scientists, which had been brought under Bolshevik control. 3 months later, the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet Union called for an end to shock brigade methods of effecting the Cultural Revolution in higher education. 68 The intervention of student and party organizations in the management of the higher school was to stop in part, we may suppose, because the political reliability of the rectors had been tested in the fire of the past few years. The overemphasis on continuous productive practice was to end, for this practice had been producing technicians rather than engineers. Of course, the professors who had been called reactionary for predicting as much were not vindicated, very likely because the Soviet economy needed technicians anyhow, and because professors needed to learn respect for the party's decrees. The brigade methods of teaching and grading were to be dropped, and the individual responsibility of students to individual teachers was firmly re-established. Professional competence was to be the only basis for filling vacancies and giving promotions in faculties, and graduate students were to be appointed only by the faculties concerned, only from graduates of higher schools. Evidently the day of the Vidvigenцы, the pushed-up ones, had passed. In 1933, indeed, the tables seemed to be turned altogether. The communists in higher learning were subjected to re-elections. More precisely, in the course of a general purge, the party organizations in institutions of higher learning examined their members at public meetings, to which non-party professors were urgently invited in order to help weed out unworthy communists. 69 The actual results were hardly revolutionary. Many of the professors at the meetings were discreetly silent, and only a few party members suffered expulsion, example a laboratory assistant for having his son circumcised with religious rites, a graduate student for giving flippant answers to questions on Leninist theory. Most, including the leading Bolshevizers of higher learning, were merely given a forum in which to tell the story of their lives as model communists. 1. Present, for example, who had abandoned the Debrunists and Morganists when they lost favor and was now becoming Lysenko's chief advocate, was the star of the meeting that expelled the religious laboratory assistant and the flippant graduate student. 70 But however trifling the actual purge of 24I, the new, red specialists may have been, its staging gave ceremonial recognition to the continuing importance of the older, non-party specialists. Of course, it would be quite wrong to imagine that the Great Break had passed without trace. The older generation of scientists, still the possessor of essential knowledge, was still in charge of many university faculties and scientific research institutes, and most were still felt to be ideologically alien, though all but a very few indomitable spirits now refrained from the expression of any but the correct ideology. 71 What was new was a fundamental transformation in the intellectual autonomy of these old specialists. In principle they had lost it altogether. To use a favorite expression of the day, they had disarmed themselves, razorou, hillis, before the party's central committee. In practice they still enjoyed almost unimpaired autonomy in their subject matter, and immeasurable autonomy in ideology, immeasurable because of the mask of silence and possible hypocrisy that covered it. How long this incongruity of principle and practice would continue depended on the Central Committee's assessment of changing necessities and possibilities. Aside from the disarming of the old specialists, at least in principle, it had gained an enormous number of new scientists in training, most of them from social classes that would, the Central Committee hoped, produce great specialists who would also be genuinely Bolshevik in ideology. 7. The reader may feel inclined to conclude that the Bolsheviks had become fatally embroiled with the law of enforced belief, as we may call the truism that hypocrisy and unthinking zealotry spring up where heresy and free thinking are cut down. Ultimately, it would seem, one of the two would have to die, either creative thought or thought control. But we cannot rest with this generality, for the Central Committee's silence on the substantive issues of natural science was one of the most striking characteristics of the Great Break. They had raised the walls of academic autonomy, but one senses a mote of irrelevance still lying between their ideology and the natural sciences, bridgeable perhaps, but hardly by the primitive zealots who assumed control of Bolshevik ideology during the Great Break. Moreover, on the scientist side, enforced belief might become genuine in time. The Churchill had Igorov refused to quit had been forced on his ancestors by an earlier state. 73. Whether the new ideology would enjoy an inner conversion following its outward establishment, and what might come of such a conversion, can only be discovered by further historical research. But first one must discover what happened to the ideology and its adepts during the Great Break. The yellow neoclassic building in Moscow that once housed the Communist Academy bears no memorial of its former function. An enormous bronze plaque commemorates instead a visit of Stalin, not his first, lacking other than biographical interest, that would be the cult of the personality, but his appearance in December, 1929, to address a conference of agrarian economists. 1. The choice is apt, given the Bolshevik effort to forget that the first phase of their assault on bourgeois learning was headed by a somewhat autonomous group of Marxist scholars centered here. 2. For Stalin's speech in December, 1929, began the destruction of that group and the absorption of its functions by this Areopagus, as he would call the Central Committee 2 years later, in which the wisdom of our party is concentrated. 3. There is no evidence that the end results of Stalin's speech were clearly in his mind when he made it. Indeed, it is possible to doubt that he originally intended to speak at the Conference of Agrarian Economists at all. It was opened by V.P. Miliutin, the economist and member of the party's Control Commission, fulfilling the prediction he had made in April that the use of conferences to establish clarity and definiteness in theoretical work would be extended from philosophy to other sectors of the theoretical front. He spoke on collectivization, decrying the lag of economic theory behind agrarian practice, arguing the agrarian theories of some economists and laying 25 degrees down the one that best fit the party's current policy. 4. The discussion that followed turned up only a few diffident dissenters, and the conference duly voted a resolution endorsing Miliutin's theses. 5. Only then, as the conference was about to close, Stalin appeared. Perhaps he wanted to show communist academicians that he deserved the encomiums he was then receiving, on the occasion of his 50th birthday, as the chief VOHD of the proletariat and simultaneously the most outstanding theorist of Leninism. 6. But whatever may have been in the back of his mind, his primary motive was quite apparent. He was irritated. Just when the drive for collective farms was reaching its supreme crisis, and success or failure hung on the absolute dedication of the practical workers pushing collectivization against a world of enemies, a few theorists still dared to doubt and question. They must realize that the party had already found the practical solution to Russia's agricultural problems. Their job was to propagate the theory implicit in this solution, to give practical workers the power of orientation, clarity of perspective, confidence in their work, faith in the victory of our cause. 7. Hammering the theme in his usual iterative style, he seemed at one point to be irritated not just with economists but with all theorists. It must be admitted that theoretical thought is not keeping pace with our practical progress, that there is a certain gap between our practical progress and the development of theoretical thought, as whether or not he intended it. These few words were caught up in all fields of Marxist thought, in a cry for a turn to the actual problems of socialist construction. In philosophy, Stalin's fleeting complaint precipitated a storm of controversy. Very likely it was gathering before his speech, for the Institute of Red Professorship was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Though it had been a communist institution since its founding in 1921, it had troubled the authorities much as the non-communist higher schools had. It turned out too few specialists, nearly all of middle-class extraction, a grand total of 236 through June 1929, only 27 of them workmen or peasants in origin. 0.9 In the fall of 1929 its student body was swollen to 545, the majority of them workmen in origin, many without any higher education. 4. The latter a preparatory section was set up, making the institute as much an undergraduate as a graduate school. 10. The philosophical section, where de Boron's curriculum concentrated on original readings in Spinoza, Kant, and Hegel, was now filled with young comrades, free of any specific philosophical tradition, educated in conditions of our country's civil war and class struggle, who have no special medals in philosophy but in the political field, on the other hand, have served the party and the working class well. L1 Such, to take the most notable example, was the 30-year-old Paul Fedorovich Iudin, who had been a provincial newspaper editor and party official before he came to the Institute, where he would become head of the philosophical section as a result of the Great Break. 12. Their de Boronite teachers seemed to them a sort of philosophical sect, very small, indrawn and barred against those who are not initiated in the secrets of their philosophical guild. 13. It is small wonder, then, that there were hot-tempered recriminations when the party organization of the philosophical section, which included all the students and most of the teachers, began to discuss Stalin's complaint of a separation between theory and practice. The de Boronite teachers at the Institute seem to have proposed a resolution dedicating philosophy to the actual problems of socialist construction. Some of the students objected that this was not sufficiently self-critical. Had not Stalin said that theory, not just economics, was lagging behind the demands of practice, and was not philosophy a sector of the theoretical front? The philosophers had begun criticizing the right deviation. Why had they failed to do the same for Trotskyism? /Was there a connection between this negligence and the Trotskyism of two teachers, Karev and Sten? Shouting and fist-shaking followed, and apparently no resolution was adopted. 14. At the beginning of 1930 the young rebels may have wondered whether their flammable devotion to Stalin's slightest instruction was more ardent than wise. The official organs of the party and the communist youth continued to show undiluted favor to the de Boronits. 15. At the end of March the theoretical organ of the Central Committee published a criticism of de Boron's ethical theory, but this was written by an unregenerate Mechanist. I6. If publication of his article was a sign of a high-placed decision to shake up the de Boronits, a revival of mechanism appeared to be the intended instrument. Such a possibility was strengthened about the same time, when the de Boronits in the League of the Militant Godless were rebuffed in their demand for the exclusion of unrepentant Mechanists from the League's publications. Jaroslavsky, the head of the League and a major party leader, countered that no party congress had declared mechanism incompatible with party membership. The Mechanists, he said, had served the anti-religious movement much better than the de Boronits, who were not free of philosophical errors themselves. The philosophical front was in need of self-criticism, and he suggested that the philosophical conference planned for July would reopen the issue of mechanism. I7. His call for self-criticism in philosophy gave new heart to the students who had attacked their teachers. In the Bolshevik vocabulary, self-criticism includes not only a person's criticism of himself but also the group's criticism of itself. But the young rebels protested, in a joint letter to the Godless, against Jaroslavsky's effort to revive mechanism. The party needed a struggle on two fronts, in philosophy no less than politics. And they were joined by the first defectors from Deborin's entourage, most notably by Mark Borisovich Maidan, who had graduated from the Institute of Red Professorship the year before to become, at 29, the assistant director of the Krupskaya Academy of Communist Education. 19 At the end of April, 1930, the Communist Academy's Institute of Philosophy and the directors of the Society of Militant Materialist Dialecticians met to plan the philosophical conference scheduled for July. The theme proposed by Deborin was a turn to the actual problems of socialist construction. The philosopher's main job, his resolution specified, was still to elaborate a dialectical methodology, largely from Hegel, but they must apply it not only to natural science but to all the social and political problems that the party faced in the construction of socialism. 20 In a spirit of self-criticism, Deborin's resolution took note of the philosopher's failure to criticize the methodological basis of Trotskyism, but Maidan and his comrades felt such self-criticism was too mild. They pressed Karev and Sten for personal criticism of their Trotskyist past, and, for the group of philosophers as a whole, moved an amendment to Deborin's resolution. Passivity in exposing the methodological basis of the views of the Trotskyists Zinovyevist opposition is evidence of the well-known separation of philosophical thought from the actual political problems that have faced our party in the past period of development. 21. The amendment was voted down. They recast it, and moved it again, and when the new version lost, tried a third time, saying that formalism had crept into the philosophers' works, again in vain. 22 Thereupon Maidan's little band sent a complaint to Pravda, a standard démarche for Bolsheviks with a grievance. In mid-May they made their first public complaint, in the newspaper of the Institute of Red Professorship, 24 and early in June they scored a major triumph. Pravda printed their criticism of the well-known separation of communist philosophical thought from the most pressing political problems that have stood and stand before our party. 25 And Pravda printed it not with the tag, for discussion, by which Soviet editors disclaim responsibility for a controversial piece, nor even bear of editorial comment, which is taken for tacit approval in Soviet editorial practice. A footnote dispelled any possible doubt. The editors are in full agreement with the basic views of the article above. 26 Thus the Deborinists were placed in the same position as the Mechanists of the 20s, they were attacked by a group that had the support of the highest party organs, and they responded as the Mechanists had, by a vigorous counterattack. But this controversy, occurring in the midst of the Great Break, was strikingly different from the earlier one. That one had dragged on for 6 years before the Mechanists were formally condemned and denied access to print. This time it took no more than 6 months to shut up the losing side. Political themes, other than the problem of winning natural scientists to Bolshevism, had been kept out of the earlier controversy. They were the heart and soul of this one. Then, distinct philosophical positions had been clearly opposed and more or less rationally argued. Now, there was so much vituperative shouting with so little sense that it was possible to doubt whether philosophical issues were involved at all. The Deborinists, to be sure, were defending their old views, but against what? What did their opponents stand for? At first they were not sure themselves what they stood for, beyond the proposition that the philosophers' primary task was to serve the party's immediate political needs. They called for the politicalization, politi-colonization, or Bolshevization of philosophy. Originally they took it for granted that the Deborinite version of Marxist philosophy was basically correct, hadn't it won Pravda's support in 1926? But its chief interpreters must unreservedly support the call to Bolshevize philosophy, and criticize themselves contritely, in the Bolshevik manner, for having failed to support it before it was announced. At first the young Bolshevizers saw little more than willful self-esteem in the Deborinite resistance to this demand. The triumph over the Mechanists, though deserved, had apparently swollen the philosophical leadership, with conceit. They struck at this conceit simply by ransacking the leadership's works for quotations that could be interpreted as errors, given a will to disregard the context or even the author's specific disclaimers of the errors. Tendentious flea-picking, a Mechanist victim called the method, when it was used against him. 27 Deborin, for example, in a book that had gone through 3 editions while Maidan was a Deborinite, had written that, Plekhanov was above all a theorist, Lenin above all a practical man, a politician, a chief VO, HD. 28 In context this was clearly meant as praise. Some pages later Deborin established his main point: if thought is determined by being, then it is natural that theoretical dialectics is determined by practical dialectics. 29 But Maidan, after 6 years of tacit approval, found a belittlement of Lenin as a philosopher in the first, isolated quotation, and connected it with an openly anti-Leninist essay that Deborin had written in 1908. When he had been a Menshevik student of Plekhanov's. 30 Maidan and his cohorts never gave up such tendentious flea-picking, but gradually they ceased to consider Deborin's philosophy a correct line with a system of formalist errors. 31 They came to call it pure and simple a formalist deviation. 32 Illy-nilly they learned enough philosophy to see that genuine issues divided them from the Deborinites. They and the Deborinites had sharply different interpretations of the plastic Marxist formula concerning theory and practice. Theory and practice, the formula runs, are dialectically united. Theory guides practice, but in the long run practice determines theory. Both sides agreed that practice includes sense data, workable techniques in industry and agriculture, and effective policies in social and political affairs. Both sides also included certain theories in the concept of practice, theories that are verified by sense data, technology, or effective state policy. On this basis even the universal abstractions of materialist dialectics could be regarded as part of practice, since they were supposed to be generalizations verified by the whole experience of mankind. Dialectics turned out to be truly a philosophy in which opposites interpenetrate, become united and conflict. 4. The young Bolshevizers reasoned, if dialectics was generalized practice, and the Deborinites agreed that it was, then the Deborinites were wrong to use Hegel as their primary source in elaborating dialectical philosophy. Not Hegel, said Maidan, but the masterful application of dialectics that our party carries out enters into the development of philosophical communist thought as the most important component element. 33 Seen in this light the priority of practice meant that the resolutions of party congresses, the decrees of the Central Committee, and the speeches of Stalin were to be the chief source for the elaboration of dialectical materialist philosophy. 34 This new view of practice and theory required a revaluation of the history of Marxism. If philosophical theory was to be assimilated to political practice, then the old view of Plekhanov as the father of Russian Marxism could not stand. For the father had lived too long, he and the son, Lenin, had come to blows over political affairs while they remained in substantial agreement on philosophy. The Bolshevizers could not tolerate such a separation of theory and practice even in the historical past. Plekhanov, they argued, seemed a solidly orthodox philosopher only because the ex-Menshevik Deborin had dominated the past phase of philosophical education. Lenin had warned that Deborin must be watched, lest he smuggle in his Menshevik politics. The true Bolsheviks had not been sufficiently watchful. From now on they would know better. They would see that Plekhanov was guilty of serious errors in philosophy, which Lenin corrected. Even before Plekhanov became a Menshevik he was inferior to Lenin as a philosopher. Lenin showed him the way in philosophy, but his degeneration into Menshevism prevented him from following it properly. The Bolshevizers did not spurn Plekhanov altogether. They removed him from the list of classics. He was to be read critically. The genuine classics, and the current masters of applied dialectics would how. 30 The new view of practice and theory also required a revaluation, or rather, a concretization of Lenin's concept of partiness. 36 At first Maidan recognized that Lenin had used partiness largely as a synonym for the class character of philosophy, but, he argued, such a broad understanding of the term was no longer sufficient. One must be able to understand the peculiar manifestation of philosophy's class character in our peculiar epoch. The fundamental peculiarity of the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship consists in the fact that the ruling theory is the theory and worldview of the ruling class, the proletariat. This peculiarity requires a more concrete formulation, on a new basis, of a whole series of questions, in particular, of the problem of the class character of science, of philosophy. The philosophy of dialectical materialism is the official point of view, the worldview of the Communist Party. Hence it follows that the partiness of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism in general, in the conditions of the contemporary stage in particular, signifies and must signify above all its politically efficacious character. 31 In time Maidan learned to write less awkwardly, and the Bolshevizers as a whole learned to avoid his implicit admission that their concept of partiness differed from Lenin's. But the iron logic that led them to their new concept did not change. They began their rebellion against the philosophical leadership by stressing methodological criticism of the party's enemies as the very first obligation of dialectical materialists. 38 The political struggle on two fronts had to be matched by a philosophical struggle on two fronts. This assumed an organic correlation between philosophical and political tendencies. Every political deviation had philosophical roots, every philosophical deviation political offshoots, while philosophical orthodoxy was to be found in the correct party line and only there. They learned to justify such assumptions by their new view of theory and practice, that is, by assimilating philosophy to the party's masterful application of dialectics in political and social affairs. They concluded that the party's centralized organization must be extended to the philosophical sector of the theoretical front. There is not, Maidan announced, and cannot be a philosophy that wants to be considered Marxist-Leninist philosophy while denying the necessity of ideational political and theoretical leadership on the part of the Communist Party and its leading staff. 39 In October, 1930, when Maidan made this announcement, it was not yet clear that Stalin and the Central Committee would assume the function that Maidan assigned to the party's leading staff. Pravda, the Central Committee's chief organ, had endorsed the Bolshevizers in June, but Revolution and Culture, the organ of the Central Committee's propaganda and agitation section, did not. The Presidium of the Communist Academy, which was defined by statute as the directing center of Marxist-Leninist learning, took a neutral position in this new philosophical controversy, as it had originally in the old one between Mechanists and Debornists. Many of Deborin's former students went over to the Bolshevizers 41 but he and a faithful few remained in control of the Communist Academy's Institute of Philosophy. The editorial board of Under the Banner of Marxism, the leading philosophical journal, was split three ways. A.K. Timiryazev remained a Mechanist, A.A. Maximov, who had quarreled with the Deboroniks over a year before, eagerly endorsed the Bolshevizers 42 while Deborin, the editor-in-chief, retained the militant support of Karev and Sten. The journal became the Deboronite organ, vehemently denouncing the Bolsheviks' militant eclectics. Their call for philosophical service of the party's political needs was allegedly borrowed from the Deboronite program, while their denunciation of Hegelian studies, their assimilation of theory to practice, were allegedly a revival of mechanism. 43 In the Deboronite view, publication of the Bolshevizers' articles in the party press did not give them the right to identify their own eclectic views with the general party line. 44 For the last time. Perhaps, an officially endorsed article in Pravda was denounced as a spineless article, eclectic by its very purpose. Shocking falsehood is added to astounding confusion and gross political mistakes. 45 The exchange of fierce polemics was very brief. In September, 1930, it was suddenly cut off, and in October the dispute was ended as the controversy over mechanism had been, by a conference of Marxist-Leninist specialists. But this was not a large conference representing the whole network of Marxist-Leninist research institutions, as the earlier one had been. It was a meeting of the directing center of that network, the Communist Academy, and formally, only of its presidium, though many other people than the presidium's members were allowed to speak. 46 Nor was it a meeting primarily of specialists in philosophy. V.P. Miliutin, the economist and member of the party's Central Control Commission, gave the main speech, Doklad, in support of the Bolshevizers. 47 His post as vice president of the Communist Academy gave him some warrant to be the main speaker, but his specialty was economics, and Deborin, who gave a companion main speech, Sodaklad, drew laughter from the audience by sneering at Miliutin's great services on the philosophical front. 48 Yaroslavsky, also of the party's Control Commission, dropped in during the ensuing debate to endorse the Bolshevizers, and to produce the document in which Lenin had warned against Deborin's Menshevism. 49 Skripnik, another old Bolshevik who was then a party chief in the Ukraine, came to denounce the Debrunits for having incommissarized themselves Psychommissarialis in the field of philosophy. 50. He could have boasted that he had been ahead of Lenin in anticipating the narrow concept of part-ness, for the Bolshevik Conference of 1909, dominated by Lenin, had rejected Skripnik's motion to condemn empiricism. 51 But he modestly refrained. Aside from party chiefs, a number of Bolshevik social theorists spoke, telling why their sectors of the theoretical front required the rejection of Deborin's formalism, his absorption in abstract Hegelian dialectics. The specialists in philosophy who spoke at the conference of October, 1930, were either students just beginning their careers, uniformly opposed to the Debrunits, or former students of S-259. Deborins, all but 5 of whom had turned against him. A.K. Timiryazev also appeared, to suggest that the Mechanists were being vindicated, but he was laughed out of court. At the beginning of the conference the Debrunits were still full of fire. One of them flailed the Bolshevizers' views as liberal. Koskin, Menshevik, Struvian, I already don't know what kind of rubbish, whereupon a voice from the audience helped him out, right deviationist, and he completed his furious incantation. Right deviationist, this nonsense, this is arch-revisionist trash. 53 But an avalanche of counter-tirades crushed the fighting spirit of the Debrunits. Maidan warned them that one must lend an ear to the signal which the party press is giving. 54 Another former disciple of Deborin's was more explicit. The philosophical leadership must not presume to instruct the party's leaders in philosophical truth. At the present moment philosophy is a party weapon, and it's there the philosopher's duty to sharpen it. 55 Changing his metaphor, he grew ominous. Comrade Deborin and especially certain others of his group have taken the bit in their teeth and want to gallop very swiftly off to a side from the general party line. They must be curbed. Whoever has read several party documents, whoever has read Comrade Stalin's articles, knows that we can curb a swift gallop. And the comrades themselves will be sorry if this curb occurs in the fiercest manner, if they don't understand now what they're being warned about beforehand. And 6 The Debrunits who spoke towards the end of the conference abstained from invective, but Karev still insisted that the philosophers' main duty was to provide the practical builders of socialism with the universal methodological key to their problems. 57 And Sten warned the Bolshevizers against theoretical liquidationism. Theoretical struggle has political significance because it is connected with the class tasks of the proletariat, but theoretical struggle is not by any means reducible to political struggle and is not exhausted by it. 58 When it came time for the two main speakers to make their concluding remarks, Deborin apologized for having attacked Miliutin and the Bolshevizers. He had, he confessed, missed the whole political significance of the meeting. He was particularly distressed by his separation from the young cadres, with whom he had been working for nearly 10 years. But he balked at the description of his philosophy as a formalist deviation from Marxism. If his works deserved that condemnation, how could Lenin have recommended him for teaching philosophy? 59 Other times, other customs, his opponents might have replied, as the conference elected a committee to write a Bolshevizing resolution, and adjourned. Thus conciliarism, the establishment of a philosophical line by resolutions of conferences, was used again, this time with much narrower representation of interest specialists, and with much greater participation of the party's higher officials. And again major questions were left hanging, this time more serious questions, since the philosophers condemned by the conference were in charge of the principal centers of philosophical teaching, research, and publication. What sanctions were to be used against them, if they refused to recognize their errors in a fully satisfactory manner. On the eve of the conference, the young Bolshevisers at the Institute of Red Professorship had resolved that the central Marxist-Leninist institutions should be thoroughly reorganized. 60. The resolution of the Communist Academy's Presidium restated the Bolshevisers' views, but in a more delicate form. 61. A strange impasse resulted. The Central Committee's Propaganda and Agitation section fired the Dvorinite editors of its organ, Revolution and Culture, and appointed a renegade Dvorinite to turn the journal into a mouthpiece of the militant Bolshevisers. 62. And the party organization at the Institute of Red Professorship expelled Sten for the now in his declaration, "I now stand on the party's political line." 63. They demanded that he give a full account, in writing, of his former association with the bloc of leftists and rightists, and charged a current association between him and Lamanids, who had started a petition for Stalin's resignation. 64. But who was to remove Sten from his position in the Communist Academy's Institute of Philosophy, while the Academy's Presidium ignored the demand for a thorough reorganization? And who had the authority to remove him, and Karev, who also refused to recognize his errors, from the editorial board of the leading philosophical monthly, under the banner of Marxism? Who was to judge between the chief editor, Dvorin, who had recognized all the charges of error that he thought were justified, and Iudin, who complained in Pravda that Dvorin had not completely disarmed himself before the party's Central Committee? 65. One can only imagine what was going on in private. Under the banner of Marxism ceased to appear after the conference of October, 1930.66 year Y. In December, the young Bolshevisers of the Institute of Red Professorship went to the chief. Stalin told them that they had been too soft. The Dvorinite philosophy was more than a system of formalist errors or a formalist deviation leading to idealism. The Bolshevisers had vacillated between these two descriptions. It was Menshevizing idealism, a sly counterfeit Marxism that was surreptitiously moving towards idealism in philosophy and Menshevism in politics. Mechanism, Stalin granted, was still the main danger on the philosophical front, but the philosophical works of the Menshevizing idealists were to be completely dissipated. Lenin's works, and their continuous practical interpretation by the party, were to be the basis of all future work in philosophy. 67. A few weeks after this conversation, new meetings were called at the Communist Academy, where Maidan triumphantly announced that Comrade Stalin's instructions must be placed at the foundation of all further theoretical work on the philosophical front. 68. The Communist Academy's Presidium revised its resolution to accord with Stalin's harsher judgment. 69. But even then Dvorin, Karev, and Sten held back. Under the banner of Marxism, of which they were the effective editors, still failed to appear. On January 25, 1931, Stalin spoke with the voice of formal authority. The Central Committee published a decree, concerning the journal under the banner of Marxism. 70. Without giving credit to the young Bolshevisers or mentioning the conference of October, 1930, the decree repeated their criticism of the Dvorinites, substituting Menshevizing idealists for formalists as the name by which these deviators were to be known. They had converted the journal, especially during the recent past, into the organ of their own group. Henceforth the journal must consistently put into practice the party-ness of philosophy. To guarantee this, the editorial board was reorganized. Karev and Sten were dropped altogether. They were later condemned, without public trial, as enemies of the people. 71. Dvorin was demoted from editor-in-chief to an ordinary member of the board, and 4 Bolshevisers were added to the one, Maximov, already there. The questions left hanging by conciliarism were thus answered. Final authority in Soviet Marxist philosophy had been clearly located. Driving home the lesson that the new partyness ruled out the former autonomy of Soviet Marxist scholars, the Central Committee struck down the most illustrious one, D.B. Ryazanov, founder and head of the Institute of Marx and Engels. Less than a year before, in the spring of 1930, his 60th anniversary had been celebrated with messages of personal and official greeting from the highest authorities, excepting Stalin. A lavish Festschrift had been prepared, and a biennial Ryazanov Prize established for the best work in Marxist studies, too. But in February, 1931, he was abruptly removed from the Institute of Marx and Engels, expelled from the party, and subjected to further undisclosed punishment. 7-3 Jaroslavsky came to the Communist Academy to read the lesson of Ryazanov's crime. Between the party and its enemies he had tried to establish a third force. He had given jobs in his institute to Marxist intellectuals fired from other government posts for deviation, and he had tried to help former Mensheviks who were just then, March, 1931, being tried for organizing a counter-revolutionary group. You yourselves must understand, Jaroslavsky confessed, that expelling Ryazanov from our party was not an altogether pleasant matter. But can we forbear from such a measure? We would not be a proletarian, Bolshevik party, if we were to forbear from this. Anyone can be a member of our party only so as long as he executes its will, so long as he sincerely serves the cause of the working class, the cause of this party. The moment he changes, the moment he takes a stand on the border where he is, on one side, our trusted person, while, on the other side, he is the trusted person of the Menshevik party, there is no place for him in our party. We will not tolerate anybody's double-dealing, whoever he may be, for treachery to the party we will be ruthless. 7 Ryazanov had also refused to renounce his view that Lenin's genius was restricted to political science. 75 A tolerable foible in the 20s, well known to those who had honored him in 1930, this view of the party's founder was inadmissible now that the separation of politics and philosophy was ended. While refusing to bow to the party's will in this matter, Ryazanov had allegedly honored agreements with foreign socialists, who gave him letters of Marx and Engels that were embarrassing to themselves on condition that the letters remain unpublished. The bare fact that Ryazanov had not yet published certain letters was joined with innuendo and downright falsehood to support charges of dishonest suppression. 76 V. Adoratsky, Ryazanov's successor at the Institute of Marx and Engels, had a thoroughly Bolshevik understanding of the scholar's commitment. A Mechanist in the early 20s, he had supported the Debernets when they won official favor, only to leave them for the Bolshevizers in 1930. Moreover, he had been among the first to proclaim Stalin the theoretical chief of Soviet Marxism as well as the political chief of the party. I-7 Ryazanov's dismissal was by no means an isolated incident, though the maturity of his successor was. Adoratsky was 53. The Central Committee's decree of January 25, 1931, unfolded a great irony. The Marxists who had prepared and begun the scientific changeover for bourgeois scholars were themselves the victims of a changeover. And it was far swifter and more thorough in communist than in non-communist institutions of higher learning, presumably because traditions of academic autonomy were much weaker in the former, and slowly acquired professional competence was considered less important in the social sciences and the humanities, the special field of the communist institutions, than it was in the natural sciences. In philosophy, Krabbit age gave way to Bolshevizing youth with astonishing swiftness. 1 year after the decree was issued, Ayudin reported that almost all the old philosophical gods had to be dismissed from the Institute of Red Professorship, and it is primarily young comrades, new cadres, that carry on the work. 78 He complained that many were poorly prepared for scholarly work, but presumably he did not include himself in this number. He was made head of the Institute's section of philosophy within a year of graduating from it. Moreover, the philosophical section became a full-fledged institute within the Communist Academy under a second decree of the Central Committee, which effectively terminated the Academy's vanishing autonomy by bringing the renovated institutes of Red Professorship into it. 79 By 1936 Maidin could boast that the Dvorinite works were being erased from memory. Not in a single question of philosophy have we left one stone on another of that which the representatives of Menshevizing idealism created. 80 About the same time the Communist Academy was dissolved altogether, its Institute of Philosophy absorbed by the Venerable Academy of Sciences of the USSR, where Ludin, who has not produced a creditable philosophical work to this day, sat as academician Ayudin, director of the institute. 81 The cry for partiness, which brought down the old leaders of Marxist-Leninist scholarship and raised the new ones to their places within the space of 2 years, rose to a new shrillness in the fall of 193 I. In a letter to a Bolshevik historical journal, Stalin denounced archive rats who made past stages of Bolshevism seem less than absolutely irreconcilable towards deviationists. 82 This time Marxists on the various sectors of the theoretical front did not wonder whether Stalin's instruction applied only to historians. All sectors criticized themselves, exorcising the spirit of rotten liberalism. In some cases genuine issues were raised and quickly settled. One author, who had dutifully given the new evaluation of Lenin and Plekhanov as philosophers, was savagely attacked for remarking at one point that Lenin's separation of political and philosophical issues in the pre-revolutionary period showed the primacy of political considerations, of practice, in his mind. 83 It was a slander of Lenin and a distortion of history, the Bolshevizers shouted, to suggest that in certain circumstances his concept of partiness allowed the separation of political and philosophical issues. Another scholar, who had collaborated on Jaroslavsky's condemned history of Bolshevism, was taken to task for this confession. When it came to striking out some facts or others, we approached the party's history not with the viewpoint of political expediency, but with the viewpoint of that objectivity which is absolutely not characteristic of our Bolshevik history, but is a belch of bourgeois liberalism, of bourgeois objectivism, in the sense in which we are accustomed to speak of bourgeois historians. 84 In a second confession he apologized for the vestige of bourgeois objectivism in this first one. Political expediency and objective truth were not opposed for Bolsheviks, whose political line was the embodiment of objective truth, and never required striking out some facts or others. 8s Even Ludin and the Bolshevizers had an error to confess. They had given the impression that their campaign against the Debrunits had been undertaken on their own bold initiative. Now it must be known that Stalin and the Central Committee had directed the campaign from first to last, and they retold the dispute to prove it, striking out inconvenient facts without any qualms of bourgeois objectivist conscience, but supplying no new facts to confirm the new version. 86 In other outbursts of self-criticism the only issues seemed to be personal. Had this or that former leader of Marxist scholarship completely disarmed himself before the Central Committee? Deborin, for example, submitted a letter of self-criticism early in 1932, but it was found inadequate since he distinguished between correct and incorrect elements in his former work. 87 At a meeting in March, 1933, he rejected such critical self-criticism in a second confession. No, complete and unconditional disarmament is demanded of us. If one stubbornly resists and does not submit to the Central Committee's decree unconditionally and, at the same time, honorably and conscientiously, without double-dealing trickery, Menshevizing idealism turns into Menshevist idealism, and then, in accordance with the inexorable logic of things, its followers fall into the camp of the complete enemies of the party, of its leadership, fall into the embrace of counter-revolution. And some in fact notably Sten have already taken this road. 88 Even so, he was attacked again for inadequate self-criticism, since he still did not condemn everything he had ever written. 89 This truculent refusal to accept Deborin's notice of surrender suggested the victors' fear for the places they had won from the vanquished. But mean personal motives aside, suspicion that repentant Marxist philosophers were hypocrites was probably as unavoidable as similar suspicions of the recently converted bourgeois specialists. After all, there were severe penalties for refusal to repent. Nor could the danger of wary time-serving be avoided among the newcomers to Soviet Marxist philosophy. They had no past errors to repent, but they might well read their seniors' fate as proof that present truth could be future error. Maiden unintentionally demonstrated these inherent paradoxes of the new partiness when he generously decried the uncomrade attacks on Deborin's sincerity, but agreed that Deborin had not gone far enough in his self-criticism. 90 Calling for a rally round the incontestable truths disclosed by the classics and their current interpreters in the Central Committee, he implicitly recognized that some regarded these truths as less than permanent. We must brand those, and there are such comrades who are hedging, who formally recognize the Central Committee's decision, but think it necessary to stand aside for a while and see whether someone will fall. 91. A further paradox emerged in Maidan's prophetic peroration, rallying all our forces, under the leadership of our party, under the leadership of our dear and beloved teacher, Comrade Stalin, we will indubitably move forward the work on the philosophical front, and will create serious, fundamental works of research. 92. Even assuming the best of motives on the philosophical front, Maidan's prophecy was paradoxical. Mature philosophers who had known some intellectual autonomy might voluntarily and sincerely give it up for the iron discipline that the cause seemed to demand. Newcomers to philosophy might enthusiastically dedicate themselves to the execution of Comrade Stalin's instructions, careless of future instructions that might make deviationists of present enthusiasts. But in one case or the other, how could they ask fundamental questions or seek their answers? Disarmed before the Central Committee and executing its instructions, how could they search for philosophical truth? Must they not wait for it? Already in 1932 and 1933 the lack of serious, fundamental works of research in philosophy was being lamented. 93. Beating quotations into standardized patterns had become the characteristic occupation of Soviet L-1 Marxist philosophers. Had, then, were the results of the great break in the philosophy of natural science. The denigration of philosophizing out of Hegel and the new stress on practice struck some mechanists as a belated vindication of their program. 94. Had they not proposed to build the philosophy of natural science out of empirical data and verifiable theories, which, together with technology, were practice in the natural sciences just as the party's policies were practice in the social sciences and humanities? Indeed, there was an unacknowledged kinship between the Bolshevizers' program and that of the mechanists. The proposal one of the Bolshevizers explained to the Debrunits in October, 1930, is that philosophical work should grow in the soil of definite, concrete, scientific disciplines, that you learn the concrete experience of practical work in this or that scientific field and get your philosophers to be connected more closely with these fields. That is the crux of the matter. 90. But the mechanists were sharply rebuked when they claimed vindication in 193. 96. They had advanced this proposal when the old generation of bourgeois specialists seemed destined to control the natural sciences for a long time to come, and the mechanists had accordingly played down the class character, the partiness, of natural science. The Bolshevizers advanced this proposal in the name of partiness, when young red specialists seemed to be storming the special disciplines of natural science. Their program of developing the Marxist philosophy of natural science within the special disciplines was by no means a concession to the autonomy of bourgeois specialists. Armed with instructions dug out of the classics and the decisions of the Central Committee, the young red specialists would reconstruct the special branches of natural science, thereby forcing the older specialists to reconstruct themselves or get out. 97. The initial result, while the great break lasted, was a burst of feverish talk about the dialectical materialist transformation not only of such disciplines as mathematics, physics, and biology, but even of such as hospital planning and agricultural engineering. One example has already been given from the field of statistical theory, and more will be given in the next chapters from the fields of physics and biology. Let it suffice here to say that in some cases a few older specialists, whose pet theories had been rejected or ignored by most of their colleagues, were taken up by fledgling red specialists apparently convinced that the minority view must be the revolutionary one. In other cases the fledglings produced wondrous gibberish of their own. 98. In any case these reconstructions of the natural sciences were advanced in the name of partiness, apparently under the aegis of the Central Committee itself. Older specialists who might have resisted or criticized were prudently silent for the most part, and the Bolshevizers began to complain of their silence as evidence of resistance to dialectical materialism. 99. Clearly the Central Committee, having set itself up as the Areopagus of dialectical materialism, had to arbitrate, and this time not on abstract issues of Marxist-Leninist ideology but on their application to special disciplines of great practical importance. The Central Committee's response, when the Great Break had run its course, was to cry down hasty reconstructions of the sciences and to put off the problem. In June 1932, A.I. Stetsky, head of the Central Committee's Agitation and Propaganda section, lectured the Bolshevizers on vulgarization and vulgarizers. These zealous comrades do not take into consideration the fact that the reconstruction of mathematics, physics, and the rest can be achieved only on the basis of a careful, critical reworking of all the accumulated material of a given science, on the basis of a knowledge of its history, an understanding of its specific character, without mentioning such an elementary precondition as the necessity of being both a specialist in one's own field and a good judge of dialectics. 10-0 To be sure, Stetsky's published article did not criticize any of the leading Bolshevizers. Minor, relatively insignificant figures were the butts of his ridicule. He blamed the continuing influence of Menshevizing idealism for the vulgarization of dialectics in natural science, and he warned bourgeois specialists that they were not being vindicated. The reconstruction of natural science on the basis of dialectical materialism was not being abandoned, but clearly its tempo was being greatly slowed. The Federated Institutes of Red Professorship lost their Institute of Natural Science, the students of which were dispatched to appropriate technical schools, LOL, and clearly the Bolshevizers were being warned. They must not press the reconstruction too rashly, ignoring the claims of practice in the natural sciences, where non-party specialists were still dominant, and they must not presume to speak for the Central Committee on specific issues in the natural sciences. On such issues non-party specialists were once again free to criticize the Bolshevizers, who became strikingly temperate in their replies, at least for the time being. 102 A new phase in the interaction of Soviet Marxism and natural science had begun, in which the main subject of discussion would no longer be the Weltanschauung or universal methodology appropriate for natural science as a whole. Soviet Marxists were supposed to continue such discussion, for their basic philosophy was supposed to be anti-dogmatic, empirical, open to further development. But now only Stalin and his compliant Central Committee had the requisite world-sweeping vision. Lesser philosophers would wait to be told when experience required the Marxist Weltanschauung to be developed further. As of 1932 they defined it by quotations and paraphrases of the classics, carefully selected to support fulminations against reductionist positivism, the Mechanist deviation, and against Hegelianizing metaphysics, the Enlanchevizing idealist deviation. Ostensibly, the old tension in Marxist philosophy between positivism and metaphysics had been solved, and if any further solving were needed, the chief would provide it by adding a classic or two to the carefully defined list. In fact, the long-standing argument over dialectical materiali 5M as a universal philosophy had become an internal dialogue, fragments of which might burst into the open from time to time. For lesser Bolshevik philosophers were still free, at their own risk, to discuss the application of dialectical materialism to specific issues within the natural sciences, and non-party specialists would be prodded to give proof of their conversion to the official ideology by participating in such discussions, also at their own risk. The ultimate arbiter of issues, risks, and all Stalinist Central Committee would decide for itself whether, when, and how to intervene. Some may say that the Mechanists had scored a belated, unacknowledged victory, for Hegelian studies were cut back. The Marxist philosophy of natural science would henceforth grow within the concrete disciplines, practice was enthroned as the ultimate criterion of truth. But practice could mean almost anything, from the data and verifiable theories of the natural sciences, and who can be sure that there are no metaphysical elements here, to the changing techniques of Soviet agriculture and industry, to the party's shifting ideological needs, and who can doubt that metaphysical vision enters herd. How the diverse, often conflicting demands of such practice were to be reconciled can be determined only by further historical research. One cannot infer from the situation in 1932 a single, unscapable pattern of further interaction between Soviet Marxism and natural science. For the Great Break did not settle the contested legacy that the classics had left to Marxist philosophers of science, just as it did not effect a final changeover from bourgeois to red specialists. Ostensibly, the older generation of scientists, henceforth called non-party rather than bourgeois, had been brought within the Marxist community and would participate in its discussions. In fact, those discussions would still derive much of their meaning from the ideological suspicion with which Bolsheviks continued to regard most older scientists. As for Marxist philosophers of science, the Great Break seemed to have eliminated the issues that had divided them in the past. In fact, it restricted the field and changed the rules of argument, and brought to the fore a new generation of court philosophers, ready to continue the restricted argument under the new rules, in the presence of the close-mouthed, unblinking chief of the revolution. 1. Part 5. Physics and Biology in the First Phase 1917 to 1932. 18. The Crisis in Physics. T. He First Phase of Soviet Marxism, 1917 to 1932, coincided with triumphs of physics that produced crises of philosophical understanding. From the solar eclipse of 1919 until the Lassie 20s, Einstein's modification of classical concepts of space, time, and motion held the center of philosophical attention. Then came the new quantum mechanics, calling in question the most fundamental notio of causality and the intelligibility of physical processes. To understand Soviet Marxist reactions to these triumphs of physics and concomitant crises of philosophy, one must realize that Soviet physicists actively participated in the triumphs, while treating the crises with indifference or non-Marxist philosophizing. It is a great mistake, though a very widespread one, to imagine that Soviet scientists were shut off from the new, relativistic physics, which was allegedly rejected by the majority of Soviet philosophers and physicists, or tabooed by the Bolsheviks for a long time. 1 Indeed, no study of Russian sources or special history of Soviet physics is necessary to realize the erroneousness of this view. A. Friedman's, or Friedman's, Contribution to Relativistic Cosmology and V. A. Fox, or Fox, Contribution to Relativistic Quantum Mechanics, to take only a couple of notable examples, were published in Western journals and became widely known among Western scientists. 2. As for active opposition to the new physics, one might argue that there was less in the Soviet community of physicists than elsewhere. It will be seen below that the two Soviet physicists who declared war on the theory of relativity, took their arguments against it from the German Philip Leonard, the American Dayton C. Miller, the Englishman J. J. Thomson. They found virtually no support among physicists of their own country. Those who perceive a markedly abstract, theoretical, mathematical character in the history of Russian science, supposedly the result of the long-enduring backwardness of the country's technology, may find further support for their theory in the minimal opposition to relativity among Soviet physicists. Others, conscious of the minimal opposition among the physicists of all countries, would emphasize the ceaseless movement of scientific papers and people across national boundaries. Until the end of the period under review, Russian scientists unashamedly continued their tradition of learning from the West. Only in 1931 one finds the first Bolshevik grumbling that time and again, as the best demonstration of our achievements, the number of Russian physicists' works printed in foreign journals is adduced. 3. There was also an impressive amount of travel abroad. A. F. Loff, or Joff, the founder of a brilliant school of physicists in Leningrad, seems to have gone off nearly every summer, to do research with his mentor, Röntgen, until the latter's death, and then to tour centers of physical research and to lecture, e.g. at the University of California. 4. Various young Soviet physicists received Rockefeller grants for study abroad. Fock, for example, worked with Born in Göttingen. Lai Frankel not only studied abroad but returned to lecture, at the University of Minnesota. 5. P.L. Kapitsa stayed so long at Cambridge, and so impressed his English colleagues, that he left behind a legendary picture of himself as the single most important physicist in the Soviet Union. Though there was comparatively little movement the other way, it is noteworthy that Philip Frank read a paper on quantum theory at a Congress of Russian physicists in 1928 and contributed a couple of articles to the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. 6. P.S. Ehrenfest, of the University of Leiden, was a visiting professor in Leningrad, even participating in a philosophical discussion of electromagnetic phenomena in 1929 to 1937, and in 1933 the presence of Dirac, Frédéric Joliot, and several other foreign luminaries turned a Leningrad meeting on nuclear physics into something like an international conference. 8. But whatever the weight of the contributing factors, the Russian tradition of abstract science, and the international character of contemporary physics, the resulting fact is clear. During the period under review, the Soviet community of physicists actively participated in the worldwide development of the new physics. To this basic fact another must be added, if the background of the Soviet Marxist discussions of the new physics is to be understood. Soviet physical scientists shared not only in the triumphant progress of the new physics but also in the philosophical turmoil that accompanied it. This is not to say that most Soviet physicists were philosophically minded. The majority, who never bothered to record their thoughts on the philosophical aspects of their specialty, very likely shared the crude, somewhat cynical operationalism of one Vr Burschen, who dismissed a philosophical discussion of electromagnetic phenomena as a quarrel over words, with possible relevance only to teaching. Since lines of force can be visualized, one must use them constantly, and in that way one inspires faith in their reality, a faith in which I myself have no faith. 9. But those Soviet physical scientists who took the philosophical aspects of their specialty more seriously than Burschen were overwhelmingly indifferent or hostile to Marxism. During the Civil War, when the censorship was quite lax outside the field of politics, they published freely. 10. And even after the tightening of the censorship in 1922, a diminishing trickle of explicitly non-Marxist appraisals of the new physics continued to flow until the Great Break cut it off for good. But repressive measures could not cope with the philosophical problems thrown up by the development of physics. Odijk Volson, or Coulson, it will be recalled, when subjected to sharp criticism for the endorsement of fideism in his popularization of relativity, withdrew the offensive passage from later editions. 1-2 But in a survey of the new developments of physics that he published in 1924, he made the inevitable distinction between the phenomenalistic and the realistic approach in physics, pointing out that the former was clearly gaining ascendancy as concepts with a mathematical expression, but without a physical explanation gained increasing significance. With an instrument that he does not understand, the scientist does wonders. He begins to understand a great deal that was formerly not understood, he discovers new phenomena, he unites the divergent, hoping that in time he will understand the sense and significance of his wonder-working instrument. However, all the scientific triumphs achieved in this way arouse, along with feelings of rapture and amazement, a feeling of profound dissatisfaction. We see that a new scientific structure is being raised, but its foundation is not understood by us and arouses the greatest doubts. 1-3 Here obviously was a problem for Soviet Marxists, committed as they were to the Promethean belief that all things are intelligible to scientific man. Such implicit challenges to the Marxist Weltanschauung cropped up repeatedly in the textbooks and popularizations of the new physics. A. Friedman, for example, the mathematician whose notable contribution to relativistic cosmology was mentioned above, collaborated with the physicist V.K. Fredericks to produce an introduction to tensor analysis. The authors agreed with Hilbert that the general theory of relativity was beginning the axiomatization of physics, that is, the transformation of physics into a formal science like geometry or arithmetic. But they felt that physics requires far greater attention than geometry or arithmetic to the explanation of its concepts by means of the material world's objects, and therefore they equated the progress of axiomatization with the growth of scepticism. Fortunately, they concluded, it is not given to us to see the future, and we do not know whether the epoch of axiomatization, the epoch of skepticism, will be the deathbed hours of knowledge. But even if it should be so, still the logical beauty of the end would force us to welcome the appearance of the principle of relativity. 1-0 If Soviet Marxists agreed that the axiomatic method was inseparable from scepticism, which would undermine the Marxist Weltanschauung as well as the traditional conception of physical meaning, they would have to become opponents of the new physics. If they wanted to have both the Marxist Weltanschauung and the new physics, they would have to prove that Fredericks and Friedman were misinterpreting the epistemological significance of the axiomatic method. In either case, whether disagreeing with the physics or the philosophy of Fredericks and Friedman, they could hardly avoid involvement in the forbiddingly abstruse theories of the new physics. Yet, when the discussion began, hardly one of them had anything but the vaguest knowledge of physics. Towards the end of the period under review, after nearly 15 years of the Cultural Revolution, communists were less than 2% of the community of Soviet physicists, excluding graduate students. Lsak Timiryazev's entrance into the Bolshevik Party in 1921 must accordingly have seemed a godsend to those concerned with the party's ideological tasks. Here was a mature physicist, the first one in the Bolshevik ranks. 16 to be sure, his special work had been on the kinetic theory of gases, but he showed no hesitation or diffidence in settling accounts with the theory of relativity. 7 He regarded it as a perversion of physics. Whatever truths he was willing to concede it had already been discovered, and could be explained better, by classical physics, in particular by the theories of J. Thomson and Philip P. Leonard. The data requiring amendments to classical theories could be challenged, as Dayton C. Miller was challenging the invariance of the speed of light and the resulting evaporation of ether. Ls in article after article Timiryazev doggedly circled the same track. Physical phenomena are explained only when they are reduced to, or expressed in terms of, classical mechanics, and when a visual image or model can be formed. Physical phenomena that cannot be explained in this manner are erroneously reported. With this argument he was objecting to the theory of relativity before he became a communist. His discovery of Lenin's polemic against Marxism merely furnished him with an additional weapon against an enemy he was already bent on destroying. The theory of relativity, he began to argue, is inseparable from Marxist philosophy, and should be rejected for that reason too. Actually, his objection to Marxism was equivalent to his initial objection to relativity. Marxism would limit the physicist to the logical arrangement of data, and would inhibit the search for material causes responsible for the data. Since he interpreted material causes in the light of classical mechanics, he was thus returning to his basic theme, and providing an opening for the Leninist defenders of the new physics, who insisted that Lenin had not committed dialectical materialism to the concept of material causes as understood by classical mechanics. 19 From the start Timiryazev was virtually isolated in his crusade against the theory of relativity. In 1922, to be sure, Lenin commended him for raising an issue that Marxists could not afford to ignore, for Einstein's theory, Lenin warned, was being used to support various idealist philosophies. 20 But this commendation did not include an endorsement of Timiryazev's hostility to Einstein's physics, and V. Nevsky, a Bolshevik ideologist commissioned by Lenin to bring materialism and empirio-criticism up to date, repeatedly indicated his conviction that Einstein was a sound physicist though a poor philosopher. Trotsky would not commit himself that far, but insisted that the question was open. To be sure, Timiryazev's luster in the first half of the 20s as the Bolshevik physicist carried some Marxists in his train. Deborin, for example, revealed his acceptance of Timiryazev's judgment in 1924-1925-23, and Crocodile, the Bolshevik magazine of humor, once carried a cartoon captioned, "Einstein has invented a scientific theory that contradicts physics and geometry, and therefore it is bourgeois, and the proletariat does not need it." 24 But such ephemeral gestures of emotional solidarity contributed little to Timiryazev's crusade. Until new circumstances brought him new comrades in the 30s, his supporters who denounced the new physics at any length were 4, I.N. Stukov, editor of The Atheist at the Bench, I.E. Orlov, the philosophical chemist who was a leader of the Mechanist faction, L.M. Rubinovsky, a graduate student of chemistry, and G.A. Karazov, a former anarchist publicist who worked out a mathematical refutation of relativity. 25 There must have been a time in 1921, 1922 when Timiryazev had hopes of support from A. Maximov, the 30-year-old physicist to philosophers and philosopher to physicists, who would be a leader first of the Deborinite faction, then of the Bolshevizers. For Maximov entered the discussion of the new physics with a respectful review of Leonard's blast at the theory of relativity, which had been translated and annotated by Timiryazev. Questioned the assumption of Leonard and Timiryazev that the mechanical foundations of physics had been adequately explained by classical theory. The Newtonian concept of space and time, he argued, was metaphysical in its assertion of an absolute space and time existing separately from matter. Engels had pointed out that space and time are inseparable aspects or forms of material being, and the theory of relativity was bringing physics to a realization of this dialectical truth. Moreover, Einstein was to be commended for breaking down the artificial barriers that separated basic concepts, such as mass, energy, and inertia. He was also given credit for unwittingly confirming the materialist view of geometry as a branch of physics, for demonstrating the physical significance of non-Euclidean geometry, which had been a major point of support to idealist philosophies. At the same time, the great scientist was described as a typical product of the decaying bourgeois academic world. His stated philosophy was opposed to dialectical materialism. From free creations of the mind he allegedly hoped to construct a closed system of thought that would express the whole truth about the universe once and for all. Maximov concluded that proletarian scientists would have to recast Einstein's physics, establishing it on the proper philosophical foundation. 27 Maximov had no practicable suggestions for proletarian physicists who might have wished to begin this great task. Very likely, lacking training in physics beyond the undergraduate level, he would have been embarrassed by a demand for such suggestions, but he was spared by the fact that Soviet scientists in the forefront of physical research remained aloof. He was challenged by Stukov, editor of The Atheist at the Bench, who charged that Maximov was a prisoner of relativism, philosophical no less than physical. Maximov had the simple task of pointing out to Stukov the genius instinctive sense that Einstein possesses in the formulation of questions. However deeply he may be stuck in the machist-humist Poincarist philosophy, in the last analysis he still obtains formulations that are correct and useful for us sinful materialists. A similar distinction between the physics and the philosophy of Einstein was made by another young specialist in the philosophical aspects of physics, Z.H. Zeitlin, who reminded the opponents of relativity of Engels' apology to the platypus. 29. Shortly before he died, Engels recalled an incident of his youth. I saw the eggs of the duckbill in Manchester and with arrogant narrow-mindedness mocked at such stupidity as if a mammal could lay eggs, and now it has been proved. So do not behave in the way I had later to beg the duckbill's pardon for. 30. Zeitlin's appreciation of the theory of relativity had this further similarity to Maximov's. Einstein's notion of space and motion as modalities of matter or substance was essentially dialectical materialist. But Zeitlin's reservations about Einstein's physics were not as vague as Maximov's. He believed that the special theory of relativity, by denying the reality of world ether, denied the objective, material reality of space. The general theory of relativity he interpreted as restoring ether and thereby the objective reality of material space, but he felt that the restoration was not complete. For Zeitlin was convinced that true physics and true philosophy were essentially a continuation of Descartes' vision of the universe as multiform vortices in an ethereal ocean. Cavendish and Maxwell had deepened and refined this basic conception. Einstein's physics grew out of Maxwell's, through the intermediary of Lorentz, and the theory of relativity would be perfected if Einstein would only recognize the great tradition of Cartesian physics and restore a fluid ether. 31 Zeitlin himself merely pointed the way, he did nothing to develop his idea in application to the specific concepts and theories of the new physics. 32 Like Maximov, he may have lacked the ability to do so, but he was never put to the test, for his discussion was with Timiryazev's little school, which would not recognize any merit in Einstein's physics, and with the Dvorinite philosophers, who were concerned only to rebut Zeitlin's Cartesian understanding of Marxist philosophy, and ignored the discussion of physics until 1927. As the reader may recall, the Dvorinites did not devise an original position on the new physics. In 1927 they merely endorsed one variety of a view that had been current among Soviet Marxists since Timiryazev opened the discussion in 192 I. The proponents of this view combated Timiryazev and his rejection of the new physics, and looked askance at the feeble efforts of Maximov and Tsetlin to rework the new physics from the standpoint of dialectical materialism. They argued that the new physics, without the necessity of alteration, already represented an unacknowledged triumph of Marxist philosophy. But beyond this, there was little unity in this school, for its proponents could not agree in their understanding of the Manwu philosophy that had allegedly triumphed. Some were unabashed Marxists, others orthodox Marxists who refused to support either the Mechanist or the Deborahite understanding of orthodoxy, still others were leaders of the Mechanist faction, and belatedly, from 1927, some were Deborahnites. Finally, when the Great Break propelled eminent physicists into the orbit of Marxist discussions, another variant of this view sprang to life. Bogdanov, Bazarov, and Yashkevich, Lenin's opponents in the philosophical debates of the pre-revolutionary period who continued their participation in Marxist discussions during the 20s, had little difficulty in reading the theory of relativity as a confirmation of their Machist version of Marxist philosophy. Though Mach had frowned on the theory of relativity shortly before his death, Einstein paid tribute to him for the philosophical inspiration of the theory, and a variety of positivists, Machists in the Leninist vocabulary, were busy finding new support for their philosophies of science in Einstein's physics. Bazarov, reviewing the literature of relativity in the Herald of the Communist Academy, quoted with obvious approval Professor A.V. Vasilev's scorn both for the mystical conclusions that some drew from Einstein's theory and for the narrow fanaticism that thinks materialism, the last word of human thought. 35 The intellectual atmosphere of the 20s was not free enough for Bazarov to include Professor Vasilev's specification, the materialism of Haeckel and Engels. Indeed, he foreshadowed things to come in his warning against arguments of an extra-logical order, to which the partisans of Dantean cosmology so willingly resorted in Galileo's time, and which, unfortunately, have not lost their prestige in the eyes of some partisans of Copernican cosmology. 36 But until the end of the 20s the Machist Marxists were comparatively free to argue their view of the new physics within the community of Soviet Marxists. 3. The first orthodox Marxist to endorse the theory of relativity without reservation was a publicist and trade union leader, A.G.O. Eltzman, who had little reason to feel diffident in matters of physics since he was willing to accept the theories of physicists without reservation. The interpretation of Marxist philosophy that he came to in his quarrel with Timiryazev has been described in a preceding chapter, for it foreshadowed the Deborahite interpretation, but he did not join that faction. 38 Nor did the German communist, August Thalheimer, who was the first in the Soviet Union to argue that Hegel had actually forecast the relativistic denial of absolute time and space. 39 The most extended presentation of this view of relativity came from SIU. Semkovsky, who was considered a Mechanist until 929, when he came over to the Deborahnites, noting that they had endorsed his interpretation of the new physics. When he first published this interpretation, in 924-1926, he used it as a criticism both of the vulgar materialism of Timiryazev, who wanted to tie Marxist philosophy to outmoded physical theories, and of the Deborahnites, who, Semkovsky argued, were willing to accept Timiryazev's mechanistic objections to the new physics while they turned Marxist philosophy into a sort of neo-Hegelian scholasticism. Semkovsky felt that great revolutions in natural science coincide with periods of great social revolution, and he recalled Engels and Lenin's insistence that materialism must take on a new form with every revolution in the scientific understanding of matter. Dialectical materialism must accordingly absorb the new insights provided by the theory of relativity. The fact that Einstein sometimes expressed sympathy with Marxism, and that Machist philosophers were making capital of his work, should not decide the issue for Marxists. They should consider the theory of relativity itself. Incidentally, however, Semkovsky defended Einstein as a somewhat inconsistent but basically realistic philosopher. The only aspect of the theory of relativity that could not be accepted by dialectical materialists, Semkovsky fc it, was the notion of a finite universe, but this was a peripheral issue, and still in a highly controversial and unsettled condition. On all essential issues the theory of relativity, not only does not refute dialectical materialism but, on the contrary, is a brilliant confirmation of its correctness. 4.0. Semkovsky's reasons for this judgment were essentially similar to Maximov's, the denial of absolute space and time separate from matter, and their reduction to forms of matter's being, the reduction of geometry to a branch of physics, and the unification of concepts such as mass and energy. To this Semkovsky added a methodological commendation that Maximov was unwilling to grant. The theory of relativity continued the classical tradition of strict determinism, the reign of objective causality in nature. There can be little doubt that Semkovsky displayed a more acute perception of Einstein's basic methodology than did Maximov, even though the latter claimed to be a physicist. 41. In general, Semkovsky showed an impressive familiarity not only with the popularizations and philosophical analyses of relativity but even with some of the technical literature concerning it. His book was indeed the only Marxist work of the period under review that was favorably reviewed by a non-Marxist physicist in a technical journal. 42. Such evidence of the appeal of Semkovsky's argument to physical scientists may well have been a major reason for the de Boronite abandonment of indifference or offhand hostility to the theory of relativity. Jessen's maneuver, as the de Boronite transition to endorsement was called in an earlier chapter, began in 1927, with Jessen turning back against Timiryazev and the Mechanist faction the charge of alienating natural scientists by attempting to bind dogmas on science. 43. By 1928 the transition was complete. B. M. Jessen, the 45-year-old rival to Maximov in the borderland between physics and philosophy, published a popularization of the theory of relativity that repeated Semkovsky's arguments, except of course for the charge that the de Boronits were neo-Hegelian scholastics. 44. And at the conference of April, 1929, which marked the de Boronite triumph over the Mechanists, the legend was established that is still current in the Soviet Union. The Mechanist faction was equated with hostility to the new physics, the de Boronite with unreserved acceptance. This was also the time when the new quantum mechanics, with its statistical interpretation of causality and its mathematical description of elementary particles, defying visualization save by contradictory models, was raising philosophical problems that made Einstein's revolution seem, by comparison, a tame addendum to classical physics. Jessen, who replaced the disgruntled Maximov as the chief interpreter of physics for the victorious de Boronits, turned his attention to these problems. He was far more competent in physics than Maximov, but, as far as a layman can judge, he did not produce an original interpretation of quantum mechanics. From the works of Smoluchowski and Richard Mises he drew a complex argument that began with a philosophical reconsideration of chance, making it compatible with causality, and, struggling over the abstruse theory of ergodic derived from Gibbs and Boltzmann, concluded that statistical mechanics cannot be reduced either to pure mechanics or to pure statistics. 43. In this way Jessen believed that causality could be saved without arguing that quantum mechanics is a transient first step to a non-statistical theory of elementary particles. 46. Rhe latter argument, a much simpler method of having the cake of quantum mechanics without paying the penny of causality, was and remains very popular among Soviet Marxists. Thus Jessen moved the de Boronits not only to unreserved acceptance of bourgeois scholars' physics, but even towards a serious consideration of their philosophy. A high degree of confidence was implicit in this move, confidence that de Boronite interpretation was sufficient to transform even the philosophy of bourgeois scientists into Leninism. Ironically, Jessen's confident move coincided with the drastic failure of Bolshevik confidence in bourgeois specialists even within the field of science. To compound the irony, Jessen himself was both a harbinger and an ultimate causality of the Great Break. At the same time that he was seriously considering Mises' effort to solve the philosophical problems of quantum theory, he denounced the editors of physical journals for their indifference and hostility to Marxist philosophy, declared inadmissible the publication of Rice's theory of relativity in Russian translation, and called for the dismissal of the responsible editor in the state publishing house. 47. But, When the dismissal occurred, in 193-0, Jessen himself was under attack for an allegedly uncritical and permissive attitude towards the ideological poison flowing from the new physics. The dismissed editor was an outstanding 61-year-old mathematician, V.F. Kagan, who must have had some sympathy with Marxism, for he had been participating in the work of the Communist Academy since the early 20s. 48 When one considers that his specialty was multidimensional geometry and tensor calculus, it becomes surprising that he had not participated in the Marxist discussions of relativity. Yet his was by no means an isolated anomaly. Another participant in the activity of the Communist Academy was the young physicist S.I. Vavilov, one of the first Russian translators of Einstein, and author of a popular presentation of the experimental foundations of the theory of relativity. 49 He too was aloof from the Marxist discussion of relativity, and, in the preface to his book, explicitly excluded consideration of the philosophical issues. 50 The most striking instance of this anomalous abstention of truly competent specialists from the Marxist discussion of the new physics was the mathematician O.I.U. Schmidt, who founded the Communist Academy's section of the natural and exact sciences. In 1924 he spoke out against Timiryazev's rejection of relativity, and incorporated in the statute of his section a call for an open discussion of the subject. 51 Yet he himself ventured no extended analysis of relativity. The Marxist appraisal of the new physics was left to the variety of publicists and undistinguished scientists reviewed in the preceding pages before. One must stress, the Great Break brought obstreperous young Bolshevizers into the field, impatient of anything but violent denunciations of bourgeois science and passionate declarations of devotion to the Central Committee. 52 The career of A.F. Yaffe, or Joff, is one of the most interesting cases of a physicist who was close to Bolshevism but took no extensive part in the Marxist discussions of physics until the end of the Great Break. He was certainly qualified to participate. One of his earliest works, 1907, had been a defense of Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect. He was elected to the presidency of a major physical society in 1915, when he was only 35, and to the Academy of Sciences in 1919. He could count among his students some of the most brilliant theoretical physicists of the Soviet period. 53 On the political side, he joined the exodus of non-Bolshevik scholars to the Crimea in 1917, but he was one of the first to change his mind. Returning to Red Petrograd when the Civil War was only beginning, he firmly resolved once and for all to connect my fate with the country of the Soviets, and to contribute my share to the future upbuilding. 54 He became one of the chief organizers of research and advanced training in physics, and a darling of the Bolsheviks, holding a continuous seat in the Leningrad Soviet from 1926, and leading the cry for dedication to socialist construction during the Great Break. He did not join the Communist Party, however, until 1942. Yet he was a virtually silent observer of the Marxist discussions of the new physics until the 30s. In the period under review, Loff was involved in these discussions only twice, and then very briefly. At the end of 1926, when Timiryazev carried his campaign against relativity from the narrow circle of Soviet Marxists to a congress of Russian physicists, Yaffe replied on the spot, and, worried at Timiryazev's influence among the communists, published a defense of relativity in Pravda. 55 It is significant that he confined himself almost entirely to a popularized analysis of the experimental evidence, and only at the end of his article dealt summarily with the philosophical issues, which he reduced to one. Appealing not to Marxism but to common sense, he remarked that Einstein's theory could not be regarded as a blow at materialism since it deepened our understanding of material nature. If, from the properties of matter, some want to deduce its absence, then one must struggle with such distortions of common sense, but not with the theories that describe matter. 56 Timiryazev replied in Pravda, charging Loff with Marxism, but the Debrunets, then moving to their endorsement of relativity, defended Loff against the charge. 57 Loff relapsed into silence, no doubt reassured by the ascendancy of the Dvoraniks and by the establishment of the legend that the discredited Mechanist faction was the special home of enmity to the new physics. There was another moment when Löw and several other eminent specialists were almost drawn into the Marxist discussion of physics. The Dvoranite social movement about dialectics, encouraging an interest in philosophical issues among students of the natural sciences, in 1929 reached Leningrad's famous Polytechnic Institute, which was closely allied with the research center headed by Yaffe. Some of the Institute's students took note of a major difference in fundamental theory between two of their teachers, V.F. Mitkovic, a 57-year-old electrical engineer who had just been elected to the Academy of Sciences, and L.A.I. Frankel, a 35-year-old student of Löw's who already enjoyed an international reputation as a theoretical physicist. The difference was this. Mitkovic pictured a magnetic field as fine tubes of force in the universal ether, current, the flow of electrons through a conductor according to most physical theorists of the time, was actually, in Mitkovic's view, the result of displacements among the tubes of force. Frankel had no place in his model of physical reality for a fluid ether spun into Faraday tubes. He gave his students a picture of electrons as point centers of fields of force interacting through empty space, current was the flow of such electrons, and a magnetic field was its byproduct. On the students' suggestion a debate was arranged. 58 in 3 long sessions, at the end of 1929 and beginning of 1930, the Polytechnic Institute witnessed what the Communist Academy had failed to achieve in a decade of effort, a lively, substantial discussion by a dozen truly competent specialists, Yaffe included, of the borderland where physical theory merges into philosophy. The specialists made no explicit reference to Marxist philosophy, though nearly all shared varieties of the materialist outlook or the mechanist outlook, as they generally called it, as if completely ignorant of the recent condemnation of mechanistic materialism. Mitkovic's variety of materialism required the rejection of action at a distance through empty space. In his view it was the beginning of mysticism to suppose that the field equations deriving from Faraday and Maxwell made sense without the ethereal model by which Faraday and Maxwell had visualized electromagnetic phenomena. Frankel, who had Löw and nearly all the other participating specialists on his side, argued that belief in an ethereal substance without any experimental evidence of its existence was the beginning of mysticism. He rejected the suggestion that he was a mathematical formalist while Mitkovic was a constructor of visual models. But even while granting the necessity of visual models, he added that convenience of mathematical analysis and prediction is the basic criterion for the acceptance of physical theories. 69 Marxist philosopher had repeatedly called him a Machist for this view, but he had never deigned to reply and never did, though he lived to 1952. Frankel had also been called a Machist, or even an outright idealist, for his model of electrons as point centers of fields acting through empty space, but it is significant that the two young communist philosophers who participated in the discussion at the Polytechnic Institute did not repeat either accusation. Showing a Dvoranite willingness to accept current physical theory but an ignorance of what current Phy-Eichel theory was, they diffidently abstained from endorsing either Mitkovic's or Frankel's ideas. They lectured the assembled scientists on the general tenets of dialectical materialism as the Dvoranites understood them. 60 Mitkovic, who was very upset by the unwillingness of nearly all the scientists to support him, claimed that the comrade philosophers had taken his side. 61 Frankel, Yaffe, and the other scientists had almost nothing to say about the philosophers' comments. 62 This debate might conceivably have been the beginning of a serious discussion involving truly competent specialists. Instead, coming at the time of the Great Break, and making Mitkovic suddenly aware of his painful isolation among physicists and of possible support among communist philosophers, it was the beginning of a bizarre episode. Within a few months the Dvoraniks were discredited, and Mitkovic became a hero of the young Bolshevizers, who were intent on the dialectical materialist reconstruction of physics. He was taken to London in the summer of 193 to tell an international congress of the history of science that every deviation from Faraday's method of study and analysis of physical phenomena leads to painful results. The roots of the modern crisis in physics must be sought to a great degree in this direction. 63 Back in the Soviet Union, Mitkovic lectured his fellow academicians and the public at large on the identity of Faraday's and Engels' understanding of basic physical theory. 64 He drew up 10 questions on action at a distance that were all to be answered according to Faraday and Maxwell, if the physicist queried was a genuine materialist. 65 And the Bolshevizers took the questionnaire seriously, though with some reservations concerning the mechanistic nature of Mitkovic's materialism. 66 There is not much point in seeking a clear understanding of what the Bolshevizers of physics had in mind, for they were clear themselves only on one point: they wanted proofs that physicists had renounced neutralism towards the Central Committee and its ideology. Maximov led the outcry for a dialectical materialist reconstruction of physics, with no more concrete suggestions than he had provided in the quieter 20s. 67 A few publicists and fledgling physicists were rash enough to try their hand at the reconstruction. In some cases, such as their support for Mitkovic, this meant the revival of classical theory. 68 Generally the reconstruction of physics meant nothing more than the cultivation of Bolshevik hostility towards the ideological outlook of bourgeois physicists, in order to educate seasoned proletarian cadres, struggling with every sort of deviation from Marxism-Leninism and from the party's general line. 69 Perhaps the most illuminating effort at the reconstruction of physics was that of V. E. Lvov, a writer in the field of popular science. He may have been motivated by a desire to clear himself of his Dvorinite past, for he had been a serious offender. In 1929, describing Rutherford and Chadwick's alteration of the classical version of the conservation of matter and energy, he had treated some of the most venerable tenets of materialism, and of rhetoric, with great high-handedness. How indeed are we to understand that substance is not eternal, not indestructible, does not follow the rule ex nihilo nihil? May it be that, right after the tongue-tied concepts of macroscopic thought and language, right after causality, motion, and so on and so forth, the concepts of the eternally and being of substance are now spilling over onto a statistical level? One way or another, before the philosophy of dialectical materialism again and again now rises a task most welcome, and full of high historical responsibility, to break through the envelope of the macroscopic world and reconstruct the Velwhy foundations of thought and philosophical language, raising their apparatus to those depths of knowledge that the genius of quantum physics is now turning over with a mathematical lever. 70 In 1931 Vov abruptly turned his battery of metaphors and began firing in the opposite direction. Not the apparatus of philosophical thought but that of bourgeois physics was to be raised to the depths. He found that Einstein's deism was AU 291. Logical consequence of relativistic physics, in particular, of the four-dimensional time-space continuum. 71 Lvov conceded that this continuum might be a useful technical device in certain calculations, but real space, he insisted, must still be visualized as three-dimensional and Euclidean, and time must be considered as an independently flowing universal quality. The dialectical materialist conception of the world process had as much in common with the rotten swamp of Einstein's continuum as a metallurgical factory with a church, religion with science, a priest with a Bolshevik. 72 The sort of obstreperous crudity was hardly likely to precipitate a serious discussion of the new physics, especially when the Central Committee's decree of January, 1931, was taken as an endorsement of the Bolshevizers. Those who had misgivings about the Bolshevizers' demand for the revision of physics fell silent. But in the middle of 1932 Stetsky, head of the Central Committee's section of agitation and propaganda, denounced vulgarizers of dialectical materialism. 73 1. E. Tam, an outstanding young physicist who had been pugnacious enough to challenge Mitkovic on technical issues even before Stetsky's article appeared, stepped into the breach. In the chief journal of Soviet Marxism he surveyed the work of Marxist philosophers in the field of physics. 74 The dialectical materialist philosophers who had been calling for the revision of contemporary physics, said Tam, simply did not understand contemporary physics. His own understanding of dialectical materialism could have been summed up in Lenin's dictum that the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside our mind. The Bolshevisers replied to his implicit positivism, but not in such a manner that he and like-minded physicists had to shut up. A new phase in the Soviet Marxist discussions of physics had begun. It would be distinguished from the earlier phase above all by the participation of some of the Soviet Union's most eminent physicists, defending their subject against the Bolshevisers. As this new phase opened, Semkovsky and Jessen were restored to their place as major Marxist interpreters of physics. 76 The Bolshevisers were rather chastened. Maximov, for example, reviewing the crisis in physics in April, 1933. Sounded very much like Jessen. 77 He took dialectical pride in the conflicting pictures of the electron as wave and particle, and barely suggested his former Bolshevizing by alluding to the hypertrophy of unspecified elements in general relativity, and by calling Faraday's concept of ether and lines of force spontaneously dialectical. 78 His main point on the crisis, repeated at tiresome length, was that the great triumphs of physics do not serve the mobilization of public opinion in the proper direction. But the only physicists he accused of betraying their duty of organizing public opinion on the theoretical problems of science were foreigners. Heisenberg, for example, was accused of aiding the rise of Nazism by disseminating irrationalism in Germany. For Soviet physicists Maximov had nothing but praise, both for their social role and for their scientific successes. As luck would have it, his one example of recent Soviet successes was the explanation of radioactive decay provided by George Gamow, who was on the verge of emigration. 79 Later on in the 30s, when specialists would fall under suspicion once again, the spirit of the Great Break would be revived. Maximov would declare Mitkovic's questionnaire a valid test of the physicist's political coloration. 80 Semkovsky and Jessen would perish as enemies of the people, and the one Bolshevizer whom Yaffe would praise for proper Marxist criticism of bourgeois physicists would spurn the praise, noting that Jessen had been a student of Yaffe's. 81 But even in such an atmosphere Yaffe and other eminent specialists, speaking as Marxists, would answer back. One suspects that in this new phase of the Soviet Marxist discussion of physics the underlying issue would be what it had been in the past, not the problems facing physicists in their work as physicists, but the problems facing Bolsheviks in their ideological appraisal of physics and in assuring themselves of the reliability of physicists. That this was true of the discussion in the 20s and early 30s is evident from the indifference of eminent physicists. Even those who were close to Marxism saw no point in participating until the Bolshevisers made such indifference seem treasonable. It is evident also in the positions taken by those authors who did participate, the defense of classical theories by Timiryazev and Mitkovic, the translation of new physical theories into dialectical materialist terms by Semkovsky and Jessen, the confused fluctuation of the Bolshevisers between defense of classical theories and crude translation of new ones. None of these positions had relevance to the professional problems and disputed issues of physicists who took relativity and quantum mechanics for granted, or worked in specialties untouched by them. Of course, there can be no absolute separation between the scientific and ideological problems of physicists, but there is no need here to attempt a rigorous analysis of the vaguely defined frontier between the two. For the present point is simply that the philosophical appraisal of the new physics could be turned largely inward, concentrating on a close professional analysis of the new concepts and theories, or it could be turned outward, concentrating on the implications of the new theories for epistemology and Weltanschauung. Lenin had set the precedent in materialism and empirio-criticism, and in his fleeting comment on relativity in 1922, of attempting to draw a sharp line between these two orientations, of taking new physical theories for granted and concentrating on analysis of their epistemological significance, where alone he claimed to find a crisis of physics. The Soviet Marxists of the 20s and early 30s tended to follow Lenin's example, but they were deflected now and again by two disturbing factors. One was the presence of Timiryazev and Mitkovic, vociferously urging Soviet Marxists to join the defense of classical theories. The other was communist mistrust of bourgeois scientists, and the consequent fear that any line separating physics from philosophy might become a wall protecting the growth of anti-Bolshevik ideologies. Clearly the second factor was the more powerful one, if only because Timiryazev and Mitkovic were so plainly eccentrics championing a lost cause. 8.2 But, having only these eccentrics' support among physicists, and lacking much knowledge of physics on their own, the Bolshevizers could not erase the line that Lenin had drawn between physics and philosophy. One other factor is noteworthy by its absence, an effort to connect the judgment of physical theories with the solution of urgent technological problems. Infrequently the Bolshevizers tried to argue that eminent specialists were so absorbed in bourgeois theorizing that they were neglecting the practical problems of socialist industrialization. The eminent specialists had only to ask what practical achievements could be claimed by the Bolshevizers. Mitkovic had a notable record as an electrical engineer, but few other technologists showed an interest in the Bolshevizers and their theoretical flights. Even if the work of the eminent physicists had been barren of practically useful byproducts, it was full of exciting prospects. Tam, for example, calculated that the hydrogen in a glass of water held as much energy as Dneprostroi, the great dam that was the special pride of the first 5-year plan, produced in 7 hours. 83 All these factors can be translated into simpler language. If Lenin had not set the precedent of sharply dividing the scientific from the epistemological in his study of the crisis in physics, if physics had been a less ancient and solidly established science, less rigorous and less prolific in theoretical and practical triumphs, if, accordingly, there had been significant blocks of physicists strongly opposed to each other on basic scientific issues, if, eyeing such a turmoil within physics and anxious for the ideological condition of scientists, the Bolshevik authorities had become involved in a crisis of production so desperate as to nurture feverish dreams of rescue by scientific miracles, then the Soviet Marxist discussions of the 20s and early 30s might well have produced a genuine crisis in physics rather than talk of a crisis on its ideological outskirts. But then, physics would have been biology. There was little in the Marxist heritage that portended serious conflict over biology. Certainly there was nothing like Lenin's quarrel with the Machists over new physical theories. Before the Bolshevik Revolution, when Marxists were not directly involved in biological research or in agriculture, they showed a lively interest in grand theories of evolution, but hardly in such technical issues as the mechanism of heredity. No one regarded the few, casual expressions of Lamarckism in Marx and Engels as an essential element of Marxism. Koskay, Plekhanov, and Lafargue, the leaders of orthodox Marxist thought at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries, felt free to welcome the genetics of Mendel and de Vries as evidence that evolution proceeds by dialectical leaps, without any of their comrades, Lenin included, impugning their orthodoxy for doing so. 1 The revolution did not immediately push Russian Marxists into the profession of biology, which was left in the hands of bourgeois specialists, or into agriculture, which was left to the peasants with their ancient mixture of private and communal enterprise. But even before the Great Break, when a violent attack was mounted against both these autonomous areas of un-Bolshevik activities, their anomalous presence in the land that was building socialism provoked much anxious discussion among Russian Marxists. The discussions of the peasant problem can be passed over here, for it was only in the 30s that Lysenko and his followers linked the peasant problem with biological theory. But already in the 20s the fear of bourgeois specialists, and the corresponding call for the cultural revolution on the scientific front gave a new urgency to Marxist interest in biology. Ideology was still the paramount consideration, but, if a new generation of truly read specialists was to replace the bourgeois professors from whom they were getting their professional training, ideology was obliged to wrestle with issues formerly slighted as merely technical. And the Marxists quickly discovered that specialists in biology were not agreed on the solution of these issues. Perhaps the earliest sign of this process was the discussion aroused by L. Esberg's publication in 1922, just as intellectual life was recovering from the atrophy of the Civil War period, of a novel theory of evolution, nomogenesis, or evolution determined by law. 2. The implied opposite was teichogenesis, or evolution determined by chance. Berg, an eminent non-Marxist zoologist and geographer, asserted that a primary purposefulness, celisubraznost or zwykmiasikheid, inherent in living things, was the ultimate determinant of evolution. To some Marxists this seemed a vitalist challenge to materialist philosophy, and Ryazanov, the editor of the Marxist classics, warned Soviet Marxists against such newfangled theories of evolution. Objecting to Plekhanov's endorsement of mutations as well as to Berg's nomogenesis, Ryazanov cited the defense of Simon Pure Darwinism by K. A. Timiryazev, the famous plant physiologist who supported the Soviet cause. 3. Ryazanov's lame effort to save Plekhanov's point was that Plekhanov could have used physical quanta rather than biological mutations as evidence of natural development by dialectical leaps. 4. On the other hand, V. N. Sorobayanov, a communist propagandist who was trying with difficulty to disseminate Marxism in the academic world, objected that mutations had been established beyond doubt, and that Berg's method of explaining them was essentially valid, though obscured by idealist terminology. Teleology and the religious argument from design, Sorobayanov protested, could not be effectively refuted by a flat denial of purposefulness, celisubraznost or zwykmiasikheid, in living nature. He agreed with Berg that chance variations could not be considered the basis of evolution, since Marxism as well as natural science postulated nature's conformity to law, zakonomiernost or gesetzmäßigkeit. 5. Nor was he at a loss for a biologist with the proper political sentiments to cite against K. A. Timiryazev. M. Zavadovsky, a 32-year-old zoologist who supported the Soviet cause, had just published a tactful warning, The Books of K. Timiryazev. Though SP1 ended in their clarity of thought, wholeness, and skillful organization, either do not reflect at all or reflect to an insufficient degree the enormous upheavalsvig that has been projected and in part accomplished in biology in regard to methods of research on evolutionary problems. At the present time we must recognize that selection does not play the part that was ascribed to it formerly, it creates nothing, but merely finds and educes what existed already. Modifications or simple variations do not play a role in the general movement of the evolutionary process, for they are not hereditary. 6. But M. Zavadovsky himself, however sympathetic to the Soviet regime and anxious to save its ideologists from Timiryazev's errors, was not yet ready in 1923 to speak as a Marxist on the philosophical and ideological problems of biology. 7. And the Marxist ideologists venturing into biology were still rather diffident amateurs looking anxiously for politically sympathetic authorities. By 1925 two centers of attraction for such sympathetic authorities had been created in Moscow, the State Timiryazev Scientific Research Institute for the Study and Propaganda of Natural Science from the point of view of dialectical materialism, mercifully reduced to the Timiryazev Institute in Ordinary Discourse, and the Communist Academy section of the Natural and Exact Sciences, which in turn organized societies of materialist biologists and physicians. Most of the participating biologists appear to have been simply materialists in philosophy and Soviet sympathizers in politics, and they are called Marxist biologists here merely in the sense that they wanted to be distinguished from bourgeois scientists, who, plainly indifferent or hostile to Marxism, still constituted the overwhelming majority of Russian scientists. The minority were Marxists largely in a demonstrative sense. They were willing to participate in the work of institutions whose announced purpose was to fuse Marxism and natural science. In actual fact, the pamphlets of popular science issued by the Timiryazev Institute, the transcripts of discussions staged at the Communist Academy, and reports of the work of the laboratories within both institutions reveal little that was specifically Marxist or dialectical materialist. 8. Rather they reveal about 50 or 100 biologists and physicians, most of them between 25 and 35 years old, with materialist inclinations in philosophy and a radical bent in politics, going over the familiar conundrums of biology. 9. Given these circumstances, one would expect that theories of heredity and evolution would be the favorite issue, as indeed they were. Originally there was argument but no sharp conflict over this issue. Until the end of the 20s the characteristic attitude among Soviet Marxist biologists was eclectically broad-minded. Formal, Mendelian, Humanist or Morganist genetics, it was called by all these names, singly or in various combinations. L2 was favorably regarded as establishing incontestably materialist laws of individual heredity, but it was also criticized for its alleged inability to explain the evolution of species and the role of environment in such evolution. For this reason the epigeneticists or mechano-Lamarckists, who sought to establish environmental influences on heredity, as distinct from the universally despised psycho-Lamarckists, who sought to prove the influence of willpower on heredity, were generally regarded with sympathetic favor. In a laboratory at the Timiryazev Institute, E. A. Bogdanov, a specialist in the nutrition and physiology of livestock, supervised crude efforts to induce hereditary changes in blue flesh fleas. 13 and the Communist Academy's section of Natural and Exact Sciences in 1925 offered a laboratory to Paul Kammerer, the well-known Viennese zoologist whose Lamarckist experiments and writings had raised a storm in Western Europe. On visiting Moscow and meeting with universal goodwill, Kammerer agreed to establish the laboratory, and perhaps also to head a research department at the Moscow Zoo and lecture at Moscow State University. But returning to Vienna for his books and equipment, he was confronted with evidence of fraud in one of his most famous experiments. He wrote a letter to the Communist Academy, disclaiming responsibility for the fraud, but all the same expressing his inability to survive the scandal, and shot himself. 14 It is indicative of the eclectic atmosphere of the time, 1926, that Soviet Marxists who would shortly be implacable opponents of mechano-Lamarckism were among those who had supported the invitation to Kammerer and now paid glowing tribute to him as a martyr of materialist science. Iagol, for example, wrote that Kammerer's consistent, monistically materialist position, which drove mysticism out of biology, was the cause of his persecution in bourgeois countries. Where else, Agol exclaimed, but in the land of the victorious proletariat could he find comradely sympathy and support for quiet, objective, scientific research. 15 Agol was not alone in contrasting Soviet broad-mindedness with the savage illiberalism of capitalist countries. The Scopes trial had just reminded the world that there was a law against teaching evolution in Tennessee, one of the most enlightened areas of the United States. 16 There is some evidence to support the claim of Alexander Sergeyevich Zerbrovsky that he brought to the biological discussions of Soviet Marxists a sense of irreconcilable conflict between mechano-Lamarckism and Morganism. 17 In 1925, when he was a 33-year-old geneticist at the State Institute of Experimental Biology, he began to frequent the discussions of biology at the Communist Academy. As a geneticist, perhaps the first to participate, he was appalled not only at the outright Lamarckism of some, but also at the tolerant and compromising attitude of the others. Within a few years, during which he grew famous in his specialty and became head of the Moscow Zootechnical Institute's Department of Genetics, Zerbrovsky won to militant Morganism a number of the biologists associated with the Communist Academy. Among them were Iagol, a student or colleague of Zerbrovsky's at the Zootechnical Institute, the physician S. G. Levitt, a young specialist in internal medicine on the staff at Moscow State University, and the refugee German philosopher M. L. Levin, one of few full-time staff members of the Communist Academy, past 40, listing his specialty as methodology and comparative anatomy. 19 They became with Zerbrovsky the leaders of the Morganist school of Soviet Marxist biologists. And two, or perhaps all four, perished as enemies of the people in the late 30s or 40s. 20. But we are here concerned with the beginning rather than the dreadful culmination of the new intransigence. In 1929 there was still no talk of enemies of the people in the biological discussions, although N. P. Dubinin, another student or colleague of Zerbrovsky's at the Zootechnical Institute, unwittingly pointed the way in reply to a plea for a synthesis of Morganism and Lamarckism. It seems to me between Lamarckism and Morganism there can be no synthesis, for the fundamental conceptions of genetics contradict Lamarckism absolutely. Morganism and Lamarckism. These are two opposed worldviews. The attempt to unite them can lead only to eclecticism, a pejorative in the Soviet Marxist vocabulary. The struggle between them must proceed to the end, and one or the other must win, either Lamarckism or Morganism. 21. It is therefore hardly surprising that, at the Conference of Marxist-Leninist Institutions in April, 1929, a Gogol and the other Morganists present called for the suppression of Lamarckist /fork in the Communist Academy and the Timiryazev Institute. They linked it with the Mechanist philosophical deviation that was being condemned at this conference, prompting a 23-year-old graduate student of zoology to shout defiance. I declare that we epigeneticists or Lamarckists do not agree with the propriety provomernost of deciding scientific questions by a majority of votes. Therefore, even if our opponents are preparing Kammerer's fate for us, and drive us into a scientific underground, we will continue our work to the last remnant of our strength. 22. Actually, the young man's alarm was considerably exaggerated. The conference did not vote a formal condemnation of Lamarckism and Lamarckist work, though under a cloud in the period 1929 to 1932, was allowed to continue in the Communist Academy. 23. But passionate intransigence had been introduced by its future victims. The causes of this ominous turn are to be sought not so much in the issues of the biological controversy as in the changing circumstances intensifying certain issues. It was not the biological issues that were thus intensified. They centered on the perennial question whether acquired characters could be inherited, or, as the Morganists preferred to specify, whether adaptive changes in heredity could be induced by external forces. Operating only on the soma, somatic induction, or by simultaneous and parallel alteration of both soma and germ plasm, parallel induction. A.S. JORAVSKY and the militant Morganists categorically denied the possibility of both, and denounced as Lamarckists anyone who would not endorse this denial. Indeed, they extended their denunciations further. Even Zavadovsky, whose deference to modern genetics was noted above, was lumped with the Lamarckists for a paper in 1929 questioning the belief that the genes have a monopolistic role in determining cell differentiation within a growing organism, and for doubting whether genetics could provide a general theory of biology without amendment and supplement by other biological disciplines. Embryology was his own. Point 24. There were other evidences too that the familiar rivalry of special but related disciplines, the dreams and fears of academic imperialism, were at work in the clash of Morganism and Lamarckism. 25. These rivalries and fears were enormously sharpened by the special circumstances of Soviet history in the late 20s, but that period saw no important change in the biological issues considered as such. Indeed, it is the present writer's feeling that there could have been no significant change in this respect. New experimental data appeared constantly without budging either party. Harrison's induction of melanism in moths by feeding them metallic salts characteristic of smoke deposits in industrial areas, Bouméa's alteration of volatinism in silkworms by changes of temperature and by transplanting ovaries, Goldschmidt's induction of mutations in Drosophila by heat. These and many other less famous experiments were hailed by the Lamarckists as substantiating their views on the nature of variations, only to be shrugged off as imprecise and inconclusive, or to be subjected to conflicting interpretation, by the Morganists. 2G/V. Hen H. J. Muller induced mutations in Drosophila by X-rays, proceeding in strict accordance with the initial assumptions of Morganism. A.S. JORAVSKY reported Muller's paper in Pravda under the headline, 4 pages that shook the scientific world. 27. It was the Lamarckists' turn to argue that their opponents' jubilation was founded on question-begging and hasty generalization. Indeed, some Lamarckists claimed Muller's experiment as support for their point of view. Whether or not rigorous analysis would support these mutual charges of question-begging, the historical pattern of the debate suggests to this layman that empirical data could not resolve the argument. At any rate, they did not resolve it. Nor did abstract philosophy. On that level there was no clear-cut separation between Lamarckism and Morganism, despite a Gogel's effort to prove that there was. 28. The Lamarckists might charge the Morganists with undermining determinism by dissolving evolution into a chaos of accidents, but the customary Morganist reply they compared their picture of evolution to the kinetic theory of matter was simply another version of deterministic outlook. In the tradition of Epicurus, the Morganists argued that their stress on accident eliminated all taint of anthropomorphism from their understanding of functional adaptation in living things. They expressed sarcastic doubt that the Lamarckists could likewise dissociate themselves from the shallow teleology of Wolff, in Engels' mocking words, according to which cats were created to eat mice, mice to be eaten by cats, and the whole of nature to testify to the wisdom of the Creator. 29. To such charges of teleology the characteristic Lamarckist reply was that they were trying to reduce evolution not to the purposeful adaptation of willful beings but to a pattern of physical and chemical interaction between organisms and their environment. In such a demonstration of mechanistic thought they hardly differed from the Morganists, who proved their own mechanism by trying to reduce evolution to combinations and transformations of genes, regarded as the material particles or atoms of heredity. 30. Moreover, both Morganist and Lamarckist biologists hesitated to go beyond professions of elemental mechanism. They avoided intricate and extended examination of the philosophical issues implicit in their dispute. They argued the conflicting claims of autogenesis and epigenesis, for example, without reference to a strikingly relevant issue in the contemporaneous philosophical controversy between Mechanists and Debrunists. That was the issue of qualities and reduction, of explaining the emergence of new qualities without abandoning either the view of natural processes as continuous or the method of reducing complex phenomena to the action of homogeneous elements. 1. Searches in vain for an extended examination of the biological controversy in terms of this issue. 31. If the biological and the abstract philosophical issues do not adequately explain why A.S. Joravsky's impatience with Lamarckism was generalized into a reign of angry intransigence at the end of the 20s, neither does any single issue in social philosophy or ideology. Such issues were a favorite subject of debate from the beginning of the biological discussions in the Communist Academy. Was eugenics hopelessly bourgeois and reactionary, or did it have important implications for Soviet socialism? Was affirmation or denial of the inheritance of acquired characteristics the best rebuttal of aristocratic disdain for the lower classes? Denial, said some, looking back to the generations of peasants and proletarians who had been kept in a starved, diseased, and illiterate condition. Affirmation, said others, looking ahead to the improvement of the environment under socialism, and hoping that this could effect permanent improvements in human beings, the creation of a new man. Are we, exclaimed a Lamarckist, slaves of the past or creators of the future? 32. By such an antinomy he invited comparison with the utopian socialists, and he was duly lectured on the Marxist understanding of freedom as the recognition of historical necessity. 33. Such connections between biology and social philosophy were favorite issues, but it would be a mistake to fasten on any one of them as the main reason for the rise of militant Morganism and for its ephemeral ascendancy at the end of the 20s. The biological disputants did not. A goal, indeed, when demanding the suppression of Lamarckism, explicitly disdained as demagogy efforts to show that Lamarckism or Morganism supported one or another position in social philosophy. 34. What generalized and intensified and won a brief ascendancy for the geneticists' professional impatience with Lamarckism was its quality of irascible self-assurance. With the onset of the Great Break, intransigence or irreconcilability, neprimirumist, became a prized Bolshevik virtue as never before. In 1929 and 1930, as the drive was mounted for a rapid scientific changeover from bourgeois to red specialists, the very fact that A.S. Joravsky's followers described Morganism and Lamarckism as two opposed Weltanschauungen, are or the other, of which must win out in the struggle for the minds of biologists, gave them the advantage. They had a program of struggle for the young red specialists who were being pushed to the fore in biology as in other fields, while the Lamarckists, conceding the value of genetics within its field and speculating, often at cross purposes, on the best approach to a synthetic theory of biology, appeared by contrast to be feckless compromisers. As the reader has already seen, Gogol was unsuccessful in his attempt to win a formal condemnation of Lamarckism from the Conference of Marxist-Leninist Institutions in April, 1929. But the Timiryazev Institute, the Lamarckists' chief center, was shut down, and the Communist Academy indicated its preference for Morganism, even though it tolerated the continuation of a Lamarckist laboratory within its walls. 36 Indeed, as the Great Break proceeded, the Morganists acted more and more as if they had been formally designated the official interpreters of Marxism in biology. The party called on theorists for practical aid in this time of crisis, and the Morganists responded with projects for a mass campaign to spread knowledge of genetics among agriculturists, who were overwhelmingly Lamarckist in their point of view. 37 More and more the Morganists pointed with pride to the work of the Institute of Applied Botany, in spite of the fact that its director, N.I. Vavilov, still kept himself aloof from Marxist discussions. 38. In 1929 he was induced to publish a brief report of his work in the chief journal of Marxist thought, but there was not the slightest reference to Marxism in this article. 39 And late in 1929 A.S. Joravsky got out a collection of articles on anthropogenetics, which he prefaced with a programmatic essay stressing the practical importance of the subject in the construction of socialism. 40 He called for intensive studies to establish the precise correlation between human genes and hereditary characters, and to map the distribution of good and bad genes in Soviet society. Such knowledge, he argued, would first of all make possible a great reduction in hereditary diseases and consequently the realization of a 5-year plan in 2.5 years. 41 Joravsky disdained negative eugenic measures such as the sterilization of defectives, only an Assyro-Babylonian despotism could carry them out on an effective scale. 42 But he had a program for selective breeding that could be realized in a free socialist society, and indeed only in such. Soviet society, he reasoned, was destroying the closed, bourgeois family and with it the desire to have children only from a beloved spouse. Of course sexual pleasure would remain, and with any structure of society a man and woman entering marriage will have every reason to esteem it. There is of course nothing reprehensible in that. 43 But women would be educated within a couple of generations to want babies only by artificial insemination with recommended sperm. Indeed, they would be trained to feel that conception in the old manner, the disruption of the complex plan of selective breeding, figured out for many generations in advance, is a deed that is antisocial, amoral, unworthy of a member of a socialist society. 4. Taking into account man's enormous capacity to manufacture sperm and the excellent technique of artificial insemination, which is widely applied just now only in horse and sheep breeding, Joravsky forecast that from one outstanding and valuable producer it will be possible to obtain up to 1,000 or even 10,000 children. 46 Of course, he had overreached himself. In June 1930, Bevestia carried a long burlesque of his essay by the famous newspaper poet Demian Bedny, the Bolshevik Edgar Guest, in Professor Simon's phrase. So far, you know, we've been astray. The way we brought our kids forth. But soon, you'll see, will come the day for socialistic childbirth. A social labor it will be. And shock brigades, I fancy, will rub themselves callosities in their productive frenzy. 4a. In other stanzas Bedny seemed to scoff at the very notion of genes, seeing it as a carryover from the aristocratic habit of proving virtue by tracing genealogies. 47 But in still others he implied acceptance not only of the science of genetics but even of eugenics, provided only that they aid the construction of socialism. 48 Nevertheless, the net impression that he gave of Joravsky and the Morganists was one of bourgeois professors arrogantly admonishing the party on the hopelessness of its drive to transform society by 5-year plans and collectivization, and condescendingly instructing the party on the only feasible program of basic social improvement, eugenics. Till's defamation of one of the pioneers in the interpenetration of Soviet Marxism and natural science was not an isolated occurrence in 1930. In the same year A.M. Deborin and the rest of the philosophical leadership, which had for several years led the campaign to win acceptance for Marxism as a universal philosophy applicable to all fields of learning, were denounced as pinchbeck Marxists who had only seemed to aid the party but had actually failed and hindered it. The most militant Bolsheviks, both at the top and at the bottom of the party pyramid, took up arms against the mature Marxist intellectuals just below the top, who had been somewhat autonomous, somewhat liberal leaders of Marxist thought in many fields during the 20s. The Morgarusts, it turned out, who had gained a brief ascendancy by their spirit of intransigence, were not intransigent enough. A goal had fatally compromised the Morganism that Joravsky had taught him by asserting that it was the realization in biology of the Marxist philosophy that he had learned from Deborin. 49 Though neither of the principles, Joravsky in biology, Deborin in philosophy, had strongly endorsed a goals equation, they had not disavowed it. 50 And its logic seemed unassailable to the Bolshevizers. Was not Joravsky trying to palm off as Marxist a general theory of biology that was characteristic of bourgeois geneticists, many of whom were quite hostile to Bolshevism? 51 And was not Deborin, by his resistance to the rule of partiness in philosophy and science, assisting in just such cowardly efforts to make peace with bourgeois scientists on their terms? Late in 1930 a conference at the Communist Academy, calling for the Bolshevization of science, condemned pseudo-Marxist tendencies of the type of Joravsky's in biology, which are a form of adaptation to Marxism-Leninism in the conditions of the proletarian dictatorship, and reflect in essence the pressure of the class enemy on the ideology of the proletariat. The young Red specialist in biology still had much to learn from bourgeois professors, but, the conference resolved, he must never again make the mistake of accepting as Marxist the professor's general theories of life. Lamarckism was not restored to favor, it too was a bourgeois theory. The truly Marxist theory of biology was yet to appear. It would be known inter alia by its belligerent uniqueness and by its practical usefulness to the construction of socialism. 53 The condemnation of Morganism as a general theory of biology was initially compatible with high respect for the science of genetics as a special discipline. 54 Indeed, the strident demand of the Bolshevik militants that science be of practical service to the construction of socialism probably served at first to enhance the reputation of genetics, whose contribution to the improvement of agriculture was not questioned. For the collectivization of agriculture, plunging the Bolsheviks as never before into the problems of raising food and fiber, was working a basic change in the Soviet Marxist interest in biology. To raise yields or to perish, that was the question that made both Lamarckism and Morganism seem not only deviant but meaningless. Instead of concentrating scientific research thought on the nodal problems of contemporary biology, which have been posed in the course of socialist construction, in the course of the development of science, some Soviet biologists have up to now trailed along after the themes obtruded on us by bourgeois biological thought. Thus, for example, the mechano-Lamarckist and the Menshevizing idealists exalted the question of the inheritance of acquired characters to the role of the nodal problem of contemporary biology. Thus at one time, thanks to the efforts of the Menshevizing idealists, questions of eugenics were elevated to the role of the nodal problem whose solution would entail the fulfillment of the 5-year plan in 2.5 years, etc. The Communist Academy's newly established Institute of Biology followed this scornful dismissal of the old theme with an announcement of the new one, man as a factor of evolution. Without considering what man does in various socio-historical formations, without considering what the possibilities are of influencing the animal and plant world in the conditions of a planned socialist economy, it is not possible either to utilize effectively the accomplishments of world science, and above all of evolutionary theory, or to design new researches consonant with a planned socialist economy. The Marxist general theory of biology would accordingly have to be not only a suitable philosophy for Red specialists, enabling them to participate in world science without danger of ideological corruption, it would also have to be an instrument for raising yields on Russia's straitened collective farms, where peasant attitudes towards the new system varied in proportions we can only guess at, from hostility through resignation to dedicated hope. Such a general theory of biology would necessarily be compounded of elements taken not only from biology and Marxist philosophy, but also from the beliefs and habits of the practical men of Soviet agriculture and politics. Thus by the early 30s Soviet Marxism was far along on the way to Lysenko's Michurinism. Several turns had still to be taken before the destination would come in view. Lysenko had as yet no connection with Michurinism, a mass movement for the improvement of fruit and berry culture, showing no signs of serious conflict with academic biology. Indeed, during the early 30s there were signs of harmonious cooperation between the leaders of the Michurinist movement and the great network of biological research institutions headed by N.I. Vavilov. 57 In 1931 Lysenko emerged from obscurity as the leader of an analogous but separate mass movement for the improvement of wheat culture, similarly without signs of conflict with academic biology. He was merely a seedman and plant physiologist who offered no general theory of biology and specifically denied that his famous vernalization altered the heredity of plants. 58. Here, perhaps, he showed the influence of the recent eclipse of Lamarckism. But the Commissarist of Agriculture ordered a multitude of collective farms to try Lysenko's process as a mass experiment, and within a couple of years, as this rallying of collective farmers under the banner of science was proclaimed a resounding success and extended further, Lysenko's work began to intrude upon the theoretical discussions of Marxist biologists. 59 It was initially brought forward in discussions of ecology, which had taken the place of genetics as the crucial discipline for the elaboration of a general theory of biology, and the great significance that Lysenko's earliest advocates claimed for his work was so nebulous as to provoke no comment or criticism. So how Lysenko's work was transformed into a general theory of biology that could not be ignored, how the discussions moved round to center once again on genetics, how Soviet Marxist biologists divided once again into hostile blocks, this time in an arena slippery with blood, these are matters for a future study. Detailed conclusions on the Soviet Marxist involvement in biology are best left to that future study, but it should already be clear that the widespread tendency to regard the texts of Marx and Engels as the chief determinant of this involvement is very much mistaken. It was the program of cultural revolution that launched Soviet Marxism on its quarrelsome search of an appropriate theory for red specialists in biology, and it was the drive for collectivized agriculture, Stalin's cataclysmic revolution from above, that raised the storms on which the search has been violently tossing since the mid-30s. In its first phase Soviet Marxism did not settle the inherited conflict within dialectical materialism between positivism and metaphysics. For a time one side was ascendant, and then the other, but in the end both were condemned. Philosophers were exhorted to develop dialectical materialism as the empirical philosophy, more precisely, the philosophy of practice, that transcends both positivism and metaphysics. But the narrow partiness that triumphed in the Great Break turned such exhortations into a cruel joke on the philosophers. In effect, only the party's chief had the right to develop dialectical materialism further, and he was not greatly interested in the refinements and subtleties of epistemology. He was passionately interested in monolithic unity among his followers. The result was a staggering anomaly. Dialectical materialism had become a Caesaro-papist dogmatism acclaimed with enforced unanimity as a collectivist empiricism. Such an anomaly staggers the intellect, but Soviet Marxism no longer appealed very much to the intellect. It had become a ritualistic incantation of the one true Weltanschauung that inspired the one true party in its desperate struggle. Emotional commitment to the party was the essence of the incantation. Its intellectual content was vague enough to accord with any current shibboleth. It is not hard to find the Stalinist version of dialectical materialism implicit in the original theses of Marxism-Leninism. But it takes the willfulness of a Stalin to assert that this version was implicit in Marxism-Leninism. For nearly 3 decades dialectical materialism, partiness included, had been interpreted in different, often contrary ways by Lenin and his followers. Those who hunger for inevitability may fasten on Lenin's most basic idea, the disciplined vanguard leading the socialist revolution in a backward country, and derive from it the necessity of the cultural revolution, whose exigencies in turn produced the Stalinist version of dialectical materialism. Such reasoning is persuasive, but inevitability eludes it, for one must specify the shifting exigencies of the Cultural Revolution, as perceived by changing Bolshevik minds, never omniscient, never completely rational, inflamed beyond reason during the Great Break. Such were the forces that produced the Stalinist version of dialectical materialism. To recognize the divergent possibilities in Leninism, and still to read the Stalinist version as the inevitable or the most likely outcome, one might turn dialectician and imagine the opposed implications of Leninism at war within Bolshevik minds, unhinging them, producing at last the intellectual catalepsy that would be the hallmark of Soviet Marxist philosophers in their next phase. At an increasingly tumultuous pace, the Bolsheviks were using political power, the state, the superstructure, to transform economic reality, society, the base. Striking increasingly violent blows at the refractory world to make it fit their ideas, they were striking at their own conviction that revolutionaries are doomed who pit their minds fragile should be against the world's brute must be. Requiring intellectuals to shout encouragement in fervent unison, finally forcing natural scientists to profess Marxism at gunpoint, they were doing violence to their own assurance that scientists would spontaneously recognize Marxism as the logical extension of science into human affairs. Pursuing recalcitrant scientists into their special disciplines, demanding the reconstruction of these disciplines as proof of the scientists' conversion, the Bolsheviks were casting doubt on their own faith that dialectical materialism formulates the methods that have brought success to scientists in their cognition of the world. Worshipping science, the Bolsheviks had to raise cries of a crisis in science. To make dialectical materialism an effective fighting creed in a war against ideologically alien scientists, they had to renounce faith in it as an objective description of the way that scientists discover the natural order. The union of revolutionism and scientism, Nachnost, which Lenin had described in 1894 as the chief power of attraction in Marxism, could hardly be maintained in the face of these contradictions. To believe in one part of their doctrine, the Bolsheviks had increasingly to disbelieve another. At the maddening climax of most intense belief and disbelief, they shut off further discussion, disarmed their intellects, the phrase was a catchword of the Great Break, made their minds wax in the hands of the Central Committee and the Chief. Maybe such flights of dialectical fancy dignify a reality that was actually sordid. The young zealots who came to the fore in the Great Break may have had true monoliths for heads, incapable of comprehending the contradictions just noted, much less of agonizing over them. But it is a plain fact that dialectical materialism was never more contradictory than at the moment when it was removed from public debate. Even the dullest philosopher of science could not have avoided repeated collisions with one of the principal contradictions, though he might have failed to comprehend it. Repeated declarations of faith in a petrified collection of rather vague formulas which Stalin soon codified in a brief catechism, were not enough. Without making heretical alterations and refinements in these formulas, philosophers and natural scientists were expected to use them for the reconstruction of the particular sciences. It was as if Bossuet, defining a heretic as one who has an opinion, had required opinions of the scholars in his flock. What followed, the second phase in the interaction of Soviet Marxism and natural science, can hardly be inferred from the bundle of contrary indications that marked the close of the first phase. Fearing senior natural scientists as ideological aliens behind their new Marxist masks, and restricting philosophers to beating quotations in standard patterns lest they undermine the party's monolithic unity, how could Soviet Marxists have further debate on the philosophy of natural science? Calling on scientists to prove the genuineness of their conversion by participating in the reconstruction of the sciences, pointing to practice as the criterion of truth, and defining it so broadly as to include everything from sense data through technology to proven scientific theories and the party's policies, how could Soviet I-1 Marxists avoid further debate on the philosophy of natural science? The contradictions that dialectical materialism inherited from the pre-revolutionary period seem almost trifling by comparison with those that were added in the first phase of Soviet Marxism and handed on to the second.